Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to our Proquest here at Gamers Gambit in beautiful downtown Lake City, Michigan. We've got a wild one set for you guys tonight. Looking out amongst the crowds, I think only one KO in the group. There's a Kano running around, all sorts of spicy includes, including like Viscerize and Riptides. It's set to be a barn burner of an event. We've got 26, 27 players, somewhere in the high 20s.
Yeah, somewhere in the high 20s, either 26 or 28. I think I got a few more stream.
We got a few spicy includes for the stream. We've gone ahead, gotten a bunch of information on all of our players here, so we'll have some fun facts, some cool things, some favorite heroes to share. But it looks like we've paired round one. We are getting players filed into the stream room right now. They'll have a little bit of extra time just to get set up for stream. So you'll deal with us for just a second, and then we'll go ahead and get into the action as fast as we can here, folks. Reminder about the stream today. This is going to be competitive REL. Judge calls will be made. In the event of a judge call, we'll do our best to explain things, but we don't have audio for the room itself. So as we get things ready to go in here, it's looking like we are going to have Dakota versus Mike here as our first game of the day on stream. We're experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties, folks. Just give us 1 second. Looks like things are fixed and we're set to see one heck of a match here, folks. It's looking like Prism, Awakener of Soul versus Katsu the Wanderer here. We're doing a little bit of pre-boarding here. Prism, quite the scary deck, Kittens, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. If that looks like Mike on Prism as well. I know Mike is a very good Prism player. I also know if you watched last night, he did extremely well. So
yeah, for those that don't know, we stream every night on Fridays for Classic Constructed at a casual REL. Mike last night pulling off the dreaded lock that Prism can really pull through with the Sentinels. We wonder if we'll see that here, if Katsu can really pressure this Prism, deny some soul, and keep her off of that lock. Mike's pretty confident about his deck. I talked to him a little bit before the event here, but if there's one thing I know, it's that Dakota is an expert on Katsu. If there's one person in this room that I could say knows the most about Katsu, it might be Dakota. Running a very, very tech list here. He's spent a lot of time tuning in. I'm looking forward to watching it go. Players are making some gameplay decisions. Dakota shuffling up his deck just a little bit here, but I think Mike's done with his pre-boarding. We're just waiting on Dakota to get his deck together. Doing a last little bit of shuffling, making sure things are in the correct order and ready to roll. So Kittens, what's Mike's strategy going into this matchup?
honestly, what Mike has really said is he draws a lot of cards. Fun fact, last night we did interview him and he said that he thinks Tome of Divinity is really the card to look out for. I think I watched him draw 8 cards last night, which in Fab is
heinous. That's absolutely absurd. Yeah. Mike even went so far as to say Tome of Divinity is the bannable card here, not Arclight Sentinel. Now that's a hot take, folks, but if we're here for anything, it's hot takes. If you're tuning in the chat, welcome. It's great to have you. You got Goose here on the mic along with my good buddy Kittens. We're gonna go ahead and talk to chat as we can, but we're gonna focus mostly on gameplay here. Coda getting his last few cards shuffled up. Got his equipment already chosen. It's pretty straightforward. Excellent. That was, if anybody heard that, that was T.O. Greg coming in, owner of Gamers Gambit here in Lake City. He's helping us out on stream. He's running the event for us. Other notable people that you'll probably run into today, or at least see their arms, you'll see Head Judge Dylan, the famous Head Judge Dylan.
Yes, famous Head Judge Dylan. Definitely don't know him that well, definitely not. for anyone knowing, for anyone there, Dylan's my husband and very well known KO player, but I think he enjoys judging more, so he is extremely excited for today. So
All
yeah.
right, here we go. We're set for a one feisty match. Dakota not revealing his equipment quite yet, folks, but it's looking like I believe Mike won the die roll. We'll see. We'll see if I start out with calling die rolls correctly today. Um, and we'll see. Looking at Mike, if I was the Prism here, want to be going first, want to set up our big auras like Genesis, maybe get some soul going for Angels, and so on. If I'm Dakota here, maybe don't want to let Prism filter their hand. Prism can interact at instant speed though, so you might want to put some pressure, force some cards out as soon as you
100%.
can.
As Katsu, I'm not sure you really want a Prism to go first. Although blocking out those heralds is super important. If we see an early Genesis, though, that's 100% what Mike wants.
Oh, we see Mike going first here, popping Goliath Gauntlet early, coming in with a Herald of Erudition to kick things off. Not what you want to see as Dakota for turn one.
No, absolutely not. This is one of those card drawers that Mike 100% wants to see. On hit, draw 2 cards, put into Soul, which as new Prism, you definitely want your Heralds and Soul because that's what starts your combos and everything like that.
Dakota, considering his options here, important to remember this does have Dominate, so it's a 7 Dominate, and it's going to draw cards. One of my favorite things in all card games, draw a card. Those are my 3 favorite words. This one draws 2, folks, so you know it's pretty strong.
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, that dominate on draw card, I think Mike 100% made the right decision here, being Goliath Gauntlet early, because adding that +2 to a dominate, very, very easy. I don't know how possible it is for Dakota to be able to block this out, even with his equipment. So yeah, let's see. Also, thank you to the players for using dice and the
Resource,
dominate
yeah.
resources. 100%, we really appreciate that, and it should make the stream more able to view. But yeah, if anyone in his chat, make sure to say hi. We'd love to be able to talk with you. Yeah. So
See, Dakota blocking with a Fluster Fist here. Now, this actually plays into Dakota's game plan a little bit. Katsu wants to set up these great big bonds turns and end off with these 0 for 4 go agains, like Fluster Fist, or 0 for 4s, no go agains, like Fluster Fist, like things like that. So putting these in the bin is actually helpful to Dakota because it's important to remember you have to banish a card from your graveyard in order to tutor your deck.
yeah, 100%. I think Mike knows that as well, and is definitely going to try and stop that. I mean, obviously, you want to play your dominate Herald. There's no way you don't. And then it looks like he did get a Figment. This Figment gives you a Ponder token, I do believe.
Yep, I do believe so. We have a
Yep.
Figment out. Those Figments flip to Angels at some point. So Mike setting up strong, and we see a Tome of Divinity. This is what Mike's crack card is. Drawing 3 cards here with extra action points, with Go Again available. He is set to pop off here. This is going to be a big turn, and remember, folks, this is turn 0 of the game. So Dakota's blocking for
Yes.
free here. However, Mike is set to leak a lot of damage or at least set up a lot of Figments. Things are going very well for him right now.
Oh yeah, Mike 100% being able to see a Herald of Erudition first. That is, I think the only thing better might be a Genesis, honestly. Other than Genesis, some of the power cards we'll see is the Erudition Angel, that sets a combo. I also know that there's an infinite combo in this deck, right?
I wouldn't say infinite. It is a loop. It's the Arclight Sentinel loop. He could just keep going and going and going, looping Arclight Sentinels, and the only thing to really prevent against that is action points. You need extra action points. You need something like Tide Flippers.
And that is the angel we're talking about. That is the angel that will, on attack, draw 2 cards, I believe. Yep,
Yep.
once you banish from your soul. So
Yep, Mike is set to do some heinous things, draw a lot of cards. This is 5 cards drawn this turn, or no, even more. This is 7 cards drawn this turn by
this
Mike. Turn
and
0.
again, unlike Herald of Erudition, this angel you draw on attack.
On attack
on
even. So
attack.
yes, this doesn't even need to hit. Dakota's got to even consider here. Is it worth blocking? He wants to consider getting some, taking some damage potentially. Puts another Fluster Fist in front of that, blocking 3, taking 1. Going to be down to 35 here. And again, fueling his graveyard. Katsu does work off of his graveyard. Does need cards in there eventually. And Dakota gets to draw up at the end of this turn. It's the one turn in Flesh and Blood where both players draw up. So Dakota's essentially blocking for free here. Unfortunately, Mike leaking a lot of damage.
Yeah, and really, Prism's okay with going down. I think Mike said this is going down to single digits because if Prism can set up, you're taking nothing more than that, right? Um, I'm not sure how Mike will feel about getting the Erudition out, Angel out so quickly, because Dakota has Katsu
Ooh.
can attack that and pop
Don't
it.
want to interrupt you here, but this is very important. So we talk about equipment a lot in Flesh and Blood as extra life. You never want to block with equipment early if you can help it. And Dakota just had to put 2 pieces of equipment in front of Mike's attack here. Things aren't looking great for Dakota, but things never look good for you when your opponent's drawing 7 cards in a turn.
Exactly, exactly. And he still has more cards in hand. He's not done yet. Still 3 resources.
And that's a Genesis, folks.
That is
That's
what
a
you want to
Genesis. So
see.
Mike's going to be able to banish a yellow every turn and draw a card here. Fueling Prism Soul, it's going to be very hard for Dakota to deny Soul to Prism, which is that strategy we were talking about. He's going to have to take and turn one action or one of his attacks into Genesis, which is very unfortunate because he wants to do as many things like pushing Dishonor turns as possible.
But really, do you attack the Genesis this turn or the Erudition Angel?
Yeah, it's a tough call, right? Both are going to end your turn, unfortunately. But that's, I guess I'll flip the question back to you, answer your question with a question. What do you value more here? Is the extra card draw on attack or every turn what you value, or is it the Genesis, which is going to consistently allow you to churn through your deck?
I honestly think it's the Genesis because what you want because the Angel does cost banishing things from Soul. So if you don't have cards in Soul, you're not going to be able to use that full value of the Herald anyway, or the Angel anyway, the Herald of or the Angel of
Yeah.
Erudition.
One thing that maybe Dakota is considering here is that you can only run one of each Figment in your deck. So if you get rid of the Erudition Angel now, potentially Mike doesn't have a way to get it back. But Prism is such an engine-focused deck that that Genesis is the engine for this deck. It supplies your soul consistently. So for those of you at home that don't know, the way Genesis works is at the start of your turn, you can put a card from your hand into your hero's soul. If it's an illusionist card, you make a shield token. If it's a light card, you draw a card.
Yeah, and of course, basically every card in this deck is a light illusionist card, so you're going to see both happening. And then I have a question for you because there's a lot of talk in the Fab community about how do you deal with Prism? Do you deal with Prism by cleaning the board, or do you deal with Prism by hitting at face as hard as possible?
I think that's a good question. It really I think it depends. It depends on your hero. Some heroes have to play diligent. If you're a guardian or something like that, you're gonna have to clear one at a time. If you're a ninja, you can go face, 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 and then end your turn cleaning one off, and that's usually a pretty good strategy. For the Katsu here, talking with Dakota, I know wants to do absolutely as much as he can to deny Prism getting soul here. So we see Dakota leads off with a Be Like Water that's soaked up by the Angel. And then we see Dakota coming in with a Descendant Gust Wave here. Coming in for 3, it has go again. We're going to see Dakota start to chain together some long combat chains, which is where ninjas want to be. We see him proc the Katsu ability, tossing a Be Like Water in order to tutor his deck. I think he's going to go ahead and get a Bonds, and we're going to see those early Fluster Fists that he blocked with actually come to fruition here.
100%. And Katsu does have the ability to attack with the Kadachis at the end. So I do think we, at the end, will see a Kadachi into the Genesis for sure.
Yeah, it depends on what he tutors for off of this bonds, right? Because if he goes ahead and grabs a Fluster Fist doesn't have go again unless he wants to pop his boots early, and he's really trying to save his boots for a triple bonds, double bonds turn, which this deck can very consistently pull out. So we might see him go ahead and grab like 100 wins or something like that with Go Again to put another 3 damage at face and then follow up with a Kadachi. So we'll know more when we see what he grabs off of this Bonds of Eternity.
Which I think he grabbed. We're looking at the bottom here. That does look like a bonds to me. So we
Well,
can.
that's the Bonds he
Oh,
grabbed off of
that's the
Katsu.
sorry.
Yep.
Okay. But also I wanted to bring up. So I don't. Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. Why do you think that's the choice over Mask of Momentum, which used to be incredibly popular?
So Mask of Pouncing Lynx in these new modern Katsu decks is they're trying to combo you essentially. Not like an Infi combo or something like that, but they are trying to string together these 2 to 3 bonds turns. And the way you do that is you have to have multiple ways to search. And so grabbing using Pouncing Lynx to do that is going to grab like a smaller bonds, one of your blues, and allow you to keep extending your bonds turn. So we see a red Bonds of Eternity coming in for 4 here. Dakota banishing a Flusterfist, and he's grabbing another one. And I think Dakota might just be going straight for face here, ignoring the Genesis.
Yeah, Mike's going down to 26. That is the Prism. But again, Prism's not so worried about life totals at this point. More concerned about board state, which Dakota the Katsu has really done well to clear up. Popping that Angel. Angel does have ward.
Actually, I gotta admit a little bit of a boo boo here. Dakota could not go for 100 wins. So that line I was talking about, he couldn't go for that because he didn't have 100 wins in his graveyard. So instead, he's going to push damage on these Kadachis here, get his value out of the blue he pitched, keep going to face, and then he's going to end off with that Flusterfist into the Genesis here. So he goes down on a 4 damage. That's 4 damage he's never going to get back, but he did clear off the engine and the scariest angel, or one of the scariest angels in Mike's deck here. And we see, oh, you hate to see it as Dakota, but when your opponent's drawing 7 cards a turn, it's bound to happen. We see another Genesis played in response. Important to remember, these yellow auras that Prism plays are instants.
Yeah, 100%. I was talking yesterday, and while Prism's an illusionist, we see a lot of illusionists. We've talked about tend to run solo color, so Prism is kind of the yellow illusionist, right? But we do see she almost plays like a wizard in some aspects. Looking for very specific cards, setting up, doing the Genesis thing. A lot of people disagree. That's kind of a hot take from me. But she is playing a lot of instants and can act at instant speed a lot. Um, so yeah, looks like going to banish
Oh,
and
we're
flip.
flipping a Figment of Protection. We're going in here for Aegis, Archangel of Protection, banishing a card from Soul, and we're going to see an attack come in. When Aegis attacks, you can banish from your Soul and create 2 Spectral Shield tokens. So Mike up to 3 Spectral Shield tokens. That's effectively covering up a Be Like Water or something like that from Dakota.
Yeah, and Be Like Water. A lot of Katsu's cards are starters, right? You want your Surging Strikes, you want your Be Like Waters, you want cards like that that hit, so that you can use your Katsu trigger to go get cards like Whelming Gust Wave that will draw you cards if they hit.
Yep, that's exactly right here. So we got to see Dakota just opting to take the damage. It's not an on-hit, so it's just vanilla damage here. Dakota is going to need to keep as many cards in his grip as he can in order to pressure Mike. He's got to keep Mike off Soul. That's a lot harder to do with this Genesis, but Dakota's probably going to end his turn by killing that Genesis if I had to bet.
Oh,
We see
100%.
a Dakota deploying an Enlightened Strike here. Not quite clear on what mode he's chosen, but if I had to bet, it'd be Go Again.
Yeah, especially as a ninja, my guess for sure is that there's some go again. That a lot of times that E strike is a 5 for 1, depending on the card that you put at the bottom of the deck. A 5 for 1 or a 5 for 1 card and go again. That's very very good. You kind of understand why Ninja runs this.
Yep, it's also a great chain ender too. Coming in at for 7 at the end of the chain when you don't have a whole lot to be doing is pretty strong. So we see this 5 Go Again. We see a Kadachi come through, clearing some Spectral Shields with 2 floating resources here. So this Kadachi has Go Again. We see another one come in, and you got to wonder what Dakota's last card is here. Is he going to put it in his arsenal? And he does, because he goes ahead and kills off that Genesis. good call on Dakota's part, being a responsible gamer here. He's got to keep Mike off soul as best he can, and killing those Genesis is the way to do it. But did you see that little flash in Mike's hand? I believe there is another tome chilling.
Well, when you're drawing as many cards as Mike is, you will see that he's gonna draw the cards he wants, right? He's gonna see all the genesis. Like when you're drawing multiple hands of cards, you're going to see it. This is
We
a
see a
herald.
Yep, we see a soul shield go to soul here off of this
Yep,
herald. I believe that is a herald of not triumph.
judgment. I think
Nope.
that was a herald of
It's hard
judgment.
to see with they're upside down, folks. And this is a fancy Mike playing a blanked out Prism deck here. That's going to draw 2 cards from Dakota, and you see he blocks with his Mask of Pouncing Links.
Yeah,
That means that a triple bombs turn is off the table.
which is unfortunate, but I think again, responsible gamer here. He does play the flick flack, so that means that a lot of his combo cards block more. Correct?
Yep, if he needs to keep blocking this turn, his combo cards will be blocking for, or his next one will be blocking for an additional one.
Yeah, 100%. Another extended art Herald we see coming in. Looks like a blue Herald, so just coming in for 5 on this one. Again, this is 1 card block from Dakota because of Flick Flack, which you love to see. You
Yep.
definitely love to see it.
So we see
1 card
that,
block.
well, not block completely. That's blocking for 4. So we see Dakota, it's 28 to 24. Dakota leading on the life here, but Mike is taking a lot of extra damage to set up these bigger turns on his part. Dakota had to block quite a bit from hand, so we'll see how much of a turn he can actually do, how many cards he's going to pull from Mike's hand. I believe we did see that tome get arsenaled.
Yeah, I do too. I wonder what Dakota was able to put in Arsenal. I think we'll see it here. Try to just push through damage. There's really nothing he needs to clear off the field. So this is his first, I think, Katsu turn where he doesn't have to swing at auras and such.
Yep, and so Dakota's got to capitalize on this. He needs to push as much damage as he can right here. He needs to just crack in for as much damage as he can, make Mike have to start blocking with cards.
That's going to be hard though because he did have to block last turn. This is kind of a 3-card hand, so we're hoping that he has, either another 100 with something that draws him cards, stuff like that. Maybe a bonds wouldn't quite work right here. But he does have Katsu trigger, so he can discard and go get more cards. Correct?
Yep, that's correct. So if this hits, he can go ahead, go maybe grab another 100 wins, grab another card with combo, and start setting something up. Dakota is planning on playing a longer game this time around. He's got the Findall Spring Tunic here to get him some extra value. So he's not going all in on combo here. So that might be why he blocked a little more freely with his equipment. But he's going to try his best to crack in with the 3 cards he has to push as much damage as possible. There's a very real possibility he doesn't tutor with Katsu's ability here just because he's only got a few hands. As I say that, though, Dakota goes ahead, proves me wrong. He discards a Dishonor here, and he's going to go search his deck, presumably for 100 wins. Maybe he's even thinking, I'm just going to go ahead and get a Flusterfist. Oh, we see a Winds of Eternity. Very interesting. Looking to get some value out of this Winds. If it hits, he will be shuffling that 100 wins back into his deck. You got to wonder, maybe his Arsenal's got 100 wins as well. You might see an old school Winds combo here.
Wow, that's actually pretty rare. You see a lot of bonds combos, a lot of whelming combos, but not a lot of old school 100 wins combos anymore.
Yeah, unfortunately, 100 Wins is one of my favorite cards, but it has become more of a chain extender and less of a chain itself. And we see here Dakota deciding to keep that arsenal where it's at. He's just going to come in for 4 off of this Winds of Eternity, and just crack in for a little extra damage. So while this is resolving here, we just got a report from our head judge Dylan. We're looking at 3 Katsus today, 5 Victors, 1 Kano, 1 Arachne, 1 Azuri, 1 Kasai, 1 Original Dash, 1 KO, 1 Viserai, 2 Dory, 3 Azalea, 2 Vincent, two Prisms, one Bolton, and two Riptides.
Oh my god, that's quite a spread and only one KO. Like that's crazy. I think we're happy to see, we're happy to see a really open meta. So this is going to be a very very diverse cast of characters I think we're going to see today.
Yeah, very real possibility. We don't see a lot of repeating heroes on stream here. So we see Mike swinging in with another Herald of Triumph here. This is coming in for 7. Dakota's got to decide if it's worth blocking or not. A lot of Prism's heralds here are going to present a lot of hard decisions for Dakota. So these Heralds of Triumph here, attack actions have -1 while defending it, and if it hits, it's going to go into his soul. Dakota really has to decide whether or not he wants to let Mike have more soul. Looking like Mike is sitting on 1 to 2 cards in soul here, depending on how he stacks them. So Dakota's got to decide how much can Mike do with the soul he's got, and is me letting him have 1 or 2 extra cards in it worth more to Mike than this extra bit of damage that I might be able to push on my turn?
Yeah, I think I know that a lot of Prism, this specific Prism is you spend a lot of cards in your soul. A lot. He doesn't have Genesis out, so it's not necessarily that he needs, that he's able to put one every turn. So he's going to rely on these heralds hitting to be put back in soul, and Dakota knows this.
Yep, and there's Dakota. Looking like he's going to cover this up completely here. Going to make sure it doesn't hit. Going to make sure Mike doesn't get anything in soul. We see a War Tune Herald coming in now. So War Tune Herald, this one's coming in for 5. It's a blue one. But this one, again, on hit, goes to soul.
Yeah, and we didn't really talk about Prism's, I guess, new, I put quotes around it because it's been out for a little while now, new weapon. So it used to be, she used to have a terrible weapon. It was really hard to play. This new weapon, as long as you have a yellow and pitch, your herald, your first herald gets go again, and your first angel gets go again. So you can really only string 3 attacks together, I think.
Yeah, that's a fair assumption here. Looking at Mike's board state, it looks like he did pitch a Arclight Sentinel. So we are seeing he's potentially setting up for a late game. It seems like a tall task to lock Akatsu, but he's been having one heck of a game so far. So it is very possible that he might pull it off.
Yeah, and we did see the Figment pitch early in game, which is the rebirth. Basically, that's the angel that you need for that combo. But he can get other light cards back, like one of his light cards in graveyard back to the top. So we 100% might see something with that later on in the
We
game. He did
see
pitch that very early, so once we see that, we know they're in second cycle.
we
Although
see
not
a
Mike.
We see a Warmonger's Diplomacy deployed here. This is going to present Mike with some hard questions. He's got to decide between attack and non-attack actions. Um, Mike might just go face.
But instants, right? Instants do not count towards this. Reactions don't count towards this. It's just actions. You have to choose either attack actions, weapons. There's two different modes.
Hmm.
Basically either face or you're gonna play a lot of different action
Yeah,
cards.
and honestly, Dakota might even be floundering here. He might have just played that card because it was the last card in his hand that he didn't block with. He's got to stop Prism's roll somehow here, but he's getting absolutely blasted. We see a judge call. That is the arm of Head Judge Dylan appearing on stream. If you're keeping track at home, folks, that's 1. We'll keep a Head Judge Dylan counter going.
Yeah, head Judge Dylan's gonna be very very busy today. I think we got a few more in, so eventually we might be able to count. What? How? Hold on, let me count. How many people we have? One moment.
So while Kittens is counting here, just a few facts about our players here. A little big way to, or a better way to get to know them. So we've got Dakota here. He's playing Katsu. He's his favorite hero. He started playing around Tales of Aria time, and he once beat Head Judge Dylan 40-0, which is a flawless in Fab. That's pretty spicy. Looks like that got resolved fairly easily here. Dakota passes the turn, draws up. And we'll see what Mike can do under this Warmongers.
Yeah, it looks like we have 27 total players, which, if no one's been to Lake City, Michigan, we are a tiny town. So getting 27 players to come to such a big event is awesome. We have a lot of people that came from out of town. If you are ever in the area, make sure you stop at Gamers Gambit. We'd love to have you.
And there we go. That's another piece of the combo there. That Figment of Rebirth has been pitched again. So Mike has hit his second cycle. That'll happen when you're drawing a billion cards. So he pitches that Figment one more time, and we see another Herald coming in for 7. Dakota just blocking with the Warmongers and calling it good. Mike not able to activate his weapon here, so he's only able to swing once.
Yeah, 100%. Oh yeah, that is interesting. Not being able to activate the weapon. I didn't think about that.
It's a pretty
Uh,
heads-up play by Dakota.
yeah, absolutely.
But we do see an instant come down, and we see another Figment rolled out. So we're gonna start seeing some angels showing up on board here soon.
Spicy take, but I do think Fab introducing tokens 100% has changed the game.
Yeah, love it or hate it, it is introducing allies specifically, like the angels, dragons, sand warriors, things like that. Has extremely changed the game. We are now a board-based game, and we see a Tome of Divinity fired off by Mike here, drawing 3 cards. We'll see if he can set up another Figment or potentially another Aura, maybe a Genesis or something like that.
Not sure if anyone at home has been counting, but I do believe it's either the second or third tome. I think it is the third tome that we've seen.
I think it's the second tome played, though, importantly.
Yeah,
We
that's
see
true.
Mike is going to pitch and vanish. Looks like he's going to deploy some angels here with all those extra cards that he drew. He still has 2 cards in his hand, and he's running 4 deep in his pitch deck.
Which is insanity. We really only see that many in pitch deck from heroes like Kano.
Yeah, that is, and that's an interesting comparison here. This isn't a combo deck by any means. We're not looking for these explosive damage turns that Kano can provide, but these explosive bouts of card draw instead. Both very explosive heroes. And I think it's a fair comparison. I'd say it's a fair comparison to call this a Kano-esque deck. I wouldn't call it a Kano deck, but a Kano-esque deck.
Exactly, yeah, and you're right. It's not necessarily you're waiting for your one turn 56 damage combo like Kano can be sometimes. This is very much you're setting up your board state, which is illusionist in general, right? You're always trying to set up that board state. But it is like a lot of times when they draw all those cards, they do what feels like 6 different things, right?
We see a War Tune Herald coming in here. Gonna let Head Judge Dylan know to maybe remind our players about using dice. But that was, I believe, a blue War Tune coming in. Dakota opting not to block, but Mike tutoring out another Figment. We're going to see 3 Figments, or 2 Figments, 1 Angel on the battlefield here.
That deck's starting to look a little, maybe not as light as I thought, but oh yeah, not nearly as light as I thought. I thought that cut was a lot smaller, but no, definitely not. Prism's got a lot of cards left.
Yep, so we see a Figment of Triumph being played here. So we'll see an Angel of Triumph here coming up on the next few turns. But for now, attack action cards Dakota blocks with would get -1 this turn. That's not going to matter. Dakota's not really running poppers. We see Dakota just coming in with a Whelming Gust Wave here. Breaks his boots though, so you gotta wonder, does he have the bonds to follow this up? Mike lets it hit. Dakota deciding what to banish to Katsu's ability here. So interesting call by Mike. You gotta think about how much damage he's potentially presenting here, because you just let Katsu tutor for free, essentially.
Yeah, and that does put damage on your Angel. I don't want to say damage, but it does take off ward, correct?
Yeah, it could take off ward. We see Dakota pitching or binning his Lord of Wind here, and he's going to go ahead and grab a combo piece. We see Dakota banishing another Whelming Gust Wave.
Okay, so you got another Whelming Gust Wave. That'll be coming in. It looks like a red one, so that'll be coming in for 3, I think. There's not a Surging before, but there is a card with combo. So he's shuffling up.
If I had to predict here, we're going to see Dakota go ahead, play a Bonds to follow up this Whelming Gust Wave. He's going to go ahead and grab a 100 Winds to extend his chain. He's going to play his other Whelming Gust Wave because it will have go again here. He's going to play Bonds from Arsenal. He's going to go 2 Bonds deep. There we go. We see a Bonds. We see Dakota's going to banish here. Am I a fool of a goose, or do I know a little bit about Ninja? Oh, we see banishes another Bonds. I know a little bit, but not quite enough about Ninja here. So Dakota banishing a Bonds. He's going to grab another Bonds. So we're going to see Whelming, Bonds, Whelming, Bonds, and then potentially another thing. So we're going to see 2 Bonds deep on this turn. That's huge. That's great for Dakota. It's going to push a lot of damage. Unfortunately, he has 3 things to clear off the board if he wants to be really in the driver's seat, and he's at 5 life.
Well, I don't believe those figments are clearable, because 2 of them are figments right now. You can clear the angel, but I don't believe you can attack the figments.
Yeah, that's true. What I meant is that just Mike has that value sitting on the table there, so he's always going to have something to do on his turn.
Yeah, 100%. That's true. 100%. Yep, you're right. We see the whelming. This does have go again. This does have draw a card on it. Is that correct or
No,
no?
this
It's
isn't
just go
following
again.
a Surging Strike, so it's just got go again. But we do see Ancestral Empowerment here drawing Dakota a card and pushing an extra bit of damage here, bringing Mike down to 14.
So I was wrong about why, but still drew the card, and then we see the another Bonds. I think we're going to see he gets to banish.
We'll see if he wants to just push straight damage. It depends a lot on the card in his hand. If he wants to just push straight damage, he would get a Fluster Fist. Looks like he banished a Winds of Eternity here, so card in hand, potentially a 100 Winds. So he banishes that Winds of Eternity. He's going to go grab another Winds of Eternity.
Which while we're watching Dakota look through his deck, on the other side we see Mike. He is playing Prism right now, but he was a Dromai player until she LL'd.
That's very unsurprising to me, given his proclivities towards this Herald heavy, Angel heavy strategy here, summoning allies. This is very reminds me of Dromai. It's not the same thing, but it reminds me of Dromai, and I believe he was talking about that last night.
You were correct. You know Dakota's deck. 100 wins coming in for 3.
Yeah, so we see 100 wins coming in for 3 here. Mike opting to take 3, and now we'll see a Winds of Eternity coming in for 4, threatening to shuffle that 100 wins back into his deck if Mike takes the damage.
Which, why that's good in Katsu is it allows him to keep threats in his deck, right? Because a lot of the times, at least in the old days, as I call it, when I was playing Dory, what you kind of did is you blocked Katsu out until he ran out of threats. That's a lot harder to do now.
Yep, so that 100 wins is always going to be live for Dakota to go grab off of the Katsu ability there, and it has free go again attached to it. So it's going to be 3 go again, which just extends his chains here, and he wants to go wide against Mike. He wants to start pressuring cards, especially because Mike's at 3 life right now. This is becoming a very close game. I know we talked up Mike's deck quite a bit. It's very exciting. It's very explosive. But Dakota playing a very stern, very good game here, bringing Mike down to 3. But we do see Mike coming in with another Herald of Triumph. This is coming for 7 with go again.
Which I wonder if Dakota's running any poppers. It's definitely possible. I do know some of these decks run CNC, which for anyone at home that doesn't quite know what a popper is, these attacks have something called Phantasm, which when they're blocked with an attack that is for 6 or more, they just the chain ends. They lose their action point unless they do some shenanigans, which is possible.
If you're Mike here, not to interrupt you, but if you're Mike here, you love to see this. Dakota blocking with 3 cards here. He's denying some soul as best he can. That essentially what that says to me is Dakota didn't think he had a combo hand there, so he's just going to block it out. Now, granted, he had to block some of it, no matter what. Otherwise, Mike's presenting lethal. But Dakota had to block some of it. We might see him give up his tunic here. Opting instead to take 4, go down to 1.
Which Prism does have arcane damage in the form of some of our figments, or some of figments, and sometimes
you gotta wonder if Mike here is gonna try and grab like a merciful. if Mike has a way to play like a Merciful Retribution or something like that, going to deal arcane damage to Dakota. I think there's a little bit of a life total discrepancy here. I think Dakota did take 4 damage there, so he should be at 1 life. The players just haven't updated their thing. We'll see how
We
it
do
goes.
see the Figment of Rebirth. This is the one that can get I believe it's a yellow card from graveyard back onto top of deck. A lot of times, this is you can get a yellow card, put it back on top of deck, and you will probably draw it as Prism.
And Mike here looks, oh, he pitches an Arclight Sentinel. Didn't have the ability to turn on the lock here, but Dakota had to block out and pass his turn. We do see a Command and Conquer, and Dakota's looking to pop that Herald as best he can. Mike has Phantasmal Footsteps, though. Mike could give this, get an extra action point here if he chooses. Otherwise, he's stranded with 3 cards.
Yeah, but that does require resources. Phantasmal Footsteps is not free, and this Prism can be kind of expensive, right? So using those extra resources sometimes feels bad.
Yep, that's exactly right here. Mike's got a resource-heavy deck on his hands, and he's playing a lot of yellows. So he's walking a fine line of being able to pay for his big turns. And Dakota doing things like that, forcing him to use his boots and spend resources, is stopping Mike from doing potentially 7 points of damage if he can't snap off another Herald, for example.
It does look like he did pay for the boots.
Yeah, and we're going to see another Herald of Triumph come in here. This one is a red one. It's coming in for 7. Dakota's going to have to give up quite a bit of his hand. Oh, we see an Art of War here, and is this a defensive Art of War? So we see a banish, an attack action, draw 2 cards, and he's going to give his attack actions +1/+1, which means this will block for 4. And we see a Flick Flack there covering this up completely. Unfortunately for Dakota, he had to spend that Tunic resource on a defensive Art of War. You never want to see that as a Ninja player.
I don't think you want to see that as a Levia player or really any defensive Art of War. You are not happy to see, because that pretty much that smells like blood in the water, you know?
Yep, Dakota having to just Arsenal and pass on his turn. He's not pressuring Mike enough right now, and Mike's got all the resources in the world to turn on these Angels, attack with Heralds, and just keep stripping cards out of Dakota's hand. We're seeing a little bit of a death spiral from Dakota here.
Which, as Dakota, you're not necessarily. Oh, he found that other CNC.
There
this
we
is
go.
a popper again.
I'm going to force Mike to pay here. He's not going to get the most out of his hand that he can. Dakota might be able to escape with a blue and just go Kadachi and push a little bit more damage.
There's
that
merciful
Retribution. Dakota, no arcane barrier here. Anytime that he blows up something with Phantasm, he's going to take some arcane damage.
That is an instant. So really, I do believe that might be game, depending on the interaction and timing of that. We might see a judge call here, unless Dakota knows for sure that is how that interaction works.
Yeah, so that was played as an instant. It's going to resolve before the popping actually occurs, to my knowledge, as a casual Prism player. We'll see. Yep, and that's game right there. That last bit of arcane damage. Ignore the iPad. The players didn't update it. But yeah, that last bit of arcane damage right there will seal the deal for Mike. Mike goes on 1-0 in our classic constructed Proquest here at Gamers Gambit in Lake City, Michigan. So I'm going to flip us back to us. Those on stream, let us know. Can you see the rest of us right now? If you tell me you can only see the top of my head, I know you're lying, because I can see myself in the screen.
Very true.
We have that. We might see if Mike wants to come for a quick interview. One of us will give up our headset to let Mike go. But you got myself, Goose, on the mic here. You got Kittens to my left. We're here for a long time today. We've got 27 players at this tournament. We're gonna see 5 rounds of Swiss and cut to top 8s here. So we're gonna be we're together for the long haul.
Yeah, and we do have some victors and probably some more defensive decks, so they probably will go the full 55 minutes today. So strap in. We will make it as entertaining as possible, so enjoy your time. Again, we are in Lake City, Michigan, Gamers Gambit. We are doing our Proquest today, and yeah, very exciting.
I'm gonna have I think I'm gonna have Kittens send us over to the be right back screen, and I'll go grab Mike and see if he wants to sit in on an interview.
I'll talk to the stream. We don't have to go to a Be Right Back stream. Uh, Today we also do have like sort of a costume thing going on. I'm dressed as Dory, specifically from Glistening Steelblade. Our head judge today is wearing some Jedi robes, so if you're hanging out, thanks Jess for sure. You can see my sword in the background. Sorry about that. We're a little tight on space because again, 27 players. That's crazy. The game shop is still open, so if you're interested, I think Yu-Gi-Oh started earlier, and you can head to Gamers Gambit LLC on Facebook to see what else is happening today, tomorrow. For Fab, we have Classic Constructed on Fridays at 6:30. You might see usually either me or Goose commentating, and yeah, and then Sundays is our Blitz event at 1. So yeah, make sure you follow us on Facebook. We also have a link to the Discord there as well. We have a whole bunch of Fab talk, but also there's Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, a little bit of Magic. We always love to have new people. So if you don't play Flesh and Blood, make sure to come on Sundays at 1. We'd love to have you. Yeah, yeah. I think I think Goose is trying to fight him Mike, see how he's feeling about his deck, do a little bit of an interview. Those are really fun. Um, we talked, me and Mike talked a little bit yesterday. We cast on Friday, so all right. No Mike. Oh, okay. Let me switch out. Okay.
So is it just? Oh, so just hold it and then talk. And
Yeah,
then
you
play
just
those?
press the button and it'll unmute for you. So yeah, I've got this guy wasn't on stream. This is not Mike, folks, but this is Josh. He came all the way from Midland, Michigan today to come up here and participate in the ProQuest. He's on Victor, and he just won. He's 1-0 off of table one. So how'd your match go? We didn't get to flip to it. You guys finished before our feature match. You were on the backup stream. You want to give me a breakdown of how that went?
Yeah. Okay, there we go. I didn't know if that was the. Anyway, okay, so the matchup. Yep, it was me and Victor versus Cooper on Azalea. It's actually kind of even for the most part because Victor decks aren't usually running D reacts, and that's usually something that's usually pretty good against Azalea. So it's pretty easy to get that dominate to go off. Even if she goes first turn 0, she can really like take a big chunk out of you, whether it be right in the ledger or anything, or like a drill shot, make you use your armor early. But yeah, the matchup actually went quite favorably for me. Within like the first 20 cards, I saw all 3 tests of strength. I saw all 3 golden suns. I did a pummel disable for the finish. It was really hard for him to get a hold of the game due to how pretty much every turn I was pretty much just presenting a large amount of damage or disruption that he had to stop. So it was difficult to keep all those cards, and considering half of Azalea's deck are those 2 blocks, it really demands a lot for her to keep that hand. It's really hard to come back, especially if you get like a choke slam coming at you, because that kind of ruins your entire plan if it gets through, or disable gets rid of your arsenal. So it's pretty tough. But yeah, overall, it was pretty good for me that game.
Yeah, it sounds like you were running pretty hot. Are there any heroes at the tournament today that you're a little bit concerned about? Anybody you want to dodge, or if you want, what heroes do you want to go up against?
All right. Well, the list of dodge is pretty simple. I mean, I saw there was only one Kano. That matchup you pretty much just forego. It doesn't really matter. Even if you bring AB3 Oasis Sigil, they can just stack in a way where no amount of AB or Oasis can get you through that. That's basically a skill check for the opponent. So you can do that to beat Kanos that are less experienced in stacking for the Blazing Aethers and the wildfire and the wildfires, and KO is a pretty big one too because he almost turns your text box off because it's super difficult to actually win any clashes against him. The best case scenario is actually just tying the clashes against him because you don't want to give him those gold tokens to filter his hand, or if you're someone that runs a Clash of Vigors or Clash of Mights, you don't want to block with those because that kind of has a negative block value for the Clash of Might anyway, because that'll give him the Might token and make him deal 1 extra damage on his next turn. And KO and plus Victor isn't heavy on disruption. Like I mentioned the stuff about Azalea earlier, but for the most part, KO Brutes in general have pretty much an armor suite that almost matches that of Guardians. And a lot of the stuff KO does, he doesn't really care what you're doing. Like he's got his pretty much the best thing you can do is like a pummeled spinal or something like that and make him do something. Even Chokeslams is not that good because if he plays like a Cast Bones and you do a Chokeslam, he can just swing with his claw for 9 or 10 depending on if you made a might last turn or not. And lastly, if I were to want to dodge another matchup, Prism is kind of scary.
Yeah, we just saw Prism go off on the main stream there. 7 cards drawn on turn 0. It was heinous. It was explosive. The Prisms are here, and nobody can make fun of her weapon anymore. She is very strong.
OG Luminar is too strong. The somewhat new Luminars, the next one that came out, too weak, and this one is kind of fits that balance perfectly, where she can still play those multiple heralds a turn while not being able to swing a million Kodachis like the old Prism could. And the Angels having go again is really good too. The scariest part about Prism is that ALS loop, because sometimes they can go off with the tomes and end up playing.
They can get the loop as early as turn 2. I've seen.
Yeah, I just run time skippers and hope that's good enough. And sometimes it's not because they can even get a run time skippers because they can play. They have the rebirth that gets the ALS back. They have the Soraya, which they can pitch and draw up more cards. They have the I don't know what the it's like the Angel of War or something, the one that gives every other angel +1 if you banish a card. So they can keep you attacking the ALS while they keep buffing up the angels with that
and
one angel and keep swinging out at you.
Yep. And those heralds are nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, if you're not a guardian, you're very scared.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much for being on stream. Hopefully, we'll catch one of your games there. Josh did win at table 1, so I believe he'll be on the backup stream again. We're picking random tables to be our primary streams. But good luck with the rest of your tournament.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
So that does it for our interview with Josh there. Winning at table 1, he's 1-0. We'll try and get Kittens to come back to the table here, but for now you're stuck with me. It's about 5 or 6 minutes left in the round here, folks. So we probably won't cut to a return stream or coming back soon stream. But yeah, very explosive, very entertaining round 1s. A lot of games going close to time. A lot of games finishing with just like wild life point swings from looking out across the tables. Everybody seems to be having a lot of fun, a lot of very engaging gameplay going on here. So as we go, if you feel like cheering anybody on in chat, be sure to be loud, be rowdy. We'll try and talk. It looks like we've got 6 people watching us here. Feel free to chime in. As a reminder, this is Comp REL, so we're playing with some stakes today, folks. We're playing for some sweet prizing that Gamers Gambit has provided, and we're playing for potential invites to the Proquest or the Pro Tour and things like that. So I'm gonna motion for Kittens to join us back up, and we'll get her thoughts on the floor. So you were just out on the floor. Did you see anything spicy, anything cool going down, anything to report?
No, I was just talking to friends if we're gonna be real, but
Oh,
because we're all friends here, right? A lot of us talk to people I haven't talked to because a lot of people that are fairly far away. Michigan is one of those cities where you have to drive fairly far to get anywhere. So people from like Grand Rapids and places like that we don't see every time. I do try and talk to them and have fun. But I did talk to Mike. And Mike was very surprised at Dakota's Katsu list. He wasn't quite prepared for the flick blacks and the more defensive Katsu.
yeah. So Dakota playing something very similar to putting Tam's list that we saw take off and do so well with. It's more of a mid. It's not mid-rangey. It's still trying to push 3 bonds in a turn. It's still trying to do the super high rolls that Katsu can do, but it is comfortable blocking. It is prone a little bit to some Katsu hands, so it doesn't feel too bad about blocking out completely.
Yeah, I was talking to Dakota as well because we are friends, and he was saying that you're more likely to win the Prism match by denying heralds more so than trying to race because that the Prism just being able to draw cards and put so much in soul is extremely valuable.
Yep, and that's what we were kind of talking about as far as game plan goes. You gotta deny soul as best you can, and you gotta be able uh, to turn off Prism's crazy abilities. We have Nick here bringing in a little bit of a guest caster in Darth Vader. It is May 4th here. That's gonna be intimidating, hanging out over my shoulder this entire time. Uh,
Yeah, it is
that
May
is
the 4th.
that is our comp REL enforcement right there. If you mess up, you got him to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. So we have a Jedi, a Dory, we have a Stormtrooper. Do we have a Boba Fett? And we have a Vader. So having fun here today,
Yeah,
even
I
though
think
it's competitive.
we even saw like a rebel fighter pilot costume going on as well. People are having a lot of fun with their Star Wars theming today, and might even be able to tune into the Gamers Gambit's Facebook page. Maybe they'll take a group photo of everybody dressed up in costume together. That might be a fun one. We'll see. I don't want to make promises I can't keep. I don't run the page, but if you want to see that, bother Greg about it.
Yeah, and that's Gamers Gambit LLC on Facebook. Same name. I think Gamers Gambit LLC was also on YouTube. Facebook is where you're gonna find like schedule and Discord link. You'll see different like sales and flyers and stuff. So if you are interested in Gamers Gambit, make sure you stop by the Facebook page.
All right, so time in the round has happened. We're getting ready to pair round two here. We're getting our last match reports in. Uh, Head Judge Dilla doing a great job of running the tournament so far. We will see their second round paired, and as soon as we know who's on what deck, we'll go ahead and get everybody going. I might step away. I might go hang out in the stream room real fast and just remind everybody to use their dice and tell me what heroes they're on and things like that. Be right back,
All
folks.
right, so Goose is gonna go do some recon to see what's going on today. Uh, yeah, just a reminder, right? This is competitive REL, so we are watching fairly closely. We do have a level 1 head judge, but that doesn't mean we can't have fun. I did just hear they are pairing round 2, so we'll be able to figure out who's in the stream room. It's not necessarily table 1. It's whatever the table that the tournament organizer thinks will be fun. And with such a high diversity of heroes, I think we'll see a lot of different heroes in the stream today, which makes me very happy. We might even see a Dory or two, hopefully. I might know a little bit. If a Kasai comes out, I'll be able to commentate that as well. I am a warrior stan for sure. If you're in the chat and would like to send a message, feel free. I see that Jess is in. Hi, Jess. Yeah, feel free to ask questions. I do have some Dory drip today. Wanted to join the costumes for today. Everyone's finding their way to their tables. Looks like everyone's very excited to be here today, which we love. So we're gonna pair round 2, and Deuce is back from recon. All right, let's see what he has. What he has for us.
All right, here's the scoop. We've got Bastion and James squaring off in the stream room. We saw Bastion step away for just a second, so we're gonna pull up some things. We're gonna talk about fun facts here and find their deck information, and we will be able to give you guys a good rowdy next game here. All right, folks, it's looking like we're going to see another Katsu, and we'll see if Bastion turned in a form or not. Very bottom, the very last one we look at. Of course. So awesome. Head Judge Dylan coming through. For those of you keeping score, that is 2 on the Head Judge Dylan counter.
It is by Hero.
So yeah, we're gonna have Bastion on Riptide, and we're gonna have James on Katsu here in a second. We've got a little bit of a pause here for Bastion and James on a bio break, but we'll be into the match shortly. So James is on Katsu. We've got that one, and we need Bastion on Riptide. All right, we've got deck list, folks. We'll be able to talk these things through. So looking at decks here, we've got a fairly aggressive looking Katsu list here. Very looking pretty similar to what we saw from Dakota's list, and then we've got a Riptide, and this will be very, very interesting. Riptide, not a hero we see on stream very often.
No, not really. There's also a few different Riptides. Riptide's ability, sometimes we see like more of the trap type, right, where they play a lot of traps, do a lot of ping damage. But there's also a more aggro Riptide that is just about playing cards, putting card in arsenal, playing a card from hand, and then just keeping that combo. Let's look at the list, and we might be able to see what type today.
So yeah, looking at this Riptide list, looking like a very trap heavy deck here. So this is going to be a value centric Riptide, and this is going to do some work against the Katsu. It looks like Bastion's back in, so we'll be able to flip over to gameplay here soon. We'll go ahead and flip us over to the gameplay. And here we go, folks. So yep, we got Bastion on top playing with the Riptide mat, and we've got James down low playing with the Katsu sleeves on the Kasai mat there. Players should be starting their timer now, and we'll be good to go.
Sometimes we're looking to, we try to help as much as possible here. Here in the commentary room. We may have a direct line to the judge, so we'll try to do as much as possible here to remind players, to use dice to start everything. Oh, it looks like they're trying to start it. Just click the blue start button. There we go. They did it themselves.
Round timer is going.
Yeah, good. Good players. So we're gonna see that trap tide, right? Versus this Katsu. Do you think Katsu can go over the very defensive trap tide?
It depends on how wide Katsu can go here. If Riptide can turn off Katsu's go again, that's a huge issue. But if Katsu can go wide, run him out of traps, run him low on traps, he might be able to push over. The other option is he plays a very Kodachi-centric, value-centric thing, where he's not boosting his attacks very much. He's looking to come in for just vanilla damage, but grind Riptide out. I know as a Guardian, that's your approach into Riptide decks. You kind of almost have to not play the game, but that might be what we wind up having to see from the Katsu here.
In Warrior 2, you at one point with Dawnblade, you just swung for 3 constantly as fast as possible because you couldn't give that weapon go again because Trap Tide was so difficult. Once Decimator Axe came out, that was a lot better because like Guardian, you had that higher damage weapon that really helped.
Yeah, so that's in contrast though with the Kodachis, right? You're coming for 1 with Go Again, and the Go Again turns on a Riptide trap. So things like that it might be a difficult matchup for Katsu. I haven't seen a ton of Riptide v Katsu in action, so this might be a learning experience for all of us. But this is set to be a grindier game if I had to bet.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll go to time, but I bet it'll definitely be a longer game. Kind of like the last one, actually. The last one was actually more of a grindier game, I think, than we could expect normally from Akatsu. But a lot of these players are taking their time, which they should be, right?
Hmm.
100% should be taking their time.
Yeah, and if any hero can do both, it's Katsu. Katsu can grind with cards like Flick Flack and things like that. Katsu is able to really grind. It harkens kind of back to the old days of Spaghetti Tornado Katsu. I know, real deck name, where it blocks out and then it wants to string together its combos. As it goes later on in the game, and cards like Flick Flack help him get there. Now, looking at the list here, we do see there are some Flick Flacks in. We do see some poppers. Oh, we see like cards like Oasis and Reinforce the Line as well. So this Katsu can grind.
Did you see the erase face? That's super interesting.
Yeah, you gotta wonder maybe that's a popper intended for like a prism or something like that, or maybe this is some sort of value-centered Katsu brew, not necessarily trying to push as hard on the bonds, maybe potentially even going for like Mugenshi lines or things like that. We do see a classic Mugenshi line present in most modern Katsu lists. I don't want to give too much away about the deck, but we do have the sheet in front of us.
Yeah, 100%. That's fair. Um, looking equipment suite, pretty similar. We're seeing the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. Hopefully, this Katsu will be able to use it this time to be able to get that super long turn versus using it just to block. Um, is this a dread boar we're seeing, or is this? It looks like a dread boar to
Yeah,
me,
that is
right?
a Dreadbore, and that is intended to get around things like Flick Flacks and other defense reactions that Katsus can be known for. So we see Riptide cracking off first, activating Dreadbore here, looking to put something into his arsenal and get this going. Looking at equipment here, we see for the Riptide, we see a New Horizons, a we see a Brave Forge Bracers. We see a Trench of Sunken Treasure, and we see a Perch Grapplers here.
Uh, Bullseye bracers, but
Bullseye Bracers, Brave Forge. I got Warrior on the brain. I love Warriors.
it doesn't help. I'm warrioring it out today.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to get your bracers correct when you're sitting next to Doranthea.
Absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, we love to see Bullseye Bracers back after Lexi just kind of killed him for a little
Some of
bit.
us love to see it. Some
I
of
think
us.
I think Riptide and Azalea 100% could really use them. We do see also,
So
so it looks like
Riptide
we're
should be starting at less life here than 40. The players are keeping track of that on their own, but we'll keep track on the iPad as well. So we see a Surging Strike coming in here from Katsu for 5. This will have Go Again, and that will turn on one of Riptide's traps potentially.
Yeah, I know for different decks, either playing New Horizons or we sometimes see different headpieces as well. I really enjoy the New Horizons here because of Riptide's ability, where when he plays a card from hand, he's actually able to put a card in arsenal, and being able to have those two arsenals is fantastic.
Yep, so important for people to know at home that Riptide should be at 38 life, not 40 life. I potentially I'll get a hold of the judge here, but we see Katsu taking one off of this trap here. This is oh, these traps are so grossly named. We see anytime that Riptide activates a trap and it goes off, for lack of a better term, it'll deal 1 damage to Katsu here. Now that looks like a pit trap, and we see a Sink Below or a Fate Foreseen coming in as well, covering up the Surging Strike completely, turning off Katsu's ability to go ahead and tutor from his deck. He wants to turn that off early, so you can't get the you can't go ahead and grab like a whelming or a descendant here, and that's a common thing we're seeing a little bit of left or right to left play here on the combat chain. Very interesting. So they're playing a little bit backwards, folks. We'll do our best to commentate alongside of it, but we do see a natural descendant gust wave here coming in for 5. This will also have go again.
So I wonder where you're at in the what would you block? Do you block the surging or do you block the card that comes after it, either Descendant Gust Wave or Whelming Gust Wave or one of those payoff cards?
So it's contentious, right? It's very contentious. As the I play a lot of ninja, so as the Katsu player, I want you to block out the Surging Strike because you run 12 to 15 hits in your deck. We see an inertia trap coming in here, giving Katsu an inertia, and Riptide just covering up this Descendant as well. But going back to the surging thing, you run so many hits in your deck. The odds of you having two like naturally in your hand are very high. I think people overrate Katsu's ability to search out a whelming cure because you run so many of them.
Oh no, and actually, I'm with you 100%. I do believe that this is a double strike coming in as well.
Yes, Double Strike, one of my favorite Katsu cards of all times. This says, hey, you have to block this, and if you make this poor block, it's going to come in again, and I'm going to get my Katsu trigger on at least one of these.
Yeah, it's also I think really really good in with Mask Momentum.
Yeah.
100%. This is like almost
So
needed.
we see Link's Mask being played here, but just the value off of threatening to hit and activate Katsu's ability on a Double Strike is just so good, and it's good against a variety of heroes. You want to go wide as much as you can, and threatening Katsu's ability is really strong. I know we said that they overrate Katsu's ability, but cards like Double Strike, you have to block out, otherwise they're just going to get it. And that's another reason why I'm super happy to see people block my Surgings, is if I'm running Double Strike, all right, you got to give me 2 more cards.
Yeah, and you'll see that Katsu wasn't able to Arsenal here because Katsu really likes to Arsenal to get those large, almost overwhelming hands. The inertia stopped that, so I'm sure. So the Katsu just ended up playing as many cards as possible. But I bet we would have seen one of those, maybe the double strike Arsenal for a later turn to get some of those long combat chains.
Yeah, for sure. And the long combat chain's less important in Katsu than it is in Fi, especially if you're not running Mom and you're running the Link's Mask instead. But like I said, it just forces opponents to make terrible blocks because they don't want to. People overrate the Katsu tutor ability. And I say overrate, and don't take me wrong, folks. I don't mean that it's bad. I mean that people will stop at nothing to turn it off. It's the same thing as the reason why Mask of Momentum is my favorite piece of equipment in the game. People just make horrible decisions against it. You can't rely on them to make horrible decisions against it, but they do. We see this. We see a Falcon Wing coming in for 3, and we'll see an Enlightened Strike follow that up. This one's for 5. And we're gonna see a. Does he say go again? No, he draws a card. My apologies.
And that makes sense for Ranger. Yeah, you want to be able to Arsenal something at the end of your turn. And yeah, I think we're definitely seeing that happen. Unfortunately, with New Horizons, you can't Arsenal unless it's face up, right? Is that how that
Well,
works?
it just gives you 2 slots if you have a face-up card.
You're right. If you have a face up card, you get 2 slots. So unfortunately, this Arsenal is going to be face down, which
Unless
not
we see some
necessarily
Dreadbore shenanigans, we might see Riptide surprise us here. As you've probably caught on, Kittens and I, not super big Riptide gamers. We are not exactly known for our prowess in piloting Riptide, so you'll have to bear with us here as best you can. But Kittens was right. We do see an Arsenal here not making the most out of New Horizons. But Riptide, that's just an extra piece of fridge, too. That could be the only reason Riptide's running it.
That is true. That is true. But we've played against a lot of Lexi in our time, so we know Ranger a little bit. Goose here knows Ninja fairly well. I know Warrior a little bit of Brood as well. But we're trying to expand our horizons, make sure we're watching what's happening.
So we see that Arsenal here, and we got our Katsu figuring out they did donate some cards to the cause here to block out that Enlightened Strike. Interesting Interesting strategy, blocking out the Enlightened Strike here. That is just vanilla damage, but Riptide is going to grind you down with his traps as much as he can. So maybe we're looking at James here trying to preserve as much life as possible because he's just going to head straight into attacking the traps. See a little bit of a read here from Bastion on all the equipment. Just making sure that he's making good decisions. We are at Comp REL, so we are a little concerned about making sure that we're doing the best we can. Stuff is on the line. We're used to saying stakes have never been lower, but in this case, stakes are pretty high. So we see a Kodachi coming in. Bastion opting to take that. Take one, and we see Katsu just go ahead and arsenal. He isn't even able to give that Kodachi go again because he did pitch a one cost card. So we see a Kodachi and an Arsenal. And importantly, that turns off Riptide's traps. Kodachi for one with go again or with no go again isn't really hitting any of the traps. It's not really going to grind your life total down. So heads up play by their Katsu here. Maybe they could have done something different. Maybe they have a combo piece that's more like a center of the chain that they decided to Arsenal. We couldn't really tell what was in their hand.
Yeah, so I think we could go through some real good power cards that we're hoping to see in this Riptide deck. I think we're going to see Bolt and Shot. We're going to see Falcon Wing. We're going to see we're going to see a lot of the traps for sure. Because like we said, this is very defensive. Do you think we see a Codex?
Oh, almost certainly. I think Codex is just, it's so good value-wise for Rangers that it almost feels wrong to not play it. There's enough times where you can abuse it and make your opponent get nothing out of it. And also, Frailty Tokens turns off Kodachis, which is very useful. So we
Yeah.
see an arrow coming in for 5 here. It's covered up with a Fluster Fist. Katsu, it leaks a little bit of damage, and we see an endless arrow loaded up into Arsenal here. Now, this is the bread and butter of the ninja decks. These endless arrows makes you have to block.
Right, and so some Rangers do run instant Rain Razors, and so the question is, with Endless Arrow, do you block 4 or do you block 6?
We see a Codex of Frailty right there being snapped off. Katsu gets the Frailty there, so that answers your Codex question. Riptide gets a free Arsenal out of that. We see a Falcon Wing loaded and this Riptide's actually going a little bit wide. So this is a unique deck. It can grind really well with its traps, but then it can string together turns like this where you threaten 5, 8, 12 damage. That's pretty good off of 3 cards, so 3 links.
And you get the Ponder, so you will see an Arsenal from the Riptide here, probably. I wouldn't see why not.
Yeah, you're correct. You see the Arsenal there, and yeah, like you said, there's really no reason not to. Katsu had to donate a big chunk of their hand. They take off their tunic, and we'll see if they can even fire back in offense. We just see a red Fluster Fist coming in here, and this is essentially the Guardian Hammer plan. You don't want to boost your attacks. You don't want to give a ton of go again. Just black out and make it so those traps can't grind you down.
Yeah, it looks like that is covered up by a sink below. We'll see if we see a sink here. Basically, it's put a card from hand on the bottom and then draw. And so we'll see if we see that. Um, Still thinking about it, which is just fine. Let's see. What else do we see here? Again, we won't be seeing a Kadachi because of the frailty, which makes sense why you keep the red versus a 0 cost blue.
Yeah, and you turn off that Arsenal too. Katsu is reliant on hits, so if it's something like a double strike in his Arsenal or something like that, you just can't play that card that turn. It just comes in for nothing, and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, so 100%, and those flick flag. Oh, we do see a CNC here for 6. CNC is attacking the Arsenal. Command and Conquer. You cannot play D-Reacts against this card, and if it hits, you are losing your Arsenal. So depending on what is important, or if that card is important in your Arsenal, you're probably blocking 6, and that is what we see. Looks like it was a Bonds and possibly a Lord of Windblock deck.
Yeah, so James really he's guarding his Arsenal quite heavily here. He's doing the best he can to make sure that it doesn't get blown out here. And Riptide, happy to see that. Just Sure, I'll play the grind game. Riptide can grind. He's sitting high on life total, and that's the kind of gameplay we're going to see here today, folks. Katsu is going to be very cognizant of what's in his graveyard. Needs to know that for bonds turns and things like that. But if our Katsu can't keep a bunch of cards in his hand, then we're not going to see these super wide bonds turns.
That's true, but not. And we've mentioned before, Katsu's not exactly sad to see cards go in the graveyard because it does allow more tutoring possibilities. So maybe we'll see a bigger turn coming soon.
Yep, so we see a Kadachi coming in with Go again. This has the potential to turn on one of Riptide's traps if Bastion happens to have it in hand or in arsenal here. But looking at hand composition there, I see at least a sink below. Looking to be potentially he's going to be able to cover up quite a bit of damage here.
Yeah, I do question a Dreadbore a bit, and because we know the Decklists, I think we know why almost a little bit. But some Agricastus don't really run D-Reacts at all.
Yeah, and you got to think maybe it's a meta pick. Maybe he's Bastion is planning on playing running into a bunch of guardians or something like that. Somebody trying to fatigue him out. There's potential there, or maybe he's just concluded that Riptide doesn't get the value out of the other two bows as much as he just Dreadbore comes up enough. And playing as many traps as you do, you're going to want to sideboard some of those outside, some other ones in as they're applicable. And we see a pitfall trap here coming in to block out that Kadachi there. And we see the Katsu go down another life. Riptide's grind game coming into play. So maybe he just didn't have sideboard slots for two bows. And so he just did the one that he's going to need in a pinch.
No, that's 100% true. I agree with you there. So
we see a Descendant Gust Wave coming in here. You got to think maybe that's a Bonds of Eternity in their in Bastion's arsenal here. This is gonna come in for 3 with Go again, and we will see a block here. That's a take cover, allowing Bastion to reload. So he might be able to play a trap out of arsenal.
So what that Descendant was what was in arsenal, correct? That was what was played
the
out.
Bonds was in arsenal.
The Bonds was in arsenal.
So
okay, that makes
Bonds
sense.
in arsenal. So we see this Bonds coming in for 4 with Go again, and I think the play is banish a Flusterfist, go grab another Flusterfist, try and push some damage, get ahead on the life total game against Riptide, so the traps hurt a little less.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised. We might see a block from Riptide here, but it is an expensive block. Coming in for 4, and that's what Katsu does best. Being able to come in for those breakpoints, force the blocks you don't necessarily want to make. So this is either card and equipment, and I don't see Trench being blocked with quite yet.
No, Trench is one of those pieces of equipment you can get a lot of value out of. Especially if somebody's playing into you, trying to grind, you can cycle your arsenal in and out and set up pitch stacks that way through Trench. So I don't think we'll see Trench blocked with until it's vital to block with it.
Which means this is, unless there's a D-React in hand or arsenal, this is probably a 2-card block.
Yep, and I think Riptide's pretty happy to block it with 2. I mean, it might be a 2-card block. It already got its effect, though. There's no on-hit effect here. So, in the realms of, fab basics, if you don't want to block vanilla damage unless you have a good reason to.
Yeah, I agree with you, 100%. That's why, again, on-hits are so good, because it forces your opponent to have to make that decision, right? He did have a sink below.
We see a sink below. Deployed here, they do choose to sink here, so you got to think maybe they had a non-aggressive hand, and so they were happy to block that damage and try and cycle into something they can do on their turn. We might just see another block here depending on what they got in the arsenal. They might just let the damage through.
That is true. That's a sink below, a trap, and is that an arrow on top? I think it is. Take cover, maybe?
That's a take cover. That's another defense reaction. It's not a trap, but allows you to reload. And we see a tripwire trap there.
That makes sense. That was a 4D react hand. It makes sense that you're going to block all of that out.
Yeah. Bastion was able to keep a card though, and we'll see. Do they just choose? They just arsenal it. So we'll see Katsu coming back with another 4-card grip here. Looking at Bastion's hand, from what we can see, did see a Ravenous Rabble in there, so there's potential. Maybe it gets sunk away. Otherwise, might see an attack fly out next turn. See a Kodachi coming in here from the Katsu. Playing very disciplined, not going for super crazy combos, just looking to leak damage here and there.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be blocked by a frailty trap. Getting the frailty, so that means the next Kodachi will probably not be swung because it's coming in
Yeah,
for
it's
0.
just coming
so.
in for nothing. Not getting the most out of that frailty trap because there's no arsenal to really goozle there, but in terms of just value, you just turned off both of Katsu's Kodachis. See a Whelming Gust Wave coming in here. Now this Whelming won't have go again unless we see a boots break here.
Yeah, it is interesting that that James is playing the whelming with 2 cards left in hand. We'll see what that means.
Now, if this were a year or two ago, I'd say, oh, maybe there's potentially a Razor or something like that. But I don't believe we're in the age where Razor Reflex is good anymore, and that makes me deeply sad.
I know you love that card. We do see it in some lists. I've seen Katsu's run it, and then I've died to it because I expect. Oh, we do see the boots break here.
Oh, so we see boots break, and now we gotta wonder how many bonds are we gonna string together? Place your bets.
I'm gonna guess 3.
I think on 2 cards, I think we're more likely to see 1. Or not 1, 2 rather. I think 2 seems to be a fair bet. We'll see. It'll depend on what Ikatsu's for here.
Discarding that ancestral empowerment. The ancestral empowerment is a reaction that gives the card +1 and allows to draw. Pointing out the links max, I wonder if we're going to see that as well.
We might see that proc now. You might save it. We see pitching that ancestral is an interesting play line, right? Because in theory, you could push 1 more point at damage and hope you draw into a 0 cost that you could pitch to Katsu's ability. We see James choosing not to take the gamble and making responsible plays here, being a little more conservative as its play style.
Yeah, makes sense. Seems like we're the players are discussing triggers here. Katsu, a lot of different triggers to keep track of. Boots, mask, Katsu himself triggers. So making sure to play slow, play clean, very, very important here, especially at a competitive REL.
Yeah, and so we see we've got a bonds ready to be deployed as soon as Bastion's ready. We've got 1 card in hand, so we might see like a bond, Whelming, bonds, Flusterfist. It depends on what's in Katsu's graveyard. Admittedly, I haven't been keeping amazing track of it, but we'll see. We're still debating whether or not to pop our Lynx Mask here as their Katsu. We'll have to see. It's a hard decision, right? Because that's 2 block. You might have a bigger turn to go for, and we do see the mask pop, so we are going to get an attack with 2 or less base power.
Yeah, what do you think the where you see a descendant come out?
So we're gonna see bonds, descendant gust wave, bonds, all sorts of
and whatever's left in hand.
Yeah, all sorts of crimes are about to be committed here.
Yeah, that'll be a long chain link, which is exactly what you want to see as Katsu. We do still have breaking scales up that hasn't been blocked with yet, so we'll see if that breaking scales is necessary. A lot of Riptide's traps only block for 3. So it's very possible that breaking scales does come into play here.
Yep, we got to be careful though when we use our breaking scales, because there are Riptide tracks that care about your base power and if whether or not you've plussed it or not. So we see a bonds coming in for 4 with go again, and we'll see another bonds. Oh, you might be right with the trip bonds turn. This might be time. We'll see.
I may have gotten triple bonds a few times. Unfortunately, our play group having a dedicated Katsu.
So we see a shuffle here. We got a Bonds. Got a Bonds in ready to be deployed. Still don't know what that last card is in hand, but we're gonna see this this Bonds more than likely get followed up by a Descendant Gust Wave, and we'll see what they wind up, what James winds up tutoring for off of that other Bonds.
Which, while we're talking about this Reptide being very defensive because they're playing a lot of traps, some of those arrows only block for 2. So sometimes like those blocks can be bad if you get stuck with either an arrow hand or maybe the arrows you don't necessarily want to block with. So we'll see what's happening here. Playing the Descendant Gust Wave for 2. Wonder if we'll see a block from hand here from the Riptide.
Coming for 2 with Go Again here. Not gonna have an effect on it other than the Go Again, but we will we'll see what potentially Bastion's seeing what potentially Katsu could go ahead and grab off of that Bonds. Looking in there, very possible could grab another Bonds as an option. It really just depends on what's in James's hand.
And this is why we see Katsu trying to really fill that graveyard, because when you can pull off these big combo turns, you need to banish a lot of cards from graveyard to be able to search your deck. So yeah, we're deciding what's going to happen here. I'm looking to see if he takes the 2.
Yep.
All our players are keeping track on paper. It's very important. Electronic can be easy to mess up. So
we see that trench activation there, and we'll see a block with our New Horizons here.
So that means you were right. The New Horizons seems to be very much a block card, which I can see it. Being able to block for 2, and then the Bonds coming in for 4 again, and we're gonna see
pushing a lot of damage. We'll see what James is gonna banish here. Like I said, really depends on that last card in his hand. If he wants to go for a really big turn, he needs to banish. He needs to banish something that will look to extend his chain links. If he wants to have a still effective turn but a more modest approach, he might just arsenal that last card in hand. So it'll really depend here.
That also turns off Codex of Frailty a little bit, so that you don't have to discard, right? You what did he go? What did he?
Got another Descendant Gust Wave. So we're gonna see potentially a triple Bonds turn here. This depends on the card in hand.
Yeah. What are we at? We're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 deep so far. Possibly gonna go 7 wide on the combat chain. Remember, this started with 4 cards. This is what Ninja does, right? We want to see those big combat chains that are just too wide to block everything.
Yeah, and this is a very strong showing of what exactly Katsu is able to do when they get rolling or when they draw kind of the perfect hand there, right? Because there wasn't a ton of setup that went on from James here, and this kind of goes back to my initial statement about blocking the Surging Strike. You have so many hits in your hand, in your deck, the odds of just drawing it naturally are decently high.
Yeah, and this is all without an Art of War. Now, can we imagine if all of these had +1 this turn, and he was able to draw more cards?
Are you ready for a crazy hot take? I don't think Art of War belongs in Katsu decks.
Wow, that is a hot take. I don't necessarily disagree with you in a few different ways. A lot of times, Katsu can play that grind game. Art of War is an instant, so it is a 0 block. It's also a yellow, which sometimes kind of gets clunky in your hand and costs 1 in a deck where you want to go so wide. So you are pitching one of your cards to do this.
I just think Bonds is good enough on its own. This is a Bonds turn, a prime example of it, where it's okay. So it cost you your boots, in your Link's Mask here, but you're going so wide and putting so much pressure on your opponent. And really, what you used Art of War for was big swing turns, at least in Fi. I think it's a ninja holdover from Fi personally.
Yeah, and this is all without a starter. Like he had to break boots because he didn't have the surging starter, and had to start with the whelming that didn't have go again, and this still was the turn that happened.
Yeah, so we're seeing a very strong showing out of Katsu here, putting a lot of pressure on. We've got Bastion in the tank, debating whether or not to black out this Descendant Gust Wave here. Uh, we'll see. We'll see what's going on. There's potential. Maybe they're waiting for a judge call. Or we see we were in the reaction step. Actually, we see an ancestral empowerment here, drawing a card and extending that chain even further.
So this goes also back to your trap point. Right now, this is over the base amount. So trap sometimes the uh,
Like a pendulum trap.
pendulum trap will trigger, but he still has the card in hand arsenal if he wants to, or he can extend if if needed.
Like I said, draw a card is one of the most powerful 3 words that you can say in this game, and that's just draw a card for free.
And giving +1. So yeah, very very good. I can see why it's been in the deck for so long. Um, looking
So
again.
yeah, we're thinking again. We gotta wonder if Riptide's got a trap hanging out that they might potentially want to block with here. Um, but while we're hanging out, it looks like 6 of you in chat. Thank you for joining us. For anybody new to chat, this is our Proquest here at Gamers Gambit in Lake City, Michigan. 27 people here today for this tournament. It's going to be quite a few rounds, 5 rounds, and with a cut to top 8, we'll be together for a good chunk of your day, folks. But thank you for tuning in. And we do see a pendulum trap being deployed, and this is exactly what we were talking about. So that's going to mill Katsu by 2 cards, and now Katsu is officially losing the deck out race. Now that kind of helps Katsu a little bit, gives him more fuel for his bonds, more fuel for he is running a full Lord of Winds combo here, so there is a chance that he mills into his Mugenshis and things like that. But we're seeing that trap deployed, and that's the danger you run running reactions into Riptide. Is his trap might not be going, but then you play an attack reaction, all of a sudden, okay, well now it's live.
Yeah, 100%. Katsu deciding here whether to arsenal or not. Yeah, looks like they're gonna arsenal. The frailty is gone. Doesn't mean it doesn't come back, but I will say against any ranger, having an arsenal is definitely a good thing. Being able to turn off some of those traps where it makes you discard, or the codexes that make you discard.
Yeah, sitting on an arsenal is just good in general. It gives you a 5th card to play, and against cards that are using Codex of Frailty, it gets around the having to discard a card aspect of that. We see Riptide just arsenal and pass here, and Katsu's going to fire back with a 5-card hand. This is where Katsu wants to be. Katsu wants to play 5-card hands. They want to go super wide. They want to do their bonds. Now, we might not see something as spectacular because we don't have the tutoring equipment anymore out of our Mask of Pouncing Links, and we don't have the go again. So we won't be seeing a triple bonds turn going forward, but we are going to see some pretty strong, pretty wide turns. And this Katsu list looks to be tuned to be able to just go wide on its own without doing a ton of searching.
So dying with Kadachi here is scary. I mean, it takes one of the traps to get take away go again to 100% mess you up. But I think you just have to go for it and have to make them have it.
Yep. So we see a surging strike here. We'll see how highly our Riptide prioritizes blocking this out. This will be coming in for 5 with go again. So it's representing it's 2 cards or a card and a piece of equipment to block out here. Let's see. Very pretty full art arrow being blocked there. We see 2 cards coming into block, and we see a frailty. a frailty trap being played, or is that? Yeah, it's a frailty trap being
Yeah, that's
played.
a frailty trap. I do believe that is for either 5 or 6. And then natural whelming. This
Hey,
is
this
this
is
is
what I'm
why. Yep.
talking about, folks. I know it's an unpopular opinion. I know the ninja chats in the purple Discord are gonna roast me. But I'm telling you, you run so many hits in your deck, right? That blocking the surging just doesn't compute in my brain. And as a Katsu, as somebody that's dabbled in Katsu, super happy every time you block a surging strike. I just want to let you know for folks playing at home.
And really, like, are you sad ever to see someone block 2 cards to your 1? I don't think so.
Yeah, it's just a value play, and this whelming, it's natural. It has go again, and it threatens to draw a card.
Oh yeah, like if you're I think if you are the Riptide here, I don't think you can take this. You have to block this. And we just saw 2 cards taken, right? So are you gonna block this and not have a turn next turn? Are you gonna give up? Uh, oh, he did. I think he took it.
He took it.
So that is the
Katsu's going
draw.
to draw a card here. You had to be careful as Riptide there, right? Because here's your lines, right? Play Sink Below from Arsenal, if that's there. Breaking Scales just goes over. The odds of Katsu drawing a card there are decently high, and so maybe if you're just like, I don't think you can kill me from this point, so draw your card, and I'll try and have a better turn next time.
I do believe that's a Magenshi. I think.
Katsu tutoring for a Mugenshi release. Now here we go. This is some old school Katsu here. Some of the new Fab players might not even know what this card does because it's fallen so far out of vogue for Katsu, but I love it. I love the original Lord of Winds line here. So we've got a Mugenshi going to come in. It'll tutor up a Lord of Winds on hit. And when we play Lord of Winds, we'll be able to cycle a bunch of cards from our graveyard back into our deck and pump that Lord of Winds up by a lot.
Love it. I don't know. Looks like we're having some technical issues with the app, but once they're okay, looks like they have fixed it. Seem pretty happy with where they're at. Look through graveyard, cut deck. We're back to where we're at. Deciding what to play next.
So we got Bastion taking a moment, look through the Katsu's graveyard. Now he's looking for pieces of the Magenshi line. Important to have Katsu or have those pieces in your graveyard so you can pay the extra resources on your Lord of Winds to get them back. And we do see a Magenshi coming in here, threatening an on hit. Riptide only has 3 cards available to block here. Katsu is holding up Breaking Scales, ready to up and over if he needs to.
For some of us non-ninja players here, what is the Magenshi? What is the Magenshi on hit?
So Magenshi Release is, like I said, it's a card that doesn't get brought up very much anymore in Katsu decks because most players just decided to play without it. But the way Magenshi works is if Whelming Gust Wave was the last attack on the chain, Magenshi gets +1 go again, and if it hits, search your deck for any number of cards named Lord of Wind. Reveal them, and unlike all of Katsu's other searching abilities, this puts them into your hand, so you have more resources available to you. So you can play one of your Lord of Winds, and then you can just pay resources into it to recycle cards back into your deck and pump the damage on Lord of Wind here. So we see, oh, this is dirty. We see 3 Lord of Winds get tutored out here. And we're about to see 6 resources paid into this Lord of Wind. Katsu has 2 cards remaining. One of those cards is probably going to get dumped into extra resources into the Lord of Wind as well. It is dependent on how many pieces of this combo chain the Katsu is blocked with already. There are significant cards in that graveyard though, so I do think we'll see quite a few cards get pitched into this.
Love to see it. Yeah, this is definitely the OG combo line, right?
This is the combo line for Katsu up until the Bonds line was released.
I do love to see it. I think this is yeah. It's not just old. I do love to see interesting combo lines. That's not just bonds, more bonds, more bonds. So Interesting deck here. Love to see the Magenchi. Love to see the Lord of Winds. And then
Looks like we're
Wendigo.
skipping some steps here. We're sorting the graveyard just so it's easier to just fish those out. It looks like 4 or 5 cards. So this Lord of Wind will be coming in from anywhere from 6 to 7 going.
Yeah, I'm with Zajima there. Yeah, I absolutely normally block it out as well. Sometimes it's hard though. Right now, the Riptide is on the back foot and trying to try and keep
All
have
right,
this
chat.
momentum.
Here we go. Let's see how big this Lord of Winds gets. We're gonna play the game. We're gonna double check our graveyard just to make sure we don't have any extra things in there to juice it up even more. Uh, you can't overpay. You have to pay per card you banish. So unfortunately, we're not going to see every card be used out of our Katsu's hand here. If we had breaking scales, this would get ugly.
Yeah, I agree. It's very, very powerful. Loved to see this line. So again, 26 Katsu, 13 Riptide. We're gonna see a cut of the deck here.
Yep, because we shuffled those cards back into our deck, so we got to shuffle it up. But we're about to see how big this got, and yeah, this is coming in for 6 at the end of the chain, and that'll take both cards out of the Riptide's hand.
Yeah, 100%. This is the Loss of the Frailty. Riptide does have a card in Arsenal, but I don't think we can see it played. We'll see, unless it's. I guess it could be a zero cost arrow, and it was.
Yep, we see a Falcon Wing here. It's a head jab. That's good. It comes in for 3 with go again. Riptide's not going to have a whole lot to do with the go again there, but he can represent 3 damage. We see a block with the breaking scales here. Now, this could be a bluff. This could just be signaling to that Riptide. All right, I'm going to use this next turn, so you better have your D-reacts ready, and you better have enough of them because I'm about to come at you with another combo line.
Yeah, it also could be I'm eventually going to need them at this point, and we're gonna keep we're gonna get as much value out of these as possible
Yeah.
because breaking scales can be used at any point.
Yeah, so we see a Kadachi coming in. It hits, and we'll see another one come through. Riptide just playing a little recklessly with their life, going down to 11 here. We see a double strike, and this is just classic Katsu. Pre This is Katsu pre-bonds that we're seeing right now. We saw a heinous bonds turn come out, but this is the Katsu that I grew up on, for lack of a better term. We're gonna see this is going to threaten to use the Katsu ability here to fix out your hand, get the best combo piece that you might need, or just like a fluster fist to end the chain with. If you want to push damage, we could see 100 wins or something like that. It looks like we are running a pretty sizable 100 wins line here, so you might see some of that come through. So double strike did hit. We're
yeah.
activating our Katsu ability here, and like I said, double strike just pushes just gross blocks. Where like your cards block for 3 in Fab, right? If you're ever blocking for 3 against 1 point of damage, that's terrible for you. You hate to see it.
Or even two, like yeah, you don't really want to block. Some cards block two. Some of your more aggressive attacks can block two. Like if you're playing Fi, you probably see a lot of your 2 blocks on your ninja cards, but still that's still over blocking.
We see a Descendant Gust Wave coming in here. This is what the Katsu tutored for. Don't forget, folks, and we're going to hope that the players don't forget too, that double strike can be played again this turn. So it might come in after a bonds or something like that. You got to assume that there's a bonds or something. We see a trap get played here. Katsu taking a point of life to the trap. I'll let you know which trap exactly it was. That was a tar pit trap here. So in a defensive attack with go again, the next time an attack action card hits this turn, the effects don't trigger. So on hits are turned off.
Bonds is not an on hit.
Yep. Bonds
So-
is not an on hit, so we're gonna get the bonds effect no matter what. That's just great for Katsu. That's an on hit you don't really care about if you're not playing with Mask of Momentum.
Exactly. I will say our our players on this stream are fairly new in terms of they haven't been playing, since I don't know, Monarch or anything. Fashion's been playing a couple years, and James has only been playing just over one.
Yeah, he's been playing since January 2023. He's given us some information that Katsu is his favorite hero, so you got to wonder, has he been playing Katsu this entire time? And that's why he's showing such a good mastery of the deck. We see 100 wins get banished off the bonds here, so we see 100 wins banished off the bonds here. It'll come in for some potential uh, damage, or it'll be a potential damage. It's damage. It's gonna come in. It's gonna be a chain extender. We see a battering bolt used to block here, and we see that double strike come in. And here it's just that annoying little chip damage that Riptide likes to dish out. Well, here it's coming back, where it's like, do you waste a whole card to block this out, or do you just take one and widen that life total gap bit by bit?
Yeah, 100%. Well, I mean, this chain's already getting fairly long, and look, it was one damage, one damage. There's one damage off the double strike. We're getting another one damage, so add one more card to this chain link, and that's how long it's been.
Yep, we see Riptide go to 9 here. We see 100 wins coming. This has go again, and Katsu's still got gas. They've got an extra card, so this is, do you take this 3 damage? Do you block it out and just hope that the next card isn't worse for you? If you see 100 wins on the board, do you assume the next attack's going to be a Winds of Eternity, or are you comfortable taking that gamble?
I'm not quite sure what we see here. We also, I think Katsu in hand has a Fluster Fist. Oh, and we will see it played. Definitely a good card to have in graveyard.
Yep, Flusterfist, great card to have in graveyard for your bonds turns. Banishing a blue one lets you go grab a red one that comes in for 4. And we see that Katsu turn bring Riptide all the way down to 4 life. Riptide was able to keep 2 cards in hand. We got to see if they can make up some of this life point differential here. Otherwise, Katsu is in a very controlling position here. Katsu is able to just sit back. They've got a tunic counter. They're able to just sit back, take a little bit of damage. How much can he do off of that? And pressure even harder next turn. Yep, and there we see Katsu just taking all of that headshot. Just, I'll take it, and let's see you black out this 4-card hand.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a surging, which 100% Katsu. That's a Katsu starter, which means if you can go get the whelming, you're happy. If you have the natural whelming, you're also happy.
Yep, so this is a red surging strike coming in for 5 with go again. It's a terrible rate, but it gets blocked out. 5 isn't necessarily a super strong, high rate. And we see a whelming coming in. This is a little guy. It's a blue. It's coming in for 2, but this is, hey, waste a card on me, otherwise I'm going to draw a card.
Look like another inertia trap, so we will not see Katsu Arsenal this turn. Katsu's going to spend that last card trying to leak that bit of damage, because inertia trap gives you the inertia token, and you basically, it's not that you're not able to Arsenal, but you will you'll lose that Arsenal anyway.
So we see a couple of Kadachis come down afterwards here. These will come in. Riptide's in a spot where he has to start blocking out these Kadachis. We're getting in territory of the dreaded Kadachi lock that Katsu can put you in, where it's not a hard lock, but it's a soft lock where you have to waste 2 cards every turn to keep yourself from dying to Kadachis.
Do you remember Ninja Turtle Katsu?
Yeah, that's the Spaghetti Tornado. That's
okay.
What that deck is.
Okay, I played against the Ninja Turtle Katsu. It was a deck that was very good. Unfortunately. So this is an Endless Arrow coming in for 5.
Yeah, so we see a Rain Razors here. This is coming in, or not a Rain Razors, an Endless Arrow here, coming in for 5. As Katsu, you're like, well, do I block this out? Do I care? Because it's just going to go back into Arsenal. And we do see a block out, so this could be a Katsu hand where you just didn't have a lot to do. Oh,
That,
two
that was
dishonors
a
blocked
double,
with.
yeah, double dishonor block. So yeah, you definitely don't want to see both of those in one hand, I don't think.
Yeah, and this can sometimes happen to Katsu, right? Where you get a lot of your late combo pieces, and you're just like, well, I can't really do anything with these, so I will just go ahead and I'll block out with them. This is your best option. So we see a Kadachi coming in. Bastion's gotta respect the Kadachi.
Yeah,
This is closed deck list as well, so Bastion doesn't know if there's a Razor Reflex or something waiting in the wings, and this is an old school enough Katsu list that there could be one.
Is that the trap that gets rid of Go again? Oh, he had to discard. I think that's one of the legendary traps in.
Yep, so we see a collapsing trap here played. That is, it defends, they discard their hand and then they draw that many cards +1. That kind of messes up Katsu's game plan here. But we see another Kadachi coming in. Bastion considering blocking it. Just trying to pick what card he wants to block with. He doesn't want to go to 2 against Katsu because that's the Kadachi lack.
Yeah, wants to stay out of that 2 damage range because once you're in the 2 damage range, all Katsu needs to do is swing with Kadachi, swinging with Kadachi. You can block with 3 cards, keep the blue 0 cost you have, and just keep going. We are getting close to time. I do believe that's only 2 minutes left.
2 minutes left in the round for these guys on stream. We see a bit of a block on that headshot, blocking with a Welding Gust Wave here, and we'll see what Katsu does. Double strike. Here's where Katsu wants to go wide because it costs cards to block this out, and we're at a low enough life total that the wider you can go, the harder this is.
Is that a sink below on the double strike?
A sink below on a double strike. You love to see it as Katsu. Players playing fast here. We've got this is coming in again. Riptide's desperately trying not to go to 2 here because that's just Katsu's getting insane value out of that. He's going to have to start wasting traps on double strike. So we see an inertia trap. Katsu's not going to go in for inertia. Oh, we see a Mugenshi here. Now combo is not turned on, but this is for 4. And Katsu's going to be able to preserve an arsenal. And this will cost 2 cards to block out entirely.
So looks like it did take 1 on that.
Yep.
So 2
going down to 2,
left.
and now every Kadachi swing is going to represent a card that has to come from hand.
Yep. And looks like it's Arsenal Pass. Our players are playing a little bit faster. They don't want to go to that time.
Have a minute left in the round.
Yep.
We see a Visit the Floating Dojo.
Oh.
Banishing a Surging Strike, and Surging Strike's able to be played.
But unfortunately,
see a Kadachi coming first.
We're not gonna. So it does not have combo. So we're not gonna see the +1, and it cannot be played.
Yep. Oh, it can't be played. Yep. So we see a Kadachi, and we see another Kadachi coming in here. Goes to 1. All right, we got 3 cards to block out Katsu's 3 cards. We see a Spinning Wheel Kick. That's coming in for 4 with Go again. That's going to demand at least a card. Takes 2 cards. Breaking Scales pops it over, and we see another trap coming in. This is a Spike Pick trap. When it defends, if a player has activated a reaction, they put the top card of their deck in the graveyard. They lose X, where X is the number of the cards at the graveyard with the same name. Unfortunately, that's gonna eat up a chunk of time for our players here. We see a Whelming Gust Wave coming in. Fate Foreseen, and that's game, folks. That'll be our Katsu taking this. They have 1 extra card to go, and I think we just saw a concession there.
Yep, I think we saw a concession there. Good job from both Bastion and James. Really solid gameplay. I think they both played a really solid game from what from the life totals, from just a stream perspective too. It was really nice to have those visuals 100%.
Yeah, our players playing a very tight game, very responsible with their with their plays, not taking risky plays. They're just playing very cautiously, very concisely. Unfortunately, because that basically went to time, we're probably not going to be able to have James in for an interview this round, but maybe we'll catch him later on if he shows back up on stream. So that's round two, folks, of our ProQuest here at Gamers Gambit in downtown Lake City, Michigan. Thank you for tuning in, watching us. Looks like we got 7 people tuned in to stream here. You got myself, Goose, on the right. We got Kittens on the left here.
Hi.
We'll be with you all 5 rounds plus top 8, going over some of our top tables as we play here for our ProQuest season. Where are we up to? Like 8? 5? Oh,
Yeah, ProQuest Season 5. I
I
think
don't know.
Skirmish. Yeah, I guarantee
Skirmish
it's.
season might be forward more,
I'm
but
pretty sure it's 5. We have, of course, we can't forget Darth Vader behind us. Happy May the 4th, everyone.
yeah, rules enforcer Darth Vader here.
Yep.
It looks like we're getting our round paired up, so I'm going to disappear for a second. I'm going to go check and see who's playing with us, and
Absolutely.
I'll be right back doing a little bit of recon.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I can entertain chat for a little while. Hello, chat. Hello. Yeah, GG's from Jess. Absolutely. Good job. We've seen 2 Katsu so far, a Riptide, and oh my gosh, a Prism. Mycon Prism, of course. How could I forget? So we've seen a Prism and a Katsu win. Not sure where James is rank wise, but we do see some top tables coming through. Yeah. Again, we're in Lake City. Some different schedules that we see is Friday Night CC. This is on, you can watch stream on either Facebook or YouTube of both Gamers Gambit LLC. And then Fridays, we also do a stream, sometimes with commentary, sometimes with not. Gamers Gambit has been trying to stream a lot of different games, Fab being one. I know Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, and our Fab Blitz as well, which is on Sundays at 1. So make sure you look through. We have a lot of the different matches that have been put as videos as well if you're interested in watching a certain one. Absolutely love to have you. Of course, Jess. I would never forget him. Never forget him. I have him. I have him written down too. I wonder how he's doing. Oh, and Goose is back. Let's see. Let's see what he has learned.
All right, we're in for some Guardian action here. We're going to have Josh from previous stream fame, our only interviewee of the day, squaring off against Grant. So we'll have Josh on Victor, and we'll figure out what Grant's on here in a second as our players get in there and get straightened out.
I am looking through frantically. Oh, a Victor mirror.
T.O. Greg has just informed us that this is going to be a Victor mirror, folks. So this is very exciting. We're going to see 2 Guardian players square off head to head. I personally love Guardian mirrors when they don't go to insane fatigue mode because their decisions are super, they matter a lot.
I am still looking through. Where's Josh? Where did he go? I'm trying to look for him here.
All right, we'll go here and we'll see our players getting squared away. Oh, we see a lovely Marvel Victor on display here.
Oh, there he is. We'll answer some questions sometimes that we have.
So yeah, we're gonna see Victor v. Victor. Both players very experienced. Both been playing since the early 2020s. We've got Josh being a Guardian stan, only plays Guardian, and a Guardian God, as I have called him on many times. And we've got Grant, who has a little bit of a wider background here. He has written down and told us that his favorite hero is, in fact, Briar, not a Guardian. Very opposite of a Guardian. So we'll see our players go ahead, get their decks squared away, doing a little bit of pre-boarding here. We've got Josh on top with the mango playmat there, the blue playmat, versus Grant on the lower end of things with the heavy hitters playmat.
Yeah, absolutely. And just so everyone's aware, Victor is not the human. Victor is the horse. That is a joke,
You know what?
kind
Sure,
of.
that's fine. Victor's the horse. I wish he would get that smug guy off of his back, though.
Yeah, yeah, come on. That is a meme that goes around the Fab community, and that we all agree that Victor is the horse because that is way cooler than the the smug guy. Looks like we're rolling dice here. That's a 6. Wow,
Yep,
those
that's a
dice are
6. Those are
tiny.
very pretty. Those are rune chant dice, I believe. Uh, Not official Fab dice, but those are. I think those are rune chant dice, which kind of plays into Grant being a known Briar enjoyer. So it'll be very interesting to see the to compare and contrast these two decks. Victor can be kind of a grindier hero when he needs to be, but Guardians, aggressive Guardians are known to exist. They are known to be very good. Just looking down, it looks like we have 10 people in the chat right now. Thanks everybody for tuning in with at our Proquest here at Gamers Gambit in Lake City, Michigan. We're set to see a Guardian mirror here. I think we're doing a bit of a deck count as well. That could come into play here. Josh with the very fancy gold sleeves here.
I do like those a lot, especially with our gold boy here. Victor, I guess we could explain Victor to chat, correct? I don't play Mush Guardian, and by Mush Guardian I mean any Guardian at all. But we'll also see what kind of weapons they're running because there is a few different options, right? What do you think they're running today?
Looking at some lists here, it looks like there's some options. Titan's Fist seems to be the main standby for Victor in most matchups, but since this is a mirror, maybe we'll see some of the bigger hammers come out. Maybe a Sledge, maybe an Anothos. Don't want to give away too much of what I know about the deck lists here, but we might see some bigger hammers come out to play.
Yeah, a lot of Victors run the shield, right? The shield that can be a gold.
Yeah, and especially I think we're going to see more and more of that as we approach the new set coming out with the absolutely cracked in half Victor card that I'm sure both of these players can't wait to get their hands on. Visit Goldmane Estate.
I think that's the name of it. Yeah, I think a lot of people are excited for the new set coming out. And it's gorgeous. The whole set is beautiful.
Yeah, I can't wait to play some sealed with it. I'm really excited for pre-releases to come in. I love pre-release just because, and I love playing sealed just to hear the cries erupt from the room as people open for some things. But yeah, talking about that Victor card while we watch our players shuffle up here. Visit Goldmane Estate. It's a 1-cost 3 block that pops gold and draws you cards. Absolutely insane. It's amazing, and it has go.
Yeah, what more could you want than to draw cards in Fab? I Okay, so it looks like we have a Crown of Providence here. It looks like we're seeing Titan's Fist with the shield.
Titan's Fist and Shields coming in.
I do see. Looks like we have a matching set
Yeah,
of everything.
not only is this a mirror, it is a mirror where the only thing different about these loadouts is one's a Marvel Victor and one's a foil Victor.
Yeah, and of course we will see Tunic in this because the game will go so long that Tunic is incredibly valuable. And most of the time we do see Guardian running Tunic because the games do go longer, take more, take more turns, so that Tunic sometimes can generate, 4 resources, probably.
Yeah, I'd say that's a reasonable number. So we have Josh kicking off turn 0 here with an E-Strike. Coming in for 5 with Go again. This is the only turn where players can both draw up at the end of the turn, so we're blocking for free here if we're Grant.
Yeah, I do not expect that Grant will be. Is that the gold sun?
Yeah, Golden Sun being defended with here.
So yeah, he will be taking 1. Very surprising. I didn't expect him to take the 1 as he cannot Arsenal. Must be a good card.
Yeah, really wanting probably a heavy hitting attack action of some sort that he's going to want to fire into Josh here. Both players are going to play fast here, so we're going to do our best to keep up. But Victor mirrors do go to time.
Yeah, 100%. We'll try to keep up. Obviously, when we're talking about mirrors, especially mirrors of the more blocky decks, Guardian, Warrior, even Katsu sometimes, any sort of blocky assassin, they probably will go to time, and that's fine. If you and a lot of times you will see them play very fast. So it looks like we have card coming for 7.
Yeah, we have an attack coming in for 7 here. Josh just quickly slapping down 2 cards. He's going to block, take 1 life. Not looking to give away too much value here. That was the disable coming in. Yeah, that's a lot of what we're going to see. Very fast plays, and we're going to see just blocks for value, and we're going to see hammers coming in.
Yeah, and really, honestly, sometimes the difference between 4 and 6 coming in is, do you have a D react? If you don't, it's still going to take 2 cards, and we'll probably see that fairly often. A block with 2 cards come in with Titan's Fist. Especially early on, we're gonna see the early block with the shield. It does have temper, I believe, so that will be unable. It'll stick around for 1 more block, but if it's blocked again, it is broken. Let's see what we have coming in. Tunic Tick go up, and we're gonna
And we
come
see
in with
Arouse the Ancients
Rouse.
coming in. So this is going to be for 7 with Go again, and that's pretty good. You're going wide in the Victor Mirror seems to be an aggressive approach for handling this. It's going to make it harder to block, and if you can turn off your opponent's ability to pressure your life total for a few turns, get to play some bigger hands, you might be able to leak some more damage. And we see a pummel. So this is a pummeled Rouse the Ancients coming in here. So Josh, if he doesn't have a D react, he's gonna have to discard some cards.
Unfortunate. It seems like that is true. Really, we have Grant's Victor definitely being on the looks like being on the uptick, but that doesn't mean anything. It's Guardian.
Josh
Guardian
choosing to
can
discard a
switch anytime.
Command and Conquer here, and we see that Rouse followed up with a Titan's Fist. And we see a block from Josh here, and Josh looking to probably just take up his tunic, take the take the turn off, and just recoup after that pummel. That's vital information for Josh to know about. Now he knows there's pummels there, so that he doesn't have to play scared, but he has to play aware of the pummels.
Right, and I definitely think we'll probably see more D-Reacts arsenaled and probably kept in arsenal until the pummel is used. A lot of the times, though, we see a lot of Guardian only play 1 or 2, right? Not necessarily all 3, so you don't really know the number of pummels.
So we see a CNC coming in here. We've got a full tunic and a floating resource here with a couple cards in hands. This could be representing CNC pummels.
Yeah, which is
the pummel's there.
crazy combination. And unfortunately with CNC you can't play the D react, so you either have to overblock or not, and just be like, you have to have it.
Yeah, for sure. And we see Josh taking his time. These mirrors do go long, but you have to respect what your opponent's doing, and you have to make sure that you're blocking out correctly. Josh calling the bluff here. Say you don't have another pummel. That would be crazy to have 2 back to back. And we see that's going to be a reality of some Guardian hands too. Not all the cards in hand are being used. We see Josh go ahead and pitching here for a Titan's Fist. And this will be a Titan's Fist.
We do see that as an overpitch. He does have 2 resources left.
Yeah, so in theory he could pummel this hammer here. Typically though, as a Guardian, you don't know if you really want to pummel hammers. You don't get as much value out of it as you do out of attacks. It's just easier to pummel hammers. But presumably both players are playing CNC, so that's what they're really hoping for, especially playing with the tunic, is the CNC pummel. It's just a devastating combo that Victor can pull off, and most Guardians can pull off pretty efficiently.
Honestly, though, but some of it's psychological. You know that Grant's there thinking, oh, 2 resources left. He very much overpitched. Did he overpitch on purpose? So you never know. We do see a clash, and I'm not sure who won that clash. Oh, tie, so they go again. Or clash twice.
Yeah, we'll be clashing twice here. We see a buckling blow. It looks like a blue one versus what looks to be Josh's choke slam. Can't tell the color because of the glare, but I think that's a red choke slam. So I think Josh is winning this clash.
Yeah, which winning the clash. What are we making here off of the clash? I don't remember. Not a huge Guardian player.
Victor, this is gonna come in handy for everybody. Actually, if we can talk about Victor Goldmane's hero ability. Victor wins when you win clashes. The first time you create a gold token from an effect you control, draw a card. The first time each turn you would fail to win a clash. Instead, you can destroy a gold. If you do, you put one of the revealed cards on the bottom of the owner's deck and then clash again. So depending on what that was, we'll see. Looking like that shield was popped. Not getting the value out of it, destroying the gold to try and clash again, and they do win the clash that time. And we'll see a gold, a vigor, and a might token being generated there. That was an important clash to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Vigor allowing one more resource. Might adds +1 to the attack, and then gold you can pay 2 and draw a card off of.
Yep, so we're seeing some pitches here, and we see a buckling blow being deployed. This will be a buckling blow coming in for 7. It's a blue one, but it's getting that plus from the might token.
Yeah, buckling. Yeah, coming in for 7. Again, awkward blocks. And as a guardian, you have to make sure you're watching for. You don't want to deploy your armor too early in your blocks. So yeah, we're gonna see.
Josh considering here, he's got to cover up 7, or he's got to cover up a little bit. This does have a crush effect on buckling blow. It threatens to put a -1 card on a piece of equipment. Josh has already blocked with his shield, I believe. I can't tell where is based on his arm. If he puts a -1 counter on a piece of equipment, it can make blocking with your shield worse. It can make blocking with any of your temper pieces worse. So we see Josh here blocking 5, opting to only take 2. Responsible damage being taken here, turning off that crush effect, not worrying about pieces of his equipment being removed. And we see that crown able to cycle a piece out. We see Josh has a grip of 4 to potentially crash in with. We'll see if he can play all 4. Guardians aren't known to get a ton of value out of playing 4-card hands. It really just depends.
Yeah, absolutely. And to remind crush effects for anyone that isn't quite sure, if you deal 4 or more damage, there's a ton of effects that can go from discarding cards to dealing more damage, that kind of thing. So we are coming in with a CNC for 7. Interesting.
Yeah, so Josh, like I said, Guardians don't always get a ton of value out of playing a 4-card hand for full value. So just coming in for 7 here, maybe getting an arsenal, and maybe he has something to do with that last card. Otherwise, you might just have to sit on it. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen a Guardian uh, sit on an extra card.
Yeah, exactly. It's also not a bad thing either, because some of these go to fatigue, which is going through your entire deck. In Fab, if you go through your entire deck, you do not lose. You have to go until your life total is 0. But there are some instances where there's really nothing you can do.
Yeah, effectively
yeah.
you lose. If you run out of cards, they might as well have just made that a lose condition because effectively you lose anyways. We see 2 cards get put in front of this, and we are going to see a clash here and another one. See a staunch response and against Josh's attack, so we are going to see Josh win that, at least one of those clashes.
It looks like Grant here is looking and seeing if he wants to pop his gold or not. And it looks like he did not.
Yep, chooses not to. Josh is going to get the tokens off of that clash. And we see, there we go. We see Josh deploying a Sigil of Solace. So he's going to have an arsenal, and he was able to use the most make the most out of that hand. So gaining 3 life up to 34. We're at a pretty close life total parity here. The only real difference is that Josh is down a crown and Grant's down a shield.
Yeah, and crown effect is that you can either put a card from hand or arsenal on the bottom and draw when it defends. Honestly, very important piece of equipment. But I mean, still having the shield, they both block for the same amount. Although the shield can block twice. The crown can only block once, as it has blade break. Yeah, it looks like we're seeing a choke slam coming in for 8 here.
Yep, choke slam coming in for 8. This has a crush effect as well. Might not be super relevant unless Josh has something like a rouse the agents or something like that. So Josh has to consider how he wants to block this out and whether or not that'll matter. It looks like we're blocking with a pummel and an enlightened strike, if I can read that correctly. So he's going to take a little bit of damage, but he's going to turn off that crush effect.
Yeah, blocking for 5, which is exactly the amount you want to block for. But now also giving information that he also has pummels in his deck. That might be something you wanted to try keep hidden, But
yeah,
again, it's
in
the
Victor
amount.
Mirror, you got to assume that your decks are pretty close. So it might have been a foregone conclusion that pummel is in the deck. I am a big fan of pummel in Guardian, though. Top 10 favorite cards, pummel right up there.
Didn't you make a pummel Icelander at one point? Am I crazy?
Yeah, I've played pummel Iceland. I've played pummel in so many decks where it doesn't belong in. Big time pummel enjoyer. We see a clash here. He's got a Macho Grande and a choke slam revealed to the clash. Grant's deciding whether or not he wants to pop his gold or not. And Josh, again, another Sigil of Solus.
Yeah, makes sense. Let's see. I'm looking at deck lists here. I think Joss might be the more grindy. What do you think about that?
I wouldn't be surprised. Josh is very good at playing a grindier approach to Guardians. We see a Enlightened Strike coming in for 7 here. This is going to be a case of Guardian not using all the cards in their hand. See Josh, Sync Blow. Does he opt to sync here?
I think the answer might be no on that.
No, he likes his hand. He just needed to get that D-React out. And we'll see what he can follow this up with.
Debating here whether he wants to play the Arsenal. Okay, looks like he is going to play Zealous Belting.
There we go. Another of Brady's top 10 favorite, Goose's top 10 favorite cards here. Zealous Belting coming in for 5 with Go again. And Grant's got to decide if this is going to be worse or if he just wants to take the hammer damage here. Pulling 2 cards. Grant happy to give them up, but
Yeah. A lot of times the Guardian is very expensive. A lot of the cards, you're looking at what Macho Grande is for. Oh, geez, I don't know. It has Dominate though. It a lot of the times you gotta pitch 2.
Macho is definitely you're paying 2 for Macho Grande. So Macho Grande costs 7, but it has Dominate just printed on the card.
Yeah, sometimes the blue may cost 7, but you're coming in for 8 Dominate in the blue. So very worth it. Looks like we see a 1 card block off the Titan's Fist. So taking 1 from Grant.
Yeah, so we've got 36 to 30. I'm trying to. The life totals aren't matching on the tracker as they are on the cards there, so just trying to read in.
Are we sure? I think it is 36 to 31 still.
36 to 31?
I think that's what that says. We both wear glasses, so are we the most, what is it, visually inclined? No. No, we're not.
Unreliable narrator. Okay, here we see the Rouse the Oceans. Josh has been sitting on his arsenal for quite a few turns. So Rouse is going to come in for 7. It's got Go again, and here's where Josh can hold up pummel potentially and give some comeuppance to Grant for his early pummel plays. See a Staunch Response being played. Staunch Response, that's a sign of a grindy deck, I tell you what.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I do see staunch response on Grant list there. Looking to see if
Not
we
seeing
see.
it. Don't know. Don't want to give too much away because this is a closed deck list event. We just have access to them to for casting purposes. But we see a staunch response followed up by a disable or debilitate rather. So that's a debilitate coming in for 8. We see a bit of an armor block there, and we talk about armor a lot on stream. Armor is essentially just extra life in this game, and so forcing somebody to block with their armor early is just as good as hitting them sometimes.
Yeah, a lot of times we refer to it as a fridge. Basically, if you have a full armor suite, sometimes you see what 2, 4, 6, usually 7 could be. I think 7 is the most you usually see.
Yeah, and that armor, that extra bit of life there can be the difference in a game, and so you want to take somebody's armor away as early as you possibly can, just to it it gives you more oomph in the end game. People can't shove armor and keep extra cards. They'll only have cards in their hand to defend with at that point, and so if they don't have armor available to them, they can't pressure you back.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we both play grindy decks, so we know exactly how important armor is. And a lot of times you use armor for the break points so that you don't have to block with that second card that the person wants you to block with. Or sometimes third card, depending on who you're playing against and how like the KO going so high in damage.
So we see another debilitate coming in for 8 here. If it deals 4 or more damage to a hero, their first attack on their next turn has -2. How much does it matter in the Guardian Mirror?
Oh God, -2. I think that does matter because if you're coming in for 8, that's now a 2 card block versus a 3 card block. Looks like going to block with boots and give a quicken token to Josh. I think that's extremely important in this matchup for sure.
Hey, yeah, that Quicken token, Josh has an arsenal here, so if he can keep cards in hand next turn and make the most out of that Quicken token, he can, that could be an attack with a card from arsenal and then swing hammer afterwards if he has the resources to pay for it. That's crucial.
Do you think it's possible for Guardian to come in with like right? We just see a Zealous belting. Oh, I guess the Quicken would pop the Zealous, but if you're playing a big attack, a Quicken and a Zealous, like I don't know if Guardian has quite enough resources to do 3, but I definitely think we might see
I think we
2 card
see
attack
we
from
see
Josh
Josh
next turn.
defending with a boulder drop here against this Zealous belting. Slap that boulder drop down. Josh, very fast player, and we see a Zealous belting into a disable. Here, this is a red disable. If it deals 4 or more damage, they're going to put a card from their arsenal on the bottom of their owner's deck. So it's arsenal pressure here and potentially messing up pitch stacks. We'll see Josh put a lot of respect on it. He blocked it out as best he could, going down to 25.
So yeah, I don't think we're gonna see the double attack here. Unfortunately, just too much damage to come through, and really needed to lock out that disable because Josh is a very good player and has pitch stack for the future.
Yeah, and so we see Josh coming in here. This is 4 with go again. In theory, if he had a 0 cost, he could attack with it. I think this was just a heads up play by Grant blocking with those boots, giving Josh the quicken. He was just like, I bet you can't do anything with this.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think for sure, that's exactly that heads up play. Like he knew Josh would definitely block with that. I think so. That's very smart play from Grant.
Okay, and we see a Spinal Crush coming in. This represents 9 damage. Grant pressuring Josh's life total a little bit here. Josh laying down 9.
Easy enough. What we probably see is we probably have a hammer coming in. He does have the tunic, so he does possibly. Oh, yep,
Ticks up
yep.
the tunic and just comes in with a hammer for 4.
Really not surprising there. I think we I could have definitely seen that coming, no problem. But played a lot of Guardian against a lot of Guardian. Josh checking graveyard again. Competitive REL, this is where you want to make sure you know what's in your graveyard, especially in this match where you'll probably see most of your cards. Looks like we're going to see a clash here.
We see a clash. we see Grant winning that clash there, making another gold token. So now he's got a little bit of gold to play with if he wants to uh, manipulate some clashes a little bit more in the future.
Yeah, interesting enough, we have not seen Josh make any gold. Not that he can't, right? I guess technically he does have one in the shield. So this is coming in for 8.
Yeah, it's a
Looks like
Thunderquake for
1.
8. Josh and there Josh is going ahead and are on the clash here, and I believe he reveals the Golden Sun on this clash. So for
Yeah.
those playing at home, Golden Sun, when you win a clash revealing that, you're going to create a gold token, and so that's we're going to force Grant to go ahead and pop a gold and see if he wins the clash again. And it would appear that Josh is also winning that clash there. Josh goes down to 24. And we'll see what he can fire back with 3 cards here.
Yeah,
We
we can
see
see.
CNC played.
Yeah,
with,
CNC. Great card.
Yep.
Overvalued.
Well, yeah, we got a CNC here coming in with full tunic and a resource floating. This is what you want to pummel. If you've got pummels in your deck, this is what you want to pummel.
And you're also challenging your opponent, do I have it? And your opponent has to decide, do I block it out for the pummel?
We're going to see some equipment get put in front of this, which I think I agree with. I think we block it going Civic Steps, give Josh another Quicken token. He's going to have an arsenal. And we're going to have a quick clash here. We'll just see how they resolve this clash real fast, and we'll see. That's going to block out that CNC completely. No pummels from Josh, but that does take 2 pieces of equipment away from Grant here, and Josh has to love to see that.
Oh, absolutely. He has full boots, he has full arms, he has full shield. 100% love to see it. And they both have tunic up, so they do have a resource if they need it. We're seeing a mirror again. This is CNC for 6 coming in on on Grant's side, and we see the 2 resources. So does Josh respect the pummel or no?
I think Josh chooses not to respect the pummel, and is gonna pay for it. Sometimes you got to make him have it, and in this case, he had it. So Josh losing the pummel that was in his arsenal and discarding some cards here. Josh now 1 card remaining, and he's just gonna arsenal and pass.
That Quicken token does not pop yet, correct? Because he did not attack?
Quicken tokens, unlike most other tokens in the game, Quicken tokens go away when you use it. So if Josh can keep cards here, this might be a chance to do something with the Quicken token. It'll just depend on what Grant is able to throw back at him. Josh didn't get to pressure on his last turn, so Grant has a full grip here at his disposal.
He does not have the arsenal though, so while scary, could be worse, right?
Yeah, it could be worse, but overall, still a Guardian with 4 cards represents potential. Come in for 8 with potentially a pummel.
Yeah.
It depends on how much they pay for, how many cards they have, or how many blues they have. You never want to see your opponent have 4 card hands, no matter what hero they're playing. Maybe against a Riptide, you can get away with it because they could just be clogged on traps. But overall, you're never happy to see somebody have 4 cards.
True. Yeah. Extremely true. Because you always want to, Fab's actually a huge numbers game. You want to do as much value as you can with the amount of cards you have, right? So every card they keep could be more than the 3 value they would get with blocking.
We see Josh coming in here with Hammer with Go Again. He does have a card in his hand, and he does have a card in Arsenal with a full tunic. He might be able to make the most out of this Quicken token.
We also see the Golden Sun again. So that is 7 attack, which is probably more than the blue disable?
That is a Trounce.
Sorry, Trounce.
Yep. And yes, 7 is more than a trounce here. In Golden Sun, if you win, or that's a Wallop rather. So a Vigor token is going to get created because it was revealed on the Clash. But that is only 5. So Josh is winning that Clash, except uh, the gold is popped by Grant here, making Josh put that Golden Sun on the bottom of his deck, and he's revealed a Sigil of Solace. So Josh losing that Clash as well.
Unfortunate, and you don't necessarily, uh, you know, depending, you might not want that golden sun on the bottom. Looks like he is going to pummel
Oh, he
this.
pummels the hammer here, trying to bring the life total back to closer together.
Which, yeah, definitely can see that. Although we do have to take in effect the armor, because right now we see Grant with 2, and then the tunic, so 3 armor, and Josh is still at 2, 4, 6, 7 armor. So definitely have to take that into account as
Yeah,
well.
so in reality, Josh is sitting around 26 life. But and Josh is playing sigils in his deck, so potential to gain even more.
Yeah. Sigil allows you to gain 3 life, which is it's super interesting to me that Guardian runs them, because why not run a 3 block in deck? You know.
They're great against Kano. They can help against Kano, and Kano is really just like an auto loss for Victor. So any little marginal things you can get is helpful. We see an Enlightened Strike coming in with Go Again here from Grant. Josh winning this and getting a gold token off of his block. That's useful. Having gold in the Victor matchup we've seen has been very crucial to winning games.
Yeah, he's very excited. Now this is a CNC coming in for 6, but he doesn't have an arsenal, so that on it doesn't matter as much. This is just technically raw damage.
Yeah, this is just vanilla 6 damage here. It doesn't look like Grant even has a hand either, so Josh can block with a card that he doesn't need for next turn, and just take what's left of the damage. He's going to block a little bit. It keeps a responsible amount of life, but he is going to, looks like he's going to fire back with a hammer for 4. Smart play. He's got a sigil in his hand, so he's probably going to hammer for 4, arsenal the other card, and then play the sigil.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we agree on that one, Goose. I think that's absolutely what he's going to do. Question is whether Grant will block or not. Definitely looking low on armor, so I think we see either a 1 card or 2 card block, depending. Unless has a D react or a fade or a sync, then I think we see the 1 card block. He has looking in through the graveyard right now. Probably counting pummels is my guess.
Yeah, we can see if he pauses for anything.
Yeah, players definitely still looking, playing playing super I can't think of the word.
Conservative.
Conservative. Thank you. That was the word I was thinking. Thank you. So yeah, still thinking on those blocks. Looking through graveyards. I don't know if it's pummel here you're looking for, or what.
Yeah, not exactly sure what he's looking for. He is concerned about pummels, but it's not like a pummel will kill him. He's gonna take the 4 here, go down to 19, though, and we'll see Josh play that Sigil of Solace, gain some life, bring the life total within 1 point, except for Josh has armor.
Yeah, exactly. So really, it might look like Josh is 1 point down on life, but with the armor, that's technically not true.
Now, importantly, though, Grant has 4 cards again, and so you got to see. And there we go. We see Zealous Belting. He's going to make the most out of these 4 cards in his hand.
Interestingly enough, he did have to pitch to yellow for that. We see Josh giving the Quicken token. That pops on the next attack, correct?
That is correct, but it's very unlikely that he's gonna get a ton of value out of that. He would need a 3, probably. It's a lot harder at this point in the chain link, knowing the information we know about Guardians, that this would.
100%. I think it was a great block, honestly, from Josh here, knowing that he's going to give a Quicken token that's probably not going to matter. Looks like Josh did take the 4 from the Titan's Fist. And again, did block with boots. We're still close on life here.
Josh has 4 cards, and we see Josh fire back with his own Zealous Belting. This has been a mirror in a lot of ways, but just the back-to-back turns where it's basically the same turn has been very entertaining to me. It's we see this coming in for 5 with Go Again if you didn't catch it last time. What will probably happen here is Josh follows up with a hammer, unless he does have an extra resource and he does have a tunic counter here. If he's got a blue, he could pay for a 5 cost.
That is true. That is true. And I wonder if we're going to see that. We're going to see Crown of Providence, and he is going to come back with a 5 cost.
No, that's a 4 cost. That's a choke slam. This is a choke slam coming in for 8 here, and that's not a significant or not an insignificant amount of life. That's representing half of Grant's available life here. And he doesn't have equipment besides his tunic to block anymore. Josh sitting on almost a full equipment suite. He's got his arms that have temper 2. He's got a tunic to block with, and he's got 1 more block in his boots too. So Josh sitting at a comfortable amount of life. He's putting pressure on Grant, although it's subtle pressure. You don't really notice it unless you take into account equipment and Josh having a gold and things like that.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see that tunic stick around for a little longer, especially because, you know, there's definitely quite a few turns left in this game. You're going to want to keep it going.
Something players have to be careful of is the third player in the room, the clock. They need to be cognizant of that. There's been a couple of times where players have gone into the tank. They need to make sure that they're making up for that playing quickly on the backswing. So we see a block for 6, bringing it down to 14-14 here. Taking 2 cards and a crown on that turn. Josh has to be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, we did see the sink off of the crown, which means the card went from, I think it was hand to the bottom in a draw, so he might not have necessarily wanted whatever card that was in his hand there.
All right, here we come with a choke slam here using that tunic resource. It's pretty wise to use the tunic resource here. Josh is putting on enough pressure that he might need to block with the tunic soon, so you might as well get that resource off of the tunic as soon as you can. This allows him to keep an arsenal as well, which is, I think, what Grant's going for here. He comes in with a blue choke slams, coming in for 6. There is a clash here. Josh debating on whether or not he wants to manipulate this clash or not. I think he's revealed a blue debilitate versus a red spinal crush. So right now, Josh on the losing end of this clash.
And we have to think of the red spinal crush is, how much damage is that?
9.
9?
Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to beat that. Looks like he lost that one as well.
Yep. Josh chose to lose that one. He could have popped his gold, but he chose not to. He elected to give the gold to Grant here.
Yeah, so it looks like this is going to be still Josh's turn, coming in with a Zealous Belting.
Yeah. Josh coming in with a Zealous Belting here. This will be 5 go again. I believe this is the last Zealous Belting in either player's deck. We've seen 6 so far. I think this is number 6. So we see a Zealous Belting coming in here. Josh has 2 resources floating and 1 card in hand, so most likely representing a hammer swing after this. Unless he's bluffing a pommel, potentially. He's just got to check his graveyard. At this point, Grant knows every card in that graveyard. He's checked it enough times. So if there's 3 pommels in there, he's not even going to sweat it.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, we're probably seeing, I'd be very surprised if we see anything but a hammer swing here.
Grant going down to 9 here. Going to think about blocking potentially what Josh does after this Zealous Belting. See what Josh does. Looks like Josh is going to close the combat chain here, remove his tunic counter, and pop a gold to draw a card. Interesting play, and he's going to go ahead and just immediately use that card he drew to hammer in. So do you think Josh had that pitch deck? Did he know that was a blue on the top of his deck?
Yeah, I think so. I played against Josh enough. I think he did know, and I wonder what that card in hand was and what was important enough that he wanted to arsenal it. Could it have been Golden Sun?
Yeah. Oh, so we know Graham's going to be coming in with the Spinal Crush here. It was revealed, or could be coming in with the Spinal Crush here. Instead, we've got a Golden Sun coming in for 10 here, and I believe that is overpower. Those metal fab tokens are impossible to read.
It's true. It's true. They're very nice though. But we still have a armor block from Josh and a gloves block as well. Tunic is also at 0, so I don't know if this is the time we might see a tunic block as well.
Yeah, this is a pretty big attack. Now, we know that Josh also has had all of his Golden Suns pushed to the bottom of his deck here, so we'll see Josh firing back with some of these soon. It'll just be a matter of how many resources he has available, how many golds he has available to pump into the Golden Sun.
Yeah, and the question is, we see Grant still have 2 resources left, so
Yeah, is
the
there a
pummel.
pummel? Is there not? Depends on how many they're playing against each other. So we see the shield come in. We see the arms come in. Josh is going to shove a bunch of equipment here. Try and keep some cards in hand rather than block this out entirely. He's going to use his equipment. That way he can throw some pressure next turn. We'll see what Josh has cooking in his hand, why he wants to keep so many cards.
So that is 5 block, if I'm not mistaken. He did have the pummel. So that was choreographed a little bit. At 14, sorry, 13.
Yep.
Is
It's
left
13.
over. Wait.
So that was coming in for 10, and he pummels it up to 14. I believe so. There's a little bit of a discrepancy here. I'll double check on our end, make sure that we're reading the situation right here. So pummel does buff by 4. So this should be. I wonder what we're missing, or if the players are discussing something different entirely. So we're gonna see Josh drop low here and have to discard a card. I mean, you gotta wonder, does that mess up what Josh had planned? Why he shoved all that equipment?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I think you're right. Or he goes down to 4. But yeah, I think Josh. It was choreographed, right? Like we knew it was potentially coming. Oh, and we see a Terrace Under and a hammer coming in. So this is a hammer for 5 with Dominate here, and threatening to discard 2 cards. And this is where you want to see this card, is in the end game like this. Terrace Under, great card. It's a Guardian staple that has fallen a little bit out of favor in Victor because it messes with your clashes. But here we're seeing the power behind it. Yeah, Josh being at 4 here with armor is very crucial. So we've been talking about armor all game. We knew armor was going to play a factor into this when Grant started blocking early with it. Josh has 2 pieces of armor to block with. That is a whole card from his hand potentially that he doesn't have to use when Grant tries to fire back on his turn.
Yeah, and he also still has the shield, so he does have a gold, if need be.
Yeah. So we see a block here from Grant. Grant's going to take 2, and he's going to go down to 3, and he's going to have to discard some cards here.
Sorry about the static. I wonder we might maybe plug in and try, see if that helps at all. Goose is plugging in now. Let us know if that helps, Jess. Looks like we're coming in hammer for 4. Not surprising. It's 100% what we expect to see when you have to discard 2 cards.
Apologies. So Josh, this is lethal, representing lethal for Josh here. No pummel being threatened on this though. So Josh is going to be able to block conservatively, but a little more loose, and potentially come back with a huge hand here to really strip away any chance of Grant coming back.
Yeah, just let us know. We plugged Goose in, so let us know if you can hear him and if the static has gone away with the plugin. So yeah. Josh Theon in Think Tank. What am I blocking with?
Yeah, he's got to consider pretty hard how much damage he can do next turn and how many cards that's going to pull out of Grant's hand. Josh has the potential to be in a commanding situation there. Looking at his hand, looking like there's a Rouse the Ancients in there, there's a Macho Grande in there, another Terrace Hunter in there, so he's got a lot of dominate backing him up here. He's just got to figure out how to make it happen, as it were. I think Josh is in a pretty good spot right now. He's just got to decide whether or not to take this damage, or if he is comfortable blocking with a couple of cards. There's a lot of lines that he could go down right now. Both players thinking they have time on the clock. Looks like they have about 7 minutes, so they've got plenty of time. They're at such low life. Josh doing a little bit of mental math here. Doing a little bit of considering. This is the part about Guardian Mirrors that I love so much, folks, is that the decision making in the end game is nuts. It's very, very intricate. You got to account for a lot of different things, and there's a lot of different paths you can go down, and that's very interesting to me as a player.
All right, I am plugged in now, Jess. Am I staticky at all? If so, let me know. And then if you can hear me at all, let me know.
So what do you do if you're Josh here? What's your take? Do you think
do you
do you
want to
think you live
know
dangerously?
my do you want to know my dangerous take, or do you want to know what I would do?
Well, I think we can put together your dangerous take here. You shove your equipment, you go down to 2, and come back with a
3.
5-card hand.
He
Or
could
3,
go, or
yeah.
sorry, you could put 3 in front of it and only take 1.
Yeah,
That's what I would
you
do.
can shove equipment and do that, but you could also, donate 1 card from your hand. Josh blocking 1 here, going to 1.
Yeah, that
Josh
was
more dangerous than both of us put together.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100%, and then coming in with the dominate.
Here we go. We see how dominated Macho Grande here. We gotta wonder, is this gonna be enough?
I don't think so. I think we definitely see the tunic block here and see the block for.
I don't know.
Oh,
this is dominated.
You're right. This is dominated. And
This is
8
dominate here.
Oh, do we
gotta
see
cover up. It's gotta cover up 5. And that's game.
And
Josh
that's
takes it, and Josh advances to 3-0.
3-0.
I
Wow.
believe.
Well, good job, Josh. Good job, Grant, as
Yeah,
well. Like that was a great game.
That was a great game. It was very exciting. Love seeing 2 very good Victor players go head to head here. Love seeing a Guardian Mirror, especially a Guardian Mirror that doesn't go to time. Great game by both players. Chat, if you're here, give us your takes. What did you think of that game? Let us know. It looks like there's 10 of you. I want to thank you all for joining us here as we go through our Proquest at Gamers Gambit in Lake City, Michigan. That was a great.
That was a great game.
I'm pretty jazzed about that. That was a pretty good game.
Absolutely. We're plugged in now, so we should sound better. Thanks for letting us know that we were a little staticky. So we 100% are excited. Do we want to see if we can get either in? We had Josh interview. So you might already know his takes, but we could get Grant over here if there's time.
With 5 minutes in the round, I can go check if you want to go ask. I can give an interview.
I'm actually gonna lie. I would like to go back to our go right back screen, unless you want to stay. But
actually, yeah, that's a good job. We're gonna step away for a minute. We're gonna take a break here in the caster booth. Kittens and I will be right back after this short break.
Yeah, thanks so much. Hello, hello. We are back. Thanks for took the quick break. We are getting the next round paired. Hold on, you can't see my face. Sorry. Hello. Yeah, we're getting the next round paired. We both needed that quick break. So yeah, we will see what's coming up in round 4. After this round, I think we're all going to take a quick break, so you can as well for dinner or bathroom, whatever you need. Again, want to remind everyone that we are in Gamers Gambit in Lake City, Michigan. Uh, we have a great community here of Fab players. We play on Friday nights at 6:30 for our CC casual, and then Sundays at 1 is our Blitz Armory. So if you want to come out, make sure you do. We would love to have you. Today is our our yeah. It's our competitive REL Proquest. Um, just a reminder of the top pricing for ProQuest is a gold foil, which they're pretty rare, and an invite to go to Pro Tour Amsterdam. So whoever wins here does have an invite to go to Amsterdam if they would like, which is pretty awesome. It's pretty fun. Uh, Expensive though, but I'd love to see someone from here be able to go and compete. But gold foil, not a bad price either. So yeah. Anyone in chat have anything to say? I'd love to see what you're gonna say. Oh, Goose is back. He was doing some recon to see who is coming up next. So let's see what he
All
has to
right,
say.
we've got some spicy brews coming here. We're gonna have another victor in the on stream, but it's gonna be Corey versus Mickey. So it's gonna be Corey on Vincent versus Mickey on Victor. Here, so we'll see both players get set up here. And this is set to be a very interesting match. I am a huge Vincent fan. I've never played her a day before in my life. Uh, she is she's a hero I've always wanted to play, but never actually got around to building. But this is I'm very excited. I turned into a little bit of a fanboy whenever I see a Vincent deck come onto streams, because I'm very into the like cycling of cards that Vincent does. You've had a chance to play against a lot of Vincents though. What's your take on the hero?
My take is it's very interesting. In my mind, she's like a less blood debt Levia almost. Like uh those rune gate cards come in for a massive amount of damage. What you need to do is uh you need to force Vincent to block. That's 100% what you need to do, because if you don't force Vincent to block, they're just going to be able to outvalue you a lot. Um, and that's really what we find a lot of the time. And especially again, I'm speaking as a Dory player against Vincent. Oh, okay. And then yeah, so it looks like our players are getting ready. It looks like actually, what are we seeing? We're seeing the Millers. Uh, Miller's
Miller's
hammer.
grindstone. Miller's grindstone, I believe. It's a Magic reference. I know that much. But yeah, this is we're gonna see this. We're gonna rock without Decklists. We're gonna see the Miller's hammer here versus Vincent.
Corey, actually a known Kano and Levia player, is playing on Vincent today. Uh, yeah, I was very surprised not to see him on either of those heroes because I know those are his favorite. But a lot of us we like to play different decks, you know, and that's fine.
Yeah, so I actually talked to Corey before the event about his deck, and I was trying to get the inside scoop on maybe if he was going to play a Kano, and said he wasn't happy with the list that he was building. And so he wanted to play something that he knew he'd have fun with. And Vincent's just a fun hero to play. And so that's what he went with.
No, 100%. Vincent's really, really fun to play. Way more than sometimes I even think. But she can do a lot with a little sometimes. Like I said, you're unfortunately like you're gonna have to force her to block. Although on Victor, you might be able to kind of block out the arcane. But Vincent sometimes can make arcane unblockable, and that's really her whole kind of shtick almost.
Yeah, really big fan of the rune gate idea. It rewards you for making rune chants. That was a huge thing with Viscerai was making rune chants, and then we saw Rune Blades just not care about it at all. And that always kind of rubbed me the wrong way because I thought it was very like one of the coolest things you could be doing in Flesh and Blood. Uh, Granted, that might be a reflection on when I started. I started playing Flesh and Blood in the Blitz season where Viscerai was just comboing everybody to death. Um, but maybe that's why I love Rune Chance so much.
Oh, OTK Viscerai, our friend, uh, the Katsu player that we've seen before, at one point did one turn kill me with Viscerai while I was playing Dory. So you know, it happens sometimes. That's a little less possible now, but
All right, we've got the first turn of this kicking off here. It looks like Mickey's going to go first. Uh, Pitching a Zealous Belting to a Tectonic Fleet. Now, this is going to be a different Victor deck than the two that we just watched. This deck plays Tectonic Plating. It's playing a Crater Fist. It's got a Fridge, and it's going to be trying to get the most out of that hammer and setting up bigger turns. Mickey is a known setup Guardian player. They like to play very hard, big. What am I trying to say? Auras, and then hit really hard. So hard to play bigger auras, but when they work, they really work.
I just figured out why you also love Vincent. Vincent known to run pummel.
Yeah, rubs hands together menacingly. Yes, Vincent. Love that Vincent plays Pummel. Those Rune Gate cards cost two, but with the Rune Gate of two, you're playing them for free, and then you can pummel them, and I just love that to bits. We do see this is a different take on a Vincent build. This is a Vincent playing a Nebula Blade.
Yeah, that's super interesting. A lot of times you see the flails. You see like the flail of agony and then the other flail as well. One the arcane and one the life.
Yeah, so we see Corey just setting up a little bit here. Um, Getting ready to take his or just setting up, trying to build up some rune chance, looking to pop off later with some bigger blood debt rune gate type turns. But we're going to see a lot of setting up between these two decks before they inevitably smash into each other, just because of the nature of the two players that are playing.
Yeah, and I think a big card that I really think we need to talk about in Vincent is Shadow Puppetry. I don't think I've ever seen a Vincent deck that has not run it. Just because of how good that card is being able to give go again. But Mickey, they're coming in with 9.
Yeah, so they're coming in. Mickey's coming in with 9 on the Spinal Crush here. Now, Spinal Crush, how important is the on-hit effect of this for Vincent? Not that it matters because we see an unmovable come in, but
not that we ever. I did not expect him. And a pummel.
Oh, just kidding. It does matter.
Oh boy.
So yeah, wild. Here we see a pummel come in, and a sink below.
Oh, a reaction. So that's blocking. Is that a red unmovable?
Only takes 2 off of that.
Wow.
But does have to discard a card, and Corey's just happy. He just dodged 13 points of damage there, and doesn't have to spend his rune chance on his turn. He's cool with blocking that out.
Did see though that that Shadow Puppetry was discarded. We might see a blood debt here. I can't tell what's in the banish.
I don't think that is one of the Blood Debt ones. That's an Envelop in Darkness, I believe, specifically a yellow one. So that is a rune chant generator, non-attack action.
Oh, so he doesn't necessarily want to see it in his banish for sure. He would much rather there be a rune gate card there. Looks
So we're
like
gonna see the Grindstone coming in here, looking to maybe get some clash value out of that. And we see, ooh, an early equipment block from Corey here. You gotta wonder, is he gonna set up for a big turn? Has he got one coming in? He's not wanting to give up too many cards from hand.
Yep. Okay, so we're gonna see the banish of this is the good one.
That
Deathly
is a
Whale.
Deathly Whale. Yes, it is the good one. So we see I believe a red Deathly Whale banished, and it's going to be immediately played here. So that has a Rune Gate making it for free, and we see this coming in for 3 arcane damage and 6 physical damage. Now I love this about Rune Blades. I love the mixed damage. I'm not a huge fan of pure arcane damage, but I love the mixed damage.
You played Kano for a little while, and I don't know how long did you play Kano for?
I have played Kano on and off for as long as he was legal in Blitz. I understand I'm a hypocrite about the arcane damage thing. I understand why people don't like pure arcane damage. Can I say that? But I love the mixed arcane damage from Rune Blades.
Yeah, I can understand the arcane pure arcane hate,
Yeah.
but I am with you on the mix as well, because you never know. Like sometimes is your equipment worth putting and we see a
pummel, and this is a dirty blue pummel. This is my favorite color of pummel. I love seeing a blue pummel coming in. So this pummel will crank that up to 9. I believe that's a blue pummel. No, that's a yellow pummel.
That's
a yellow pummel. That's my second favorite color of pummel.
So does that mean we might see rainbow pummel in this deck? What do you think? Or is it a psych?
As a pummel gamer myself, I am a big fan of running exactly 7 pummels. So 3 reds, 3 blues, 1 yellow. Because then you have the yellow one, and they have to think about the yellow one for the rest of the game. But yes, this is the yellow pummel coming in here. Important to note, Mickey took the arcane damage off of those rune chants, choosing to discard their own pummel, which I'm in love. This is so many pummels just flying around the board. If we start seeing red snatches, I'm going to lose my mind.
If Goose could run a deck that was all pummels, red snatches, and what's the other card you really enjoy?
Big time. I don't know. Razor Reflex. No, they
That's what I
don't
was
go
thinking.
together very well. So we see the seismic pop here. Mickey's gonna break her gold, letting us know, and to feed this break her shield as a gold to feed this golden sun here. So we got a golden sun coming in for 10. We're gonna see some equipment shove from Corey here. He's got 4 cards in hand to block with. He's only blocking with equipment so far, debating on what he wants to donate to the cause here. Trying to see how much of a turn he can have beyond this 10.
Which I sincerely believe how you beat Vincent is you make her block, or whoever's playing her block. Which is I think why we see a lot of D-reacts, because you don't want to spend 2 cards blocking in this deck. You want to spend 1.
Yeah, if Vincent is only banishing on her turn and can't do anything with it, that's bad news for Vincent. She needs to keep comfortably 2 cards. Would prefer to keep more.
And I didn't see a sink off of the sink below or the crown, so I think Corey is actually really happy with this hand.
Yeah, and we see I believe we see, what is that? That's not an Envelop in Darkness. It might be an Envelop in Darkness. That was, nope. Sorry, a lot of Runeblade cards look the same, it turns out.
I think it's this one. Yeah, I think that was an Envelop in Darkness.
No, because Envelop in Darkness doesn't attack.
Oh, yeah.
That's attacking. This is so we don't actually have Corey's deck list available to us. So we are just relying on being able to read the cards. So I
Yeah.
appreciate you guys bearing with us as we
It
see
is
this.
coming in for 6. It's
Yeah.
a
So this is a
blue
rune.
6.
This is a rune gate for 2. It's going to come in representing 6 and 2 arcane damage. A little bit of an oopsie there. Mickey has to choose what to do about this arcane damage before blocking out. Opting to just take the arcane damage off of those rune chants and then blocking out our attack here.
Oh, we see a pummel.
And there's another pummel. This one's a red pummel. This is my least favorite color of pummel, believe it or not. But
Did you know my Dory deck ran a blue pummel for a little
yeah,
while?
we don't need to talk about poor decisions, but we maybe if chat really wants to hear it. Chat, for those of you watching, let me know, what's your favorite color of pummel?
Or if you don't run pummel, what's your favorite color of reaction in general? We'd love to hear it. The answer I think always is either, I don't know. I'll put yellow. Some of my favorite reactions are in yellow.
Yeah, known Dory player sitting next to me. So we see a hammer coming in for 4. Corey opting to give 2 cards to that, just cover it up completely. Vincent needs to manage her life a lot, so letting things leak damage is pretty is pretty bad for Vincent, because Vincent's going to leak damage on her own. Like, she's going to hurt herself. That's kind of her thing. So we see a Deathly Whale get banished to Vincent's ability here, and just gonna Arsenal it. Interesting.
Yeah.
Not opting to play it, didn't have enough run chance to play it for free, and so he's choosing to just Arsenal and pass and take the 1 bit of blood debt. And that's something you got to worry about when you play a shadow hero, is the blood debt.
Oh yeah, especially when Corey, also known Levia player, understands how much blood debt is important. You know, you know he knows managing that banish is hard, and making sure that you can while you need to keep the blood debt full, especially in Vincent, you need to be able to manage it. But we see a seismic pop here.
We see a seismic being generated. So Mickey pitches a sink below to generate a seismic surge. We're going to see her pitch a blue to tear asunder, and we're going to see a dominated hammer coming in here now. Vincent plays a lot of D-reacts. We might see a D-react from Arsenal potentially. That might have been what Corey was cooking on. But otherwise, we're going to see a hammer come in, and we're going to see how Corey manages to block this out, or if he's going to wind up discarding to the Tear Asunder effect.
Yeah, again, my belief is the reason that Vincent plays those D-reacts is because we really need to see the 1-card blocks from Vincent, because I really think three cards is important. We might see an equipment block here too. You never know. What an equipment could be possible.
So this is threatening some discards. It's also threatening the Miller's Grindstone effect. So Miller's Grindstone doesn't come up in Victor very often outside of Sealed, outside of Limited. So Miller's Grindstone, the way it works is when it hits a hero, you're going to clash with them. And if you win, you destroy the top card of their deck. But if they win, you put a -1 counter on it. So Mickey really relying on Corey losing these clashes, because that could make the Grindstone potentially just terrible.
Yeah, and Corey really just didn't want it to hit, so was able to ended up breaking Tunic and Boots to block that.
Oh, very interesting.
Yeah.
He must really want the cards that are in his hand.
Yeah, my guess he probably has something to be able to give his first rune chant go again. He's going to Vincent first, creating banishing and creating a rune chant.
Yeah, he banishes another Deathly Whale here.
Yep.
So he's looking, the magic number on these Deathly Whales that he's banishing is he wants to make 3, and there's the 3rd rune chant. So we see him play an Envelop in Darkness. This one's a red one. It's going to create a rune chant token. It's going to buff his next rune gate card with by 3. So this is going to be a Deathly Whale. He opts to play the blue Deathly Whale here, and it's going to be a blue Deathly Whale coming in for 7 and 3 arcane damage. Mickey opting to take the 3 arcane damage, it would appear, trying to figure out how they want to cover up the 7 points of physical damage.
I see Jess agrees with me, singing Steel Blade, baby. Yellow is definitely best reaction. Let's go.
All right, we see an equipment block here. We see tectonic plating and crater fist get shoved in front, as well as the clash card. So we should be seeing a clash here, and Mickey handily wins that clash. We're gonna see another one, and I wasn't sure
that's
Mickey
a blue.
Mickey didn't show us the card on the top of their deck long enough for me to decide who wins that clash. Otherwise, fully covered that up. Leaked the arcane damage, but Mickey covered that up. Still has 3 cards to fire back with.
Yeah, which you're happy with as Guardian. I think we're gonna see the seismic pop, so 1 extra, and then gonna pay it forward, creating another rune chant.
Yep. Or creating another seismic, rather.
I don't know why I said rune chant.
A
Seismic.
lot of tokens flying around this game. It's been a few rounds, and it'll be a few more rounds after this. There's 27 people here at this Proquest, so we're here for a solid 5 rounds plus a cut to top 8. You've got Goose here on the mic as well as Kittens to my left. We're going to be with you throughout the entire event. Here's shaping up to be a great one. So we see Corey deciding what to banish on the Vincent here. This is the first time we've seen Corey play a 5-card hand this time around with Vincent. How does Vincent do with 5-card hands? Is she like a Guardian where she can't get the most value out of them?
It depends on the hand, right? It depends on if you can give one of your rune chants go again, that is when you're gonna really create the most amount of. Oh, choosing to do nothing.
Oh,
Just
so
create a rune
like what you're
chant.
talking about. Sometimes you can't do anything with those hands, and that's what happened to Corey. I had to take 2 blood debt there. His deck's fighting him quite a bit, despite being ahead on life just by leaking that arcane damage. So we got a seismic surge popping here. We'll see what Mickey can do. Corey not able to pressure it. Also, Mickey's going to fire back with a 5-card hand. Knowing what I know about Guardian decks, and knowing what I know about specifically Mickey's take on Victor, I'll be curious to see what they can do with 5 cards here.
I think we're gonna see something big happen here for sure. Not sure.
That is a trounce.
A trounce.
Yes. Or a wallop. I get the 2. That's a wallop. So this is just a 4-cost 5. Not able to use very much of her hand here is Mickey. Gonna be stranding 3 cards total unless she's sitting on a pommel or something like that. This seems pretty telegraphed to me. I might be totally off base, but this seems kind of telegraphed to me. See Corey sink below, opting to sink a card, looking to sculpt his hand a little bit here, hoping to avoid what happened last turn. And we see, yep, here comes the boom. We see a red pommel from Mickey, and then we'll have a card left over to Arsenal afterwards. Corey doesn't have another D-React to deal with that, so takes the damage and he has to discard a card here.
Which is not what you want to see has been set. Does have an Arsenal card, but you're going to have to banish one of those cards from hand with Vincent's ability, so really you're going to have a 1-card hand next turn.
Yeah,
you will have enough rune chance to play something.
There's been worse things that have happened to Vincent, right? Because Vincent is pretty good at playing a 2-card hand, especially when she gets the rune gates going. But yeah, I mean, you're never happy to be pummeled.
No, you're not. Unfortunately, looks like Corey has to discard one of his Deathly Whales, which is really an all-star in this deck, in my opinion.
Yeah, Deathly Whale, great card. We're going to see Corey opting to banish one of these Enveloping Darknesses. Now, these Envelopes don't have blood debt, so it's not really hurting him to banish these.
Yeah, looks like he accidentally put it in his graveyard again. It's not going to hurt him, though, so not the worst.
Is something I'll shoot Head Judge Dylan a deck.
Yeah, we're gonna shoot Judge Dylan a text and let him know that should be in.
We are at Comp REL.
Yep. So again, not the worst infraction, so it should be easy enough to just put and banish. Looks like we're blocking with a total of 4 here. Was just choosing to play the blue Deathly Whale, revealing the Clash.
And we see Head Judge Dylan. He's going to come in. Gonna double check, just do a quick judge call here, just to make sure.
This was an agreement with tournament organizer and Dylan beforehand that we would make sure that everything was kosher that we saw.
Yep, no big deal. Just gonna make sure that we get it. It was just a simple accidentally discarded it instead of banishing it to Vincent. Let's see what Dylan has to say. Maybe I was wrong. We'll see. Anyways, play's gonna continue.
Yep, play's going to continue, and it is Mickey's turn. Mickey is going to create a Cyber Surge and Arsenal. That'll be the only thing Mickey does on her turn. Let's see. And Corey is able to fire back. I do believe Corey is able to fire back with a 5-card hand. What is that banish? Another, I think that is a banish of Widespread Destruction.
Ooh.
Really good card here. When the combat change closes, each hero who lost life this turn banishes a card from their arsenal. And then I think that is a mob, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, that's a Mauvrion Skies. The cheeky white border Mauvrion Skies to be exact here. So this is going to generate a lot of value for Vincent here. Mauve Skies, one of the classic Runeblade cards. Doesn't always get played in Vincent decks, but it has made its way into Corey's deck. Corey's very focused on generating as many rune chants as he can. As you can see, we're up to 3, and we see a Widespread Destruction coming through. So for those playing at home, Widespread Destruction, when it closes when the combat chain closes, each hero who lost health this turn banishes a card from their arsenal, and it comes in for 6. This being buffed up by the Vanish into Darkness, or the Envelop in Darkness here is going to be an attack coming in for 9 with some rune chants and threatening on hits from that Mauvrion Skies.
Yeah, I do believe Mauve creates rune chants on hit, so we'll see how much we get from Mickey on this. Does have seismic surge, which is a good thing about seismic surges is because Guardian's so expensive, being able even to decrease that by 1 is super important, right? The difference between a Macho Grande coming in for 7 or costing 7 and costing 6. Again, 2 cards versus 3.
Speaking of Macho, there it is revealed, and we see a lunging press revealed by Corey here. So let me know if you played Ninja in 2022, folks. Lunging press, it's a blue attack reaction that gives +1. It costs 0.
Yeah, very interesting. I guess really Vincent can't play that many reactions, right? It kind of at pummel and lunging
But Vincent
press.
does care a lot about her hits. So playing the lunging press, I mean, it's just a value blue you can play, and if you're not too concerned about your ability to block, lunging press could be the card for you. Ninja staple, and like I said, Ninja staple in 2022. Big fan.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of any reaction. Let's be real. I enjoy. Looks like that Nebula Blade did come in for 4 and creating Rune Chant. Mickey going down to 17. Unfortunately, that was a lot of cards blocked from hand, but possibly let's see if she is able to.
Corey taking one off of Blood Debt here, opting not to Arsenal. Corey opts to keep a card in his hand rather than Arsenal. We see the Seismic Surge pop here. Mickey does have 4 cards available to do something with. We'll see how much pressure she can put on Corey. this turn. See if Corey can finally clear out his blood debt. See a pitch to make a seismic surge. And you see a zealous belting coming in. So this is an aggressive card in Guardian decks. It helps him to go a little bit wider here. Corey's gonna have to block 5 on this if he wants to preserve his life total, but it doesn't really offer a non-hit effect. In theory, he could decide not to. Mickey isn't representing Tunic, but you can do that with a Zealous Belting. You can go Zealous Belting into CNC.
So the thing with this here, right, is it's a CNC, but Corey doesn't have an arsenal, so it's just a CNC for 6. You know, in the fab math of what is important, you know, how much do you take, and it looks like Corey's just going to take the 3. Doing the math that card isn't necessarily, you know, worth more than 3. Yeah, let's see what is banished from Corey. Another Deathly Whale.
Yeah. So Corey running Rainbow Deathly Whales here. So we got a Deathly Whale banished. Now Deathly Whale costs 3 though. He's only got 2 rune chants to his name, but there's a reduced to rune chant. That'll help generate some rune chants. Is going to take a bit of has the potential to take some blood debt damage here unless he's able to generate a rune chant real quick. Or that's not a reduced rune chant. That's a rune blood incantation. Apologies, folks. Again, a lot of Runeblade cards look the exact same.
Yeah, they definitely have a style, that's for sure. Yeah, it looks like taking 2 blood debt and moving on to the next turn.
Potentially setting up for a big turn next turn, though.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think that Rune Blood incantation is really going to help.
So we see Mickey coming back with a 4-card hand. That Seismic Surge giving her a discount. And we see Mickey's popping a gold. Still has that Seismic. Still has the ability to. She's cycled her hand, is what she's done. And she has the ability to come in with 4 cards now, despite pitching that 1 card she didn't want. So she's going to use one of those resources, make a Seismic. And we'll do a quick graveyard check. Just see what we've got cooking. We'll see how many threats we can push here. Mickey's in a pretty relaxed spot. Corey's had to take a couple of turns off. That's never ideal in Flesh and Blood. You never want to take a turn off if you can help it, because this is a very pressure focused game. Mickey though, not able to utilize all the cards in their hand super effectively here, just coming in with a Command and Conquer. So again, no arsenal.
We've seen 2 pummels so far, I think, from Mickey. So we could really see a possible, you know. Although, really, if you're Corey, do you block this? You don't have an arsenal. I mean, a pummel is a discard, but
you've got 2 cards just sitting there that you can play.
Yeah.
In Banish. That's what makes Shadow such a strong kind of subclass of hero, because you are banishing cards that you can play later with Blood Debt, and that's just basically like having an extra hand. And we see Corey just taking most of it. He threw down 1 card that he couldn't do anything with, and we see Mickey heaving a Thunderquake here, making a bunch of Seismic Surges. This Thunderquake's going to be heavily discounted next turn. Corey's got to tax Mickey's hand as best he can in order to make Mickey not able to get the most out of this Thunderquake. We see him banishing a Rune Blood incantation, though.
That's not necessarily what you want to banish.
Nope, you want to be banishing some Blood Debt cards.
Yeah.
See an Envelop in Darkness?
Yep.
Up to 5. Taking 1. And we're going to see a Deathly Whale being played.
So that is 5 rune chants plus.
Mickey so far has been very reluctant to use the Nullrune boots that she has at her disposal.
Yeah.
She's been very willing to just take the damage and keep pressuring. And honestly, that's an approach you can take into Runeblades, is just accept that you're going to take the arcane damage. It's a very ninja approach. And I do know Mickey started playing the game on Fi.
Yeah, it's actually also a warrior approach. Not so much anymore, but but the more aggro warrior, the more honestly any aggro. I bet if you had like a aggro dash IO, I bet would be very similar. You know you're taking rune chance and that's okay. Um, looks like Mickey's gonna block with Crown. We're gonna see if Mickey decides what to.
This is a very interesting spot to be in if you're
Yeah.
Mickey, because do you crown away your Thunderquake that you spent resources to do? And that's exactly what's
Yeah.
happening here.
Yeah.
Mickey in a tough spot. The pressure Corey put on is enough to make that Thunderquake kind of inconvenient. We are going to see potentially free choke slams come down if Mickey's running it, but yeah, he are crowning away that Thunderquake.
Mickey being principled, spending that once, then he has the seismic surge later, and he's gonna choke slam.
Yeah, Mickey, she throws down a choke slam here. I think this is a red choke slam. We need the players to put the dice on the.
I think it's blue.
Hard to tell. Corey only blocking with the reduced to rune chant here. Gonna make a another rune chant. So he's gonna be coming in with 4 rune chants when he rune gates this this card out. Vincent banishing real fast.
We do have an iPad up here to make sure we're checking our cards.
Banishing a widespread annihilation, and we're going to see it being played here. So when the combat closes, each hero that lost health this turn banishes a card from their hand. That's 5 rune chants Mickey's got to try and cover up, and then also be able to block 6 on this. Otherwise, they're going to have to just straight up banish a card from their hand. Not something you see a Guardian do very often, is banish cards.
And I think really what we're going to see here is as long as Mickey doesn't have a red, I think we're gonna see a 6 block and a pitch to no rune. I think, or just
give up the whole hand.
Yeah, I might as well. If you give up, if you give up 3 cards, you might as well give up the whole 4. You know what I'm saying? And
well, not always. That last card represents a Miller's swing. There, if you keep a blue in your hand, right, you can at least fire back with a hammer, make Corey think about his life a little more. Corey is at 6. So it's not completely lost if you have to block with 3 cards. Mickey does opt to use those no rune boots, and we do have a little bit of a lag on the stream there. I don't know if anybody caught that or not, but we do see a 6 block as well. Mickey giving up their whole hand.
Yeah, that's what I would see. Maybe that's wrong. Looks like stream is still going, so we are good.
Oh, and Corey fires off a pummel on this, and that's brutal. That unfortunately Mickey has blocked it with their whole hand already, but this pummel is just going to push some damage, and then you're not going to get the discard. You're not going to get the banish. Corey wanted to see Mickey be exceedingly greedy there and take at least a little bit of damage. To try and keep some cards in their hand, because then that would have been a discard and a banish.
So, yeah, we're gonna see Corey here draw up to 4. We'll make a rune chant, and we're gonna see what he swings back with. This is definitely an important part of the game right now.
Yeah, it doesn't have.
Might go to think tank.
Yeah, it doesn't have a whole lot of ways to use all 4 cards in his hand all the time. So we're gonna see him banish a card away, making a rune chant. We got 2, so if he could banish something that he can play, otherwise we're just gonna see like a value, maybe a sword swing.
Yeah,
he's not gonna eat blood debt. Oh, he does have. He needs to get a 3rd rune chant somehow.
Yeah, it looks like.
Oh no, that's a rune chant, rune gate 2. So we're gonna see 2 rune chants coming in, and Corey clears his blood debt, which is super important to him, especially at these lower life totals.
I think that's why he got rid of this Shadow Puppetry. Shadow Puppetry, fantastic card, and that's not one that you want to to get rid of, but I think he wanted to clear his blood debt this turn and knew that with 2 rune chance he'd be able to. Looks like it reveals a pummel, so he does
Revealing a
lose that
yellow
clash.
pummel. Corey playing 2 yellow pummels in this list. Very interesting. So yeah, revealing that yellow pummel, losing that clash. But we see another pummel coming in. Oh, and a sink below, slap down immediately.
Corey notably does still have a card in hand that he'll be able to arsenal this turn. So I'm not. I think he'll have the 5-card hand next turn, although he is at 5 life, so he's going to have to block this hammer swing if that's what's coming at him.
Yeah, so this would be a hammer coming in for 4. You don't ever want to be at 1 life in this game, especially because Vincent will just kill you. When it has the opportunity to just kill you if you're at 1 life. So Corey's going to have to be very disciplined about maintaining his life total at a reasonable amount that he can still use Vincent's abilities, use the rune gate or the rune blade cards, and not dying.
Yeah, we're seeing a CNC coming here for 6. So this is probably blocked because it is threatening arsenal and life. Yeah, that was what I expected. Yeah, not too surprised there, although could have been a pummel.
Yeah, Mickey
No.
getting to keep an arsenal
yeah.
there. And we see Corey banishing a pummel. Not ideal. Not banishing a blood debt card, which I guess means he's not potentially taking life this turn, but not really. Is he able to do anything this turn, or does he just have to pass?
Yeah, 100%. I don't know. It seems like he's still thinking. I don't know if he has a card in hand so that he could possibly play, but looks to be thinking about something. Mickey, on the other hand, still at 10 life. This is a grindier matchup than I expected. Corey looking back, and is just going to drop and pass. Unfortunate, not exactly what you want to see. Definitely want to utilize all the cards that you
Yeah,
can.
he got some value by creating that rune chant, but again, not pressuring Mickey. Mickey's going to fire back with a 5-card hand, and he's at 5 life. Knowing what we know about Guardians being able to dominate things so efficiently, there's a world where Mickey could go like, I'm going to attack with Go again into something dominated or just something big and really just rip every card out of Corey's hand here. I don't think Corey's too happy about the position he's in right now, if I had to guess.
No, and I wouldn't be either. Not that the game's over, because it's not, and Vincent can do insane things sometimes. But looks like we're going to see a Zealous Belting.
Yeah, we see a Zealous Belting with 2 cards in hand and 1 card in Arsenal here. So this is a Zealous Belting. That Seismic Surge also is going to matter if Mickey goes to play a Guardian attack. So we've got this Zealous Belting coming in 5 Go again. Corey's got to cover this up. This is representing lethal. It's going to demand at least a card.
What do you think? I feel like I don't remember OG, playing Everfest, Guardian playing Zealous Belting very often. Oh, what is this?
It's Corey blocking with a widespread destruction, then Mickey following up with another Zealous Belting, and this is just like the least ideal scenario Corey could find himself in right now. It's got to be super annoying if you're Corey, because we're gonna see Zealous into Choke Slam. This is like a very high octane turn from Mickey, and we're gonna see that's the game right there.
Good job, Mickey.
We'll see Mickey take that one down. Very cool game. Very unfortunate for Corey. Some of his deck just was really fighting him the entire game there.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's very true. Yeah, we definitely saw some you don't want to banish your non-rune gate cards, because rune gate, you get so much value off those rune gate cards.
Unable to really make the most out of the rune gates for several turns, taking 2-3 blood debt at times, having to banish pummels and things like that. It's unfortunate. You hate to see it, especially as a Vincent enjoyer myself, but hopefully Corey's able to bounce back, finish out the tournament
Yeah.
strong here.
Yeah, I know. I know he talked to him a little bit. Vincent, not meta, but that's okay because who knows what the meta is according
Yeah.
to our our players here.
Yeah, I was
We
gonna
had-
say to go over kind of the meta report from
Yeah.
the first round today. There were 3 Katsus, 5 Victors, 1 Kano, 1 Arachne, 1 Azuri, 1 Kasai, 1 Original Dash, 1 KO, 1 Viserai, 2 Dories, 3 Azaleas, 2 Vincets, 2 Prisms, 1 Bolton, and 2 Riptides here. So wide open meta, not exactly all the heroes that you would expect to see in the meta. There's significantly less KOs than I was expecting to see. So just because the deck's non-meta in the Pro Tour doesn't mean it's a non-meta deck in the Proquest season. I think we've seen that come along through multiple Proquests so far. We saw a Teklevasan take down a Proquest this year.
We did, which is awesome. I love to see it. I love to see, I think sometimes Fab we can prove that any hero can win a Proquest in my opinion. Like if you are a good player, you know how to play the deck. And maybe a little bit of luck. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck. Because their variance is part of the game.
Yeah, so looks like we're gonna take a break here for the players. Greg was gracious enough to buy everybody pizza. So we will be right back. We're gonna skip the interview section of this, I believe, and we're gonna go take a little bit of a break. We'll be back for one more round of Swiss, and then we cut to top 8, folks. This is Goose with Kittens. We'll see you in a little bit.
I'm no longer Dory. Hello.
Welcome back. You've got we're going into our last round of Swiss here at the Proquest at Gamers Gambit in Lake City, Michigan. Looking like a great top 8 here. We're getting paired in. We're figuring out who's going to be on stream real fast. I might have to disappear to do some recon, but we're going to go straight from round 5 in the Swiss to a cut to top 8. We're going to do a quick deck check in between. We're going to go ahead and try and get a hold of some of the people in the top 8, do some fun interviews and stuff like that. Avoid using the Be Right Back screen as much as we can, but we'll keep you posted on that. Just a real quick peek. I'm going to go ahead and see who we got in the stream room, and we'll go from there.
All right, yeah. So I will keep you occupied for right now while Goose goes and sees what he can rustle up. But hello, chat. Hello. Very excited to come back. We were able to eat a quick dinner, which was very nice, and do a costume change. Just a reminder for anyone that might have tuned in, this is our Season 5 Proquest, and Goose is back with who is coming up next.
All right, big news. We have the only 2 players playing KO and Azuri on stream here today. So we've got Cam versus Jacob, KO versus Azuri. It's set to be a great match. We're going to see this this KO deck that's known for its aggressiveness, known for its high value plays, and we're going to see if Azuri can hang. Azuri been unleashed since Dromaeus left the meta, has been doing things left and right. We'll see if it can hang with a KO deck though. And here we go. We got 2 classic playmats here. We've got a KO and an Azuri deck. It looks like we've got KO on the bottom there, Azuri on top, looking like a custom art Azuri on stream there, folks. I know it doesn't look like Azuri. Promise it is Azuri. Well, if the players are okay with it, I'm cool with it too. We'll let it ride. We'll see what if Head Judge Dylan has any issues with it. He can go in there and hang. This is at Comp REL, folks. So we are playing with stakes. Things do matter. There may be judge calls made during the thing. If you see Head Judge Dylan, his arms reach across the table or something like that, that's for a judge call. I need you to put the hand emojis in chat if you see Dylan's arms. That's
true.
your challenge.
What is our count at now? I think we're at 4, maybe.
Yeah, our Head Judge Dylan count is 4. T.O. Greg count is somewhere in the 2s or 3s. We're doing a little bit of pre-boarding here, folks. So Azuri, Kittens, you've been known to be a little bit of an Azuri dabbler. Can you tell me what her game plan is?
So yeah, the meta's changed quite a bit from when I dabbled in Azuri, but her ability is basically a reaction, right? So if you play a stealth card, you're able to instead put down an assassin card. Face down, put the stealth card back to the bottom of your deck, and then reveal the card, and that's after block. So a lot of times, her specialization shakedown, you'll see that a lot. You'll see the shakedown be plays face down, and then for the stealth card, we're gonna see. We're gonna see a lot of the daggers. We're gonna see quite a bit of trying to kind of punish blocks.
What do you think about flick knives? Are we going to see flick knives in this game, or are we going to see a different arm piece?
I think we see flick knives. Flick knives is very good, and as a just as a reaction, especially because Azuri very much can play these reactions. Like I said, yeah. It's really depending what kind of daggers we see. I know there's a new one, Grave Crawl, which I doubt we will see, but I would be. We're probably gonna see the usual Spider's Bite.
Nerve Scalpel,
and
Scalpular.
That makes sense.
It's looking like what we can expect to see. So from the KO side of things, we're looking to make some high value plays. We're looking to stack up tokens off of our cast bones and then come in for these massive frankly, overpowered, undercosted turns out of KO. And then in the meantime, all of our cards block great. So we can block until we have a good turn to take the tempo back. We'll just go right back into pushing, 2, 3 card hands, pushing out 13 plus damage. That's where KO wants to be sitting. If KO's pushing like 6 every turn, that's he's not in a good spot. But if he's pushing, he wants to be in the sweet spot 12s across the board.
So do you think we'll see a lot of Kevin today or a lot of KO? KO being the roll scab skins, go for 40 damage type.
I almost guarantee we won't see a scab skins roll in this matchup. There's no reason to. And they took all of the variants out of KO when they made this hero. So we're gonna see basically a Rhinar if it were better.
Goose is a known known KO and Blitz enjoyer. He enjoys rolling the dice and all of the variants and swinging in for massive amounts of damage. But yeah, so we're gonna see what Jake can do on KO and what Cam has for Azuri. I'm excited.
So Jacob here, he's playing KO. His favorite hero is Rhinar. He's been playing for about a year and a half. And something fun that he wanted to just share with stream is he's going to be a dad soon. So, congratulations to Jacob.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll bring a dub home for his kid to be. Oh, and here's something important. We're going to see the sash. I was going to ask you about this. First weekend it's legal in Classic Construction or Classic Constructed. We're going to see the new sash from the Armory deck KO come into play here. This Majestic that makes brute attacks or 6 power attacks cost 1 less in a turn.
Yes, because KO needed to be better, but they didn't know that when they printed the deck.
Hey, they gotta sell Armory decks somehow.
That's true. Yeah, especially to new players. Yeah, literally was legal yesterday. That was the first day that you could buy the decks. So me and Hedge Judge Dylan, we ended up getting ours yesterday. Both of us aren't playing, of course, but that's okay.
Oh, are you 2 new players?
What?
Are you 2 new players?
No.
Oh, working as intended then.
Yeah.
Armory decks are great. All
yes.
right, but that's enough of me trying to get Fab canceled. We can go into the game here. So we see Azuri kicking off here with a quick little stealth attack, followed up by we've got an Annihilate the Arm, immediate block from the Rhinar here, and then we see a cut to the chase being played, pushing that damage. Azuri is able to potentially banish the top card of the KO deck. Now we have seen this before in actually Arachne matchups versus KO. If Azuri can somehow get rid of Blood Rush Bellows from KO's deck, we might see a very different game than what you might be expecting.
Now, another thing to note in case anyone missed it, Jake did discard Agile Windup to create that agility, and that's what really makes KO good. It's not necessarily the might, it's the agility. Being able to come in with 2 brute attacks is lovely. And let's be real, the might doesn't hurt, because that turns some really, really big damage into really more big damage, but it's definitely the agility that matters here. We're gonna see everyone drop, and this is the first turn. It's not turn 0, is turn 1. So let's see what we can get.
This is the first real turn of the game. Now actually blocking has a cost here, and we see right out of the gate Blood Rush Bellows. What do you think? Is this actually gonna matter here, this discard, or is this just deterministic?
Oh, this is a 6, no doubt about it. That does create a might off of the discard due to KO's ability.
Yep.
And we're gonna draw 2, and then the next attack will have go again.
Yep, off of that agility. We see another one followed right up. You gotta wonder if he drew into that or if he just had that one. So this is another new card, I believe. From the KO list, or from the KO Armory deck. This is a
No Fear? Is that what it is?
Yes, I believe that is a
Or strength
strength
rules
rules
all.
all.
That's it.
So this is a strength rules all coming in. So this is brand new card. This is one of the first days that it's even legal. So you might see this one get read a couple of times. So yeah, this is a strength rules all coming in. The players send a quick reminder to the players to use the dice. Oh, they're on top of it. But we
Good
see a
job,
black. This is a
everybody.
strength rules all for 8. We see a full black here grabbing that balance of justice. And pulling 2 cards from hand. So we see a quick follow up with a claw.
But
Here.
really, with the balance of justice, you'll actually be able to draw a card because they've drawn 2 cards off of Blood Rush Bellow this turn. So that's why, if you wonder why this headpiece is so expensive, KO is why.
Yeah. We see we see a Mandible Claw coming in here. This Mandible Claw will have go again because the 6 cost was discarded this turn. We'll see if KO can follow up with one of his 1-for-6s or not.
I would be
opting to just Arsenal, I believe. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, are you really gonna complain about 11 damage on turn 1 going through and stealing 2 cards?
No, I've certainly seen bigger hands out of Blood Rush Bellows. That was just a Blood Rush, no, not from Arsenal or anything like that. That's a pretty tame Blood Rush turn, but that's still a great turn for KO. Uzuri though, Uzuri likes to come in for just 4 and put a little pressure on you. She likes to block out. Depending on your builds, I have seen aggressive builds of Uzuri in the past. So we'll see we'll get the vibe pretty soon about what this Uzuri is going to be about.
Yeah, this is a yellow isolate, so this is only coming in, I think, for 2 dominate. But what's important is going to be the Uzuri ability, and that's right here. Going to instead is going to attack reaction, put isolate on the bottom of the deck, and flip the up to 2 cost, right?
Yep, up to 2 costs.
Yep. So we're gonna see a leave no witnesses.
Ooh, here we go. Looking to banish red. This will banish arsenals off of this leave no witnesses.
And that's gonna banish a humble, I believe. Wait, is that humble? And reveal the top card. It is in agile, which is not a red, so we'll not create the second silver off of that, or we'll not create the silver off of that.
Yeah, that is a humble.
That is a humble. Isn't it humble CNC at home?
Sorta, yeah. Interesting. Interesting include. I haven't seen that out of very many KO decks in the past. That might be like a meta read. So we're seeing KO come in here with the claw. This will be a claw for 4.
Does not have go again.
Yep. Notably no go again on that.
Yet. Possibly yet. Who knows? We have seen agile wind up. There is a play where KO can discard agile wind up in the reaction step and give it go again, just like this.
Just like that. Oh, that's a very sneaky play there.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And that does create the extra might from KO.
Yeah, that's quite the sneaky play there. And if you're not able to do a whole lot with your turn, that generating 2 tokens is nothing to sneeze at because it's going to set up a big turn coming back. KO wants to be playing these 5-card hands anyways, so if he can get away with setting these things up and Uzuri not pressuring him, not taking him off of his arsenal, we might see a potentially explosive turn on the back through.
Yeah, how do you feel about Uzuri in this playthrough? That Uzuri does have disruption, right? And it's not like, ice disruption that we've seen before, but it is still destruction. I think this is a looking for scrap, I believe.
Yeah, that's a looking for scrap. That's going to come in for 5 with go again here. And Uzuri plays a lot of attack reactions here, so seeing a full tunic is also something that that Jacob needs to be aware of. He needs to be thinking about because her on-hit effects do matter in this matchup.
So yeah, we're gonna see a side spot, and then we're gonna see a CNC just played CNC.
Yeah, so CNC are coming up after that spider's bite here is going to make blocking that CNC a little difficult for our KO here. Jacob's got to decide if this card's even worth it, or if he's just going to let it hit and then play the 4-card hand. Looks like he's decided that it is worth preserving that arsenal here, so we're gonna cover it up with a runner, and then a couple pieces of equipment.
Yep, and the block with the arms does create the might.
Yep.
So yeah, we're gonna see, see that block there, which I think is worth it depending on
Yeah.
what is in the arsenal.
That arm piece is just so good. As an aside,
Yeah.
blocking and getting rewarded for blocking with it, so good.
Yeah, very interesting. Scowling Fleshback also very similar, like being able to block and get rewarded for it. For sure. We're gonna see a blue pitch there. So
Oh, you see a red
yeah,
runner
and this is very good.
generates an agility, and it has go again. So this will be 6 with, or 8 with go again off of those might tokens, and setting up for next turn.
Yeah, runner is very good in this deck because this is it replaces the agility that it spends to give go again. Looks like we're blocking for 6 here, end up taking 2. And then another pitch to
Okay,
play
Bear
Bear
Fangs. So draw,
Fangs.
discard. Not going to get the added bonus on that. Or actually, we will because of KO's hero ability.
Yep,
So
that's
we will
actually
generate the
6.
might, and this Bear Fangs is coming in for 8 here. That's also just this KO deck so good, so consistent, able to turn on, just basically make it so you don't have any misses in your deck. We talked about this a lot with the Katsu Surging Strike thing earlier in the stream. When your deck just has hits in it, you're not really worried about, like, as the KO player, you're not worried about missing.
Right, exactly. And KO making some of those blue 5s that unfortunately like a lot of times Brute had to play. Uh Worth 6 actually, so those were no longer misses. 100% worth it every time. And we're
Yeah,
gonna
we
see a
see a
Codex.
Codex of Frailty here now. Codex being able to be played in both Rangers and Assassins. We see a Codex loading up a Command and Conquer here, which Jacob's just got to choose the card he wants the least and let this Command and Conquer hit. Um, Pretty much, or at least that's the strategy I would take. Granted, I'm not at one of the top tables in this ProQuest. I'm here in the booth, but that's, you got to be considering that at least, right?
Yeah, 100%. But are you also considering, hey, I'm gonna put Bare Fangs in here and swing at you for 7? Like that's also not a bad take. Like blocking the CNC and just swinging in for it actually be 8 with the might.
Yeah, that's not a bad play either. So while the players are in the tank, I can't remember if I updated everybody about this, but our only 4-0 player on the day is a Prism playing right now. So we've uh,
Still, Prism's incredibly scary. 100%. We've seen how scary Prism could be with Mike in the first round. So if you want to go back and watch that, you can see Prism beat Katsu. But right now, yeah, our 4-0 Prism. Oh, looks like taking a runner. That's actually interesting because the runner will replace the agile or the agility.
Yep. So he's gonna have to cover up the CNC as best he can, if he wants to replace that agility token, invest in his future. Had to discarded a pulping here. So now Jacob's got to decide: do I let this command and conquer hit, blow up this arsenal, or do I try and block out and then play my runner, generate another agility, and just hope for a better turn next turn?
Yeah, 100%. I agree. Definitely going into think tank here, and I don't blame them. Uh, I don't know where Jake and Cam are for the rankings, but I'm sure this being one of the top tables, they're definitely thinking about
Yeah,
how well I can do.
both very accomplished players, both having been playing for a year or so now, a year and a half ish, somewhere in that range. So both players' experience has been here before, and both doing very well in the tournament so far.
Yeah, Jake was actually one of the locals here in Lake City. Uh, he played. So he started off with Reinar. I think he played Dory for a little bit, and then back to KO. I think Brood is where he feels comfortable.
It's where his heart lies. We see here blocked out using some of his equipment to do so, and he's going to have a 4-card hand here. We know that's a runner in Arsenal. We gotta see what's he gonna do to follow up this runner.
Yeah, not entirely sure, but again, the runner is going to replace itself. We see an agile wind up pitch.
Yeah.
Not exactly what you want to see, but yeah, the agility replacing itself
Yeah.
is definitely worth it. And then the might just cancels out the frailty, so
Yeah,
it is
so this is a
coming in.
runner for 7 here. 7 with go again, nothing to sneeze at. 2 cards in hand, able to maybe follow up with a claw, save an arsenal, or come in with another big 6 cost or 6 attack. We see this get completely covered up by Fate Foreseen and a lightning strike out of our Azuri here. Cam taking a very conservative approach, looking to do the grind game with Azuri a little bit, but we are seeing some more aggressive cards out of Cam, looking for scrap, things like that. So we see Jacob following up with a claw here, just coming in. Claw didn't have go again, and looking to just set up an arsenal, maybe go for a bigger turn next turn, has that agility banked up, so his first attack will have go again.
Yeah, it looks like we agile wind up with 2 of the cards you pitched. And yeah, so those will go on the bottom.
Yeah, not a great blocking card, so I
No.
can understand why he shoved his equipment. We'll see how it works out for him.
Looks like we might have a bit of a life discrepancy here. Just talking it out. And then looks like gonna resolve the ponder. Ponder tokens. A lot of people 100% slept on them for a little while, and then you realize, wow, a ponder's fantastic.
Yeah, it turns out drawing a card is just very good. Turns out. So we see a Leave No Witnesses coming in. This is threatening the Arsenal here, threatening to banish the Arsenal. We'll see. So far, we've seen Jacob be pretty protective of the cards he puts in his arsenal. KO does want to set up big turns, potentially like Blood Rush Bellows turns out of arsenal and things like that. So we may see a full black here. Got to be wary of potential attack reactions. And instead, we just see Jacob letting it hit, deciding that the cards in his hand a little bit better than when he's got in his arsenal.
Yeah, 100%. Looks like the Azuri does have 2 cards left, so did unfortunately have to. I don't want to say waste a card, right? But there were. Oh, gonna look at the top card. And it looks like it's a blue, so no silver for the
reincarnate,
Azuri.
no silver for Azuri, and you gotta hate to see it as Azuri. You want to generate. I mean, Azuri has 2 silver, so they could buy back a piece of equipment. But you want to generate quite a bit, and we see it just a CNC fired back. This will
Does
be
have
CNC
go
with
again.
go again, though,
Yeah.
which if you thought CNC was cracked, just wait till CNC has go again.
Or has a few off of might. Yeah, I've seen a 12 power CNC. That's scary.
Yeah, that is pretty scary. People in chat, let me know, what's the biggest CNC you've ever seen? Any big CNC gamers in chat? Feel free to chime in. Definitely the biggest one I've ever seen is just like a humble 8, but I'm not I haven't been playing too much against KOs recently.
I might have played a few matches against KO recently. Cast Bones, very scary card. Very good card, honestly. And very few whiffs off of it, unless you see like a Blood Rush Bellows. But even then, they go back on top. So are you really that sad to see a Blood Rush Bellows off of Cast Bones?
See a double block here. Looks like a surgical extraction and a shred covering that up here, and now we're gonna see a smash instinct coming in. Do a little bit of an intimidate here, and we'll see if they're able to block out here.
That's a rough hand for KO. This is a lot of blues, but again, still coming in for 11 this turn. Not too shabby. KO does not have a frailty, by the way. Just forgot to give the token back.
Yeah, forgot to take it. Oh, there we go. Cleaning up our board state a little bit. Send a reminder to our players. Please use the dice. So we'll hopefully we'll see that improve here going forward. So KO's turn. Or that brings KO's turn to a close. We'll see a Codex of Blood Rot.
So, we have a player in here who actually put as their fun fact that they love Codex Bloodrot. This is not Cam, by the way.
Yeah, not Cam,
But
interestingly enough, but Cam is playing the Codex of Bloodrot here. Able to get that Ponder, able to give a Bloodrot Pax token. And if you're Kayla, are you ever paying for a Bloodrot Pax token? Unless it
no,
kills you.
no, absolutely not. Honestly, I don't think many people do pay for the blood
I
rots.
think in my life, total, and I played a lot of limited for outsiders, total I've paid for a Bloodrot Pax token twice. I can at least count it on one hand.
I
It's just
played.
3 extra damage. It's
Yeah.
just extra damage.
Yeah, I also played a lot during the during the outsiders meta. We actually played a lot together. Yeah, I don't think I ever did.
Yeah. It's just extra damage. It's just good rate. I can see why somebody would love Codex of Bloodrot. And here we see a Blood Rush Velas, folks. Discarding a Pulping had to be it. It was the only card left in hand. We'll see a draw 2 card in Arsenal here. We might see something a little bit explosive. KO generates a Might token there. And we'll see what's in Arsenal. I didn't catch it earlier, so we'll see if that has. Oh, and we're gonna see the Sash pop.
We're seeing the Sash pop. Next card or next attack costs 1 less, correct?
Yeah. It is all. I'm pretty sure it's
all 1 less.
We'll see. I might have that wrong because this is brand new. We see a Pulping come through here. We're gonna have a random discard. We'll see if this Pulping gets the go again or not.
It was Jess. It was Josh. Josh loves Codex of Bloodrot.
And we'll see a Beast Within discarded here. Get ready to see some big flips. Just one. It flips in, effectively drawing a card off of that, replacing itself. So good. Such a good card.
Absolutely.
When it's not killing you.
So blocking for 5. That was a blue Pulping? Or was it red?
I think that's a red
3,
Pulping.
so it was red.
Yep. We'll see a blue.
Thank you. Yep. For showing the dice. We appreciate it. So we're gonna end.
See a blue pitch here, going into a claw. Claw has go again, so this will be a claw for 5. It's very good. KO doesn't need 2 claws. He's fine on his own.
Yeah, that was their balance for KO is he only has 1 arm, so he can always have 1 claw. Now, how do you think Levy is gonna fare if KO ever LLs taking claws with him?
We might see Levia play with the Hexagore, which would be pretty cool. Oh my goodness, here we go. Following that up, we got a swing big. Coming in for big damage here. KO just pounding down on this Azuri. Azuri's blocking as best it can, but KO able to keep a card in hand. That was a swing big coming in for 10.
Did I count that right? And that was 22?
It was 5 plus 10 plus 8. 23.
Oh, I'm sorry to the
KO
Azuri.
got to keep an arsenal.
Yep. This is why KO is good, people. That is why KO is good. But yeah, you know I'm all for the Hexagore, Levia.
Love me a Hexagore. So Azuri unfortunately has to just draw up and pass the turn. Maybe take up their Tunic first. We're gonna see KO come back with another 5-card hand, and you gotta wonder what that card was in Arsenal. Looks like Jacob flashed it to us just real quick there. I believe it's in the light.
I think I saw the same thing. Not necessarily. Actually, no, it is. You don't have any agility this turn as KO. That's 100% what
still
you want to
see.
see.
6 go again.
Yeah.
Chooses go again, comes in for 6. Yeah, so this is in Light Strike for 6 with go again. Pretty strong. We'll see a double block here. 2 shreds being thrown in front of it. Jacob pitches a pat call, and we will see another big yellow attack out of the KO here.
Speaking of Cam on the Azuri, looking a little bit, what do you think of Shred as a card? Oh, we're seeing an inertia trap.
Oh, very interesting.
Very
traps out of Azuri here. So an inertia trap. Gonna give an inertia token to Jacob here. Traps are Shred. Love Shred. Don't play red Shred. Blue Shred, best Shred. It's hard to be the D-react that blocks 3. Or an attack react that blocks 3.
Yeah, 100%. Red Shred. Oh, we're gonna see a dagger swing here and
Nerve
just
Scalpel
take it.
just hits.
Yep.
And another one. Did we flick our knives? Or swing with both scalpels. I see.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Let's see what we have here. We're gonna come up with the KO, Jake on KO. Let's see what is happening. I hate Shred, Jess. I'm with you. Should have been a warrior card. And we see a bellow.
See another Blood Rush Bellow here. Pitching a cast bones. Don't need cast bones where we're going. We're just going for the value. We see a humble being discarded here. Drawing 2 cards, and now KO's got 4 cards to work with, and we see he drew a Beast Within. Oh, 2 Beast Withins in hand. If he has random discard at all, Jacob's sitting pretty.
Yeah, 100%. Beast Within. I do love that card. That card is fun. How many times do you think this is a claw coming in for 5 because of Blood Rush Bellow?
Yep.
Creating a might because of the discard.
Yeah. So we got a claw for 5. We see a Fate Foreseen out of Azuri here, opting to put it at the bottom of their deck. That'll leak a damage through, and just leaking damage like this through a deck that wants to block out that's where you want to be if you're KO. That's everything you want to do.
And is that a Bear Fangs?
Discarding another Bear Fangs, making another Might token.
Yep.
So this will be a Bear Fangs coming in for 8, and just so hard to block these attacks when they're coming in for such just pushing.
I thought it was 10.
Oh, Bear Fangs coming in for 10,
that's
even better.
I was wondering why it was only 8. Yeah, just
and Azuri actually able to cover it completely here, blocking 10,
good
but
for the Azuri.
losing their entire hand in the process.
Yeah, but sometimes on a Blood Rush Bellow turn, only taking a couple, you have to be happy with that. Jake discarding his Mandible Claw happens.
And KO doesn't need it. KO able to push in another 5-card hand here, and this is where KO wants to be. We talked about this at the beginning of the match. KO wants to push these 5-card hands, just do absurd things off of Blood Rush Bellows and generating like agilities and mights. Haven't seen an agility in a few turns, so it looks like we're gonna have to roll scabs here. Rolls a 5 on scab skins there. You gotta wonder what he's got.
KO came out to play.
KO did come out to play. I eat my words. We actually did see a roll here. And we see a swing big with the might token here. Gonna be quite the attack here. Putting a lot of pressure on. This is representing lethal here. The Azuri's gonna have to dig deep to find a way to block out all of this relentless assault from the KO.
100%. And you know, the Azuri is doing well, getting KO 14. We also did see a lot of disruption, which we love to see. And it looks like Cam on Azuri is going to be taking 2. And we'll see what's coming next.
And a cast bones to follow up.
That's
no
all
whiffs. This is going to be setting up for a huge turn.
Oh, was there one miss on that?
Just double checking.
It looks like there must have been
maybe
one
one
miss.
sun packing. Yeah, just double checking. Looking at what was revealed, though, we got a Wrecker Romp, a Swing Big, Command and Conquer, a Humble, just straight gas coming up next turn. He gets to put these back on top as well in the order he chooses.
Does not have to create the agility, which I think is the one thing that KO and Azuri can be thankful for. One more without the Wrecker Romp, that would also create an agility. So 6 might and agility. Oh boy.
So we see Jacob, he draws up here. Cam was able to keep 2 cards here. He's going to have to mount some sort of offense. Otherwise, he's going to get just a massive attack thrown at him this turn. We'll see what he can do off of 2 cards.
Jess is saying Jake's luck loves to gamble. We love to see it. I'm glad you were wrong, and we saw at least one Stabskins roll.
Yeah, it's a good day when we see KO actually roll dice. I'm a big fan. We see a just a dagger and then an arsenal from Cam here, and we'll see what KO can do off of these 5 cards. It's going to be an absolutely stacked first attack. I can tell you that much.
Oh, without a doubt, I think minimum we see is 11, probably.
Looks like we pitch, or we're floating 2 here, and we're going to see a CNC coming in for 11.
No go again, but
Is making
CNC
Cam
for
regret
11.
is making Cam regret putting an arsenal down, and you gotta wonder, he's floating 2 resources. If you're Cam, are you concerned about Pummel here?
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I don't see why you
Granted,
couldn't.
you did see all of the cards off of the cast boat,
That's
so
true.
you know
So
Pummel's
you
not
know
in
Pummel's
there.
not
But do
there.
you know what's in his arsenal?
That's true. I don't think the normal list that we see, that's sort of the more of the meta list, we don't see Pummel because it is a kind of like a whiff card, but
Yeah,
that doesn't mean
it's not there.
it's not there.
You know, Pummel can't hurt you if you don't think it exists, as I think has been told to me before. But hey, just known Pummel enjoyer, I'm willing it into existence. I want to see just Pummels in every match.
You've been close. You've been close to seeing Pummels in every single match.
We're gonna see a little bit of an equipment block here, putting the flick knives in front, and we're gonna see an inertia trap as well.
That cannot be played on CNC.
Oh yeah, defense reactions can't be played
Yeah,
on
so
CNC. Cam taking a second to reassess here, might be putting down a few more cards to block. Cam's gone into the tank here. I mean, can you blame him for tanking on an attack for 11? It's
absolutely
11
not.
with an on hit.
11 with an on hit. Yep, blocking with the tunic. Not surprising here.
Yeah, that'll scoop the tunic. Tunic didn't get a ton of value out of it, but is able to get his block. He got some resources out of it this game. We'll see a block there and an Oasis Respite.
Which can be played because it's not a D-React.
Not a D-React.
I don't know what that total block is.
I think it's enough to cover up the entire thing, and will gain Cam a life as well.
So we're going to see if that Pummel in... No, it was not a Pummel in Arsenal, it seems like. Or he's waiting.
Yeah, I didn't think it would be a Pummel. To be completely honest with you, it's like we were talking about. It's like we've been talking about all day about consistency in your decks. You don't want to put a whiff in your deck if you don't have to. As much as I love Pummel, I think it's probably the wrong choice to run Pummels in your KO decks.
I don't know. Just like Pummel, Route can win you games. Pummel can win you games. Reactions can win you games.
Yeah, but you're comparing random discards to warrior attack reacts. I think you got to be a little more fair.
I agree with you. I don't think you run. I don't think you run Pummel and KO, but that doesn't mean it's not there.
So that took Cam's entire hand here. We're gonna see KO fire back with a 5-card hand. We gotta see, doesn't have an agility token, hasn't been able to generate very many agility tokens this game. You gotta wonder if it's like putting a hamper on his play here. We're just gonna see a swing bid. He's not able to get the most out of his big 5-card hands because he doesn't have the go again needed. So this is just a vanilla swing bid.
Yeah, I think the issue is we saw 2 agile windups had to be pitched a few hands ago, and that is really what's going to kill that.
Is bluffing a Pummel again here, but I feel like if you didn't Pummel on the CNC, it's you pretty much telegraphed that card in Arsenal isn't a Pummel.
The thing is you say that, but Cam on Azuri was out of cards in hand. Yeah, it might be just the resource token is just sitting there.
You could have took his arsenal too. Cam was sitting on an arsenal. That's my only thought process. If I'm Cam, I'm pretty sure that card in arsenal isn't a Pummel. That said, we don't know what that card is in Arsenal either. So,
yeah, we're guessing as well.
Have been wrong many times on this stream alone.
Absolutely, yes, we have. But still, 6-13. Looks like Cam does have 2 cards in hand to fire back with. We're going to see if he can do anything with them.
Yeah, 2 in hand, 1 in Arsenal here. He's going to be able to mount a turn. It's 6-13. You got to wonder, what does Cam need to do here to swing the game back in his favor?
Oh, I would guess something like this. Isolate into a shakedown. Require 1 card black, Azuri. Either a shakedown or a CNC to get rid of the Arsenal.
Take that Arsenal.
Yep.
Yeah.
Something to
or
a death touch.
Death touch. That'll do.
Oh. Yep. That is. Oh, I don't know what this brute D react is.
No fear.
No fear.
That's no fear.
That's
banishes
the
2 cards from his hand. And will prevent the damage, and then he draws them back up. So it's a reaction. You banish 2 cards from your hand, and then you go here. So this is going to be a pack hunt coming in. It's going to intimidate a card away. Love pack hunt. We'll see what he gets out of it. Reminder to Cam. Yep, you don't have to show us what it is. So this will be a pack hunt. I believe that's a red pack hunt, so this will be coming in for 6.
Yeah, 100%. 1 resource left, but I don't no go again, so I don't see anything else being able to be played this turn. Yeah, as KO, definitely missing the agility.
Yeah, it's covered up. Cam, yeah, really jonesing for some agilities here. You gotta wonder how many of these agile windups is he running? How many does like a typical KO list run?
I think you run the yellow and the blue full, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if you run the reds or not, but I know the yellow and blue you do.
So just unfortunately, he just hasn't been seeing them, because that is the one kind of unifying theme for this matchup so far is Jacob's not seeing agility tokens when he really needs to, and it's been keeping him off of making these massive turns.
So this is a Cam comeback burn. Broke the whispers or it's not
Black Tech Whisper.
Black Tech Whisper. It was a whisper. Giving his death touch go again. Getting a card, putting an Arsenal, creating a Ponder, and a Frailty, and then gonna come in with a Leave No Witnesses for 4. This attacks the Arsenal and will banish a card off the top.
Yeah, threatening that Arsenal there, and Jacob's got to be really careful about as the KO here. You got some big time heavy hitter power cards here. You got your Blood Rush Bells you don't want banished. You got your Agile Windups you really don't want to see banished either. So he's got to really consider, my Arsenal's one thing, but the top of my deck is another thing that could potentially even be unknown to Jacob depending on his proficiency with pitch stacking.
Yeah, exactly. So coming in for 4, now it's also the question of it's 2 cards no matter what. It's just which 2 cards, the one in your arsenal and on top, or 2 cards from hand. And I'd be interested to see what we'll see. Saying that, also have Blood Rot Pox. So if he takes this 4 and the 2 from Blood Rot Pox, he's going down to
a very dangerous position, a very Flick Knivesable position. Got to be very aware of that.
Flick Knives is broken.
Flick Knives is broken, but there is silver.
Oh, you're right. Could buy it back. Yeah, you're right. You're right there.
So 2 cards in hand, 1 card in arsenal for Jacob here. He's going to try and mount a bit of a comeback here, make the most out of that Blood Rot or that Tome play. We'll see a CNC from hand here, so that Frailty is not going to matter, and this is just going to pressure that arsenal, demand some cards out of Cam, and just play it for the next turn.
Yeah, and Okan does have the arsenal. I missed it when I first glanced. So that will be either a 2-card block. He has to block something because this is threatening life total. So it's going to demand at least 1 card. But yeah, we're going to see the 2 cards here.
A 2-card block here. Jacob's not going to be able to play for that Pox token. rack them up for those keeping score at home. Nobody ever plays for the box token. Is going to take the damage here down to 5. Azuri can threaten 5. Azuri can threaten 5 easy. Bought back black text.
Yep, buying the black text back. That makes sense. A lot of sense in my mind. So yeah, we will see.
That is a hard to read.
Is that what color is that?
It's a red.
It's hard because maybe an already dead. Is that what it is?
No, I don't think it's an already dead.
I'm not sure what.
Sorry, folks.
Maybe Nimble Strike?
Oh, it is.
It is already dead. Hey!
No.
I do know my card art, kind of. I had to look at the list. So yeah, we're looking to, is a 2 cost, 6 attack. With contract, you're contracted to banish your opponent's non-action cards. Whenever you complete this contact, get a silver. When it hits, banish top card and a defending card. So you got to be careful what you defend with.
And this is great to see here if you're Cam because Jacob has to defend here. So this already dead's going to banish a couple of cards. It demands a block and could potentially generate you silver. Now it didn't, but it could. See a reincarnate pitched here from Jacob, and we see one of the new cards being played again here. This is a brand new card.
Yeah, literally yesterday, brand new card. Fun seeing new cards
Strength
be played.
rules all.
Okay, yep, strength rules all. Looks like we're gonna see a sink in front of that. I'm assuming it's coming in for at least 6. So looking to take 2 here.
So we see the strength rules all come in. KO not having much of a turn off of that already dead. And we'll see Cam able to keep 4 cards. He's mounting quite the comeback here. We were kind of down on him a little bit. We were thinking he was going to have a hard time, but KO not seeing agility has really allowed Cam to climb his way back into this game.
Yeah, now coming in with the Spider's Bite. Spider Bite, it is 1. It's all it comes in for 1, but if it hits, your attack action cards block for 1 less. So some of those 3 blocks are now only blocking for 2, and that means you're probably blocking with 3 cards if you don't block this.
Yeah.
It's what makes Azuri so good. Yep. So it seems like he took that.
Looking for scrap being played here. This is gonna have go again. Gonna scrap looks like an isolate. So this is gonna be a 5 with go again, I believe.
Yeah, that's gonna block for 1 less. So gonna end up blocking probably in total, probably 4 here. Taking 1 is my guess. Yep.
Yep, taking 1 here down to 3. And we see another attack coming in, able to go very wide on his turn this time. Cam is, and that's what Cam wants to be doing right now. He's gonna rip cards from KO as best he can, and just really take control, sit in the driver's seat on this one.
Looks like a red stealth card, so I assume it's coming in for 3. Infect. Yep. Oh, so this will create a blood rot box if it hits. So that's why he had to block it. Yep. Yeah, I'm really wondering what that card is. It's been there for a long time now.
So we see a claw coming in for 3. That's the only thing he could do. Cam really demanded all the cards from his hand. Only able to keep 1 is Jacob, so he's coming in for 3 on this claw.
We see the inertia trap, but the inertia really doesn't. It does matter. That was an inertia. Oh, it didn't trigger.
It didn't trigger the inertia trap. It just blocked it. So we see a nerve scalpel.
Coming in for 1.
Jacob taking the 1. We're going to see a spider's bite. This one you got to really think about whether you let it hit or not.
Yeah, Azuri doesn't have any arcane, so you don't have to worry too much about that. But this is a surgical extraction coming in for 4.
Yeah.
On hit, will reveal blues. If you reveal a blue, then it will you can banish it, and then we'll banish a blue from the top as well. Great card, really great card. Yep, I'm unsurprised to see the block there.
Yep. Takes the black. Gonna have only another card here. You gotta wonder. Yep, just another claw. Looking at the decks though, Zuri looking pretty light on cards
That's
here.
true.
KO,
Yeah.
you know, double sleeving might matter here, but yeah, Zuri looking kind of light on cards. You gotta wonder if Jacob's new game plan or is to just hang on, run him out of cards.
That's possible. I'm looking. It might only be like anywhere from 4 to maybe 6 cards. Not much more than that, I don't think.
So Azuri does have the Black Deck Whisperers here, able to put together a pretty decently long combat chain. And with 4 cards available, you gotta wonder if Jacob's strategy is gonna pay off here. So we see a Codex of Bloodrot, and that's gonna be annoying to pay for.
Yes, it is.
We talk some smack about Bloodrot Pox tokens, how nobody pays for them.
Yeah.
You know,
this is the time.
I think I would like to modify my statement. I did say they were good. I didn't say they were bad. I was just saying I never paid for them.
Well, if you don't play for them now, unfortunately, you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah, so that just guarantees 1 card minimum is going to can't be blocked this turn. So if Cam can string together a 2 or 3 chain link hand here, or demand a couple of cards, we're gonna see KO just have no turn.
Yeah, 100%. And it really matters because honestly, KO might have to keep 2 cards. Okay, so we're gonna see an E strike for 7? Question?
We need the players to use their dice, so we know. I think this might be an E strike.
Looks like we're gonna.
That was an E strike with go again into a leave no witnesses here. Gonna demand 2 cards from Jacob to block it out completely, but he also has to pay for that Pox.
Oh, do you see it? There's a cast bones in hand. That's an instant. That's a no block.
I think this might be it, folks.
I think that's a no block.
I couldn't quite see it. We got Jacob in the tank here, doing a quick count for Dex, trying to maybe stall for time a little bit, try and get his thoughts together, figure out what to do here.
Absolutely.
And
it does.
It does block.
It does block. My bad.
Oh, picking them back up.
I don't know what that card in Arsenal is.
He's gonna die to the Pox.
Yep.
It dies to the Bloodrot Pox.
Cam on Azuri taking it. That was a huge comeback.
That was a gigantic, absolutely massive comeback.
Yeah, good job,
Cam on Azuri. We were counting him out, and that just goes to show you nobody's ever truly dead in the game until life totals hit 0.
Yeah,
that was just an absolutely masterful comeback from Cam playing Azuri there.
Yeah.
Sealing the deal with a Codex of Bloodrot,
yeah,
which doesn't make it in like any Azuri list. So very spicy include.
I love
it. Was running more than one.
It was running more than one, and one off of it.
Paid off.
Well, Josh, you were right. You and Cam are right.
Codex of Bloodrot.
Codex of Bloodrot.
Broken?
No, I don't think so.
I wouldn't go that far.
I wouldn't go that far. It is good though. It is good.
I'm gonna go check in on the stream room. Gonna see if maybe Cam wants to join in. We had some of our players creeping into the booth. That was Starlin, I think. But yeah, I'm gonna go see if Cam wants to come sit in, get interviewed, and we'll be right back, folks.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, GG's to Cam. That was awesome. I bet he was sweating that whole time because I would have been. Absolutely, 100%. But good job. Yep, Jess, I'm with you. 100%, you was right. So yeah. So this was the end of round 5. We're gonna be cutting to Cop 8 soon once all of our rounds are once all of our rounds are finished, there will be a deck check before top 8. So our top 8 players will have deck checked. So we're going to see how many people we can get in, see if they're interested in being interviewed. Try to keep the feedback screen off for all of you and keep it interesting. So let's find out who's coming in. Hello, hello. Hi. Congratulations! How much were you sweating in that one? Oh, you are muted. It should just be this button right here next to the. Yep, you'll just click it. Yep, and now you're unmuted. Okay.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so I was sweating the whole time, and I basically knew, like, if I don't block out most everything from KO, he's going to kill me. I just have to find that moment when he can't do something and I can slip some damage in and force, like, some disruption and just make it happen, you know?
Yeah. That was crazy. We counted you out just a little bit, so if you rewatch, but we came back. We came back for you. A lot of
I counted me out too, so no worries. Like, I was okay with losing. That's my cousin Jake in there. Like, we're good buddies, so it's if I was gonna lose to somebody, it'd have been fine to lose to him. But I really wanted to win.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. So talk about your Azuri deck a little bit. So why Codex of Blood Rot?
So Codex of Blood Rot is really good for forcing people to block Arsenal Hate. It's also something that's a little bit difficult for Prism to deal with because she doesn't like Blood Rot because she has to, you know what I mean? It's going to force that damage. And at 32 life, every 2 damage really matters with her. I got away from using Ravenous Rabble because it's a 2-block that doesn't always deal 4. Whereas if you have a Blood Rot, you're going to probably deal 2 points of damage, and then you're also getting that Ponder. So, I mean, 5 points of value there was kind of where my mind was at. And it's another yellow if I need a pitch for dagger.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. We were talking about how no one plays for Blood Rot, so almost every time it's 2. But yeah, and it won you the game.
It did win me the game.
It won you the game, which is awesome.
Sure.
What other spice do you like in the deck that maybe you don't see in every Azuri list?
Well, I'm running a little bit of Cut to the Chase. I'm running 2 of those, which can be really helpful. That's helped me out a couple times today. It's not quite as common for Uzuris to run contracts. They either lean all the way into the contracts or they are running red line. Some are running blue Zuri. So yeah, Cut to the Chase was something that I threw 2 of into my deck just because I have 13 contracts in there. It's kind of sneaky. It blocks for 3. I have Nimblism there and Nimble Strike as well.
Yeah.
So that comes in when I need to deal damage and go wide because it gives me 1 extra go again, and you can always buff your contracts. So like my Annihilate for 8, or if I send a Leave No Witnesses for 7, it's just something that you have to respect more as a Guardian or anybody who likes to block.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it sounds like the end of the round, so you can go see if you made top 8 or not.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I did. I'm looking forward to it. Thanks, Sarah. I appreciate it.
Yep. Yeah, congrats. Great job. So yeah, congrats to Cam. We
are pairing top 8 right now. I'm popping in real quick. I'm gonna go try and grab as many people from the top 8 as I can. We'll do an interview.
Will you hand these to our head judge Dylan along this one?
You'll need these for the deck checks. I will be right back playing Gopher.
Yeah, you're on the outside this time, so you get to play Gopher.
That's fine by me.
This is true. I don't know of anyone. You're not here, so you might not know. It's actually fairly cold. That's why I went into the hoodie. But yeah. Again, for anyone that is here, this is our Season 5 Proquest here in Lake City, Michigan. If you're from Michigan or nearby and you want to play Fab, make sure you stop by on Fridays at 6:30 or Sundays at 1 o'clock for Blitz Armory. Fridays is CC. Also, we stream these. So if you're interested, Gambit to Gambit LLC on Facebook. You'll see the schedule there. This stream's there, but also Gamers Gambit LLC on YouTube, where you are now to see it live. So yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get some people willing to interview in here. We'll let Goose interview. I'm sure he's he's pretty good at it. So we'll take turns here. Give us both a little bit of a break. Yeah. Oh, and 72 in Lansing. Yeah, it's not it's fairly hot out, but I think we have the air on probably for the best. At one point having, I think over 30 bodies in here, it might get a little warm. But yeah, well, hello from Lansing. Oh, that's so exciting. We love that people watch. It's so cool to be able to do something like this. Yeah, Goose and I, we try to switch off commentary on Fridays. We can't always make it, but yeah, we definitely try. Seems like we're announcing top 8. We'll make sure to get the list from everybody and let you know who is who is who is going to be in streams. But yeah, it'll be exciting. Yeah. Oh, it looks like we're getting cancellation prize packs out to everybody. For prize support, if anyone doesn't know, I think everyone's getting a pack, and I know there's different prize report for top 8. Now, if you win first place, you can get a gold foil and an invite to Pro Tour Amsterdam, which is really far away. But I hope if someone wins, they're able to rack up the funds to go. That'd be super exciting. Yeah, yeah. I know. I would love a gold foil, but I do enjoy commentary a lot, so I don't mind commentary. I also couldn't make it to Amsterdam at the moment. All right, we have a Goose back. Let's see what his report is.
Top 8 has been paired, and I did secure us an interview with our number 1 seed, undefeated Prism.
Oh, let's go, let's go. Yeah, when he makes it over here, we'll I'll give up my seat. We'll see if we can get him my seat so you can interview. How's that sound?
Sounds great. Sounds great. Yeah, we're gonna try our hand at getting as many people from the top 8 in here as we can. We're gonna do our best to avoid the "we'll be right back" stream. We're gonna give Head Judge Dylan some time to go ahead and complete the deck checks. I think Dylan and Theo Greg are gonna be doing that together.
Yeah.
Hoping everything checks out clean. We don't want to see any IP penalties.
Yeah, no IP penalties.
So we'll get this stuff checked out, and then we'll go ahead and bring some people back for some interviews.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me go see. Do you want me to go see if he's ready, or do you got it?
They're supposed to be making their way back here.
Okay,
if you want to
so
go
we can
ahead and round people up, though, I can talk to the camera here.
Yeah,
talk
absolutely.
to chat. Looking like we got 10
We
people
do.
in chat right now. Folks, thank you for tuning in. We're getting ready to see a very cool, very crazy top 8. No KO made it to the top 8, so the boogeyman is dead apparently. So that's pretty cool to see. A very diverse game, or a very diverse meta that we've seen so far today at our Proquest here at Gamers Gambit, and we're hoping to see just a rip roar in top 8 if we can. We're just giving the players a few minutes to get their decks turned in for deck checks and hand out a little bit of consolation prizes to those that didn't make it. Go ahead, tune in. What was your favorite round in the Switch? What was your favorite matchup that we had here on stream? And we can talk about that a little bit. If I had to say anything, that Azuri comeback was absolutely nuts. Was a huge fan of that. Was a very huge fan of the Victor Mirror as well. That was just a very well played game. Some soul reads going on. It was very, very entertaining to see. Yep, chat. So our top 8, we've got an undefeated Prism in the top 8, and then I'll send Kittens on a mission to give us the hero breakdown of our top 8 here. Once the decks get submitted for deck checks, we're gonna try not to get in the way of the judges completing deck checks, but we'll do our best to snoop and see what heroes we have in the top 8. 100% confirmed though. There is at least a Prism and Victor, or at least one or two Victors, to my knowledge, just knowing what people have been playing. Yeah, 100% agree. That last game was absolutely incredible. Everybody, and myself included, thought Azuri was cooked, but was able to bring that back. KO not able to see the agility tokens he really needed to have those big turns. Jess was a big fan of the first game because her husband was playing, and also just Prism Tatsu was a tight game. Yeah, 100% agree. Seeing Mike pull off, drawing 7 cards, that was a pretty big highlight of the event for sure, for sure.
So Adam's currently going through his deck, so I don't want to bother him too much, but was able to talk. The Arachne went into the Azuri as well. Very excited that our Azuri won off Blood Rot. Thought it was super cool.
Yeah,
So
the
looks
Azuri
like
the Azuri game was absolutely bananas. Was
yeah, top eight
super big
is talking to head judge Dylan right now. So
Yeah, I promised I'd do a little bit of snooping. We're gonna see if we can't get a hold of what heroes are in the top 8, so we can give
Okay.
the report to
Yeah,
the people at
absolutely.
home. We do know for sure undefeated Prism is our number 1 seed. Went 5 rounds through Swiss, going undefeated. Not sweating it at all.
Who knew Prism was good? Wait a minute. I think we all knew. Looks like that's broken up a little bit. I'll be right back.
So while we send Kittens off, chat, feel free to chime in. What are you looking forward to coming up into spoiler season? Which heroes are you looking forward to seeing? I'm a big Zen guy. I think the art in the set's absolutely gorgeous. All right, looks like we do have an interview coming in though. All right, so. So, as promised, undefeated Prism going into our top 8 here. Let the people at home know who you are, what made you decide to play Prism, and just how excited you are to be going into the top 8.
I'm Adam Fisher. I'm from Grand Rapids, and I'm an illusionist degenerate, or so people tell me.
Degenerate. So you big time OG Prism fan, then I can assume.
So I didn't start playing until after OG Prism was LL'd. Actually, I started like mid Uprising, kind of a thing.
Okay.
So my first love was Dromai. Dromai is now gone. I'm kind of waiting for Enigma to show up, but in the in between, there's this deck, and it's got a combo. And
did you? So how surprised were you as a Dromai player the first time you picked up Arclight Sentinel? What ran through your head when you first read Arclight Sentinel?
That's a lot of resources.
Yeah, it does cost a lot, but when you look at what you actually get out of it, it's absolutely bananas.
It took a while to understand how to utilize it, and I'm sure that I don't know half as much as some other players and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's pro players that exist.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I mean, you used it to good effect today. So are you on the sort of the combo plan, or are you on a more? We had a Prism on stream, super aggressive Herald's build. Could do the loop if it needed to, but out of the gate, drawing 7 cards, turn 0, like absolutely bananas. Is that what you're on, or are you on a different plan?
It is primarily Rhea Adams list with a couple of modifications, just of my own personal preference, kind of a thing. So the idea is to have an aggro plan, to have the Imperial Rapture to facilitate that, and a bunch of Heralds just to go crazy in those matchups. And then for matchups with a lot of poppers, for matchups with a lot of blocking, So warriors, guardians, and even brutes to a certain extent. The plan is combo, essentially.
Yeah, and so let's talk about that combo here. For people that don't know, can you break down how that combo sort of works?
Yeah. So the goal at the end of the day is to assemble as many auras, as many permanents on board as you can in a single turn. So you start out with requiring a soul, something in soul, doesn't matter what it is, and you generally want to find 2 of 3 combo pieces, either your Tomes of Divinity, your Arclight Sentinels, and your Genesis, kind of a thing. From there, you crack Halo, put a Herald into Soul on your turn. That lets you tutor out Figment of Erudition if you haven't already gotten it out somehow. And from there, your Vestige of Soul is active and giving you additional pitch to be able to draw more cards. Tome will help you draw more cards. And if you can land like an Arclight Sentinel and a Genesis on the same turn, that's kind of the gold standard.
Yeah, that sounds incredibly strong. And so you're not necessarily going for ALS loops where you're playing the angel that can bring them back. You're going for more of a just like a value you into the dirt kind of plan.
You just kind of flood the board with Spectra and then try and figure out your win condition from there.
So question of the day, because you played Droma, you played Prism. Was Spectra a mistake? We'll see if we can get you fab canceled. I already did it to myself earlier today.
I don't like Spectra as a mechanic, kind of a thing. I understand that it's powerful, and I enjoy kind of what Prism's combo plan is, but the mechanic itself is too powerful, and combining that, especially with the infinite go again that previous iterations of Prism have had and Dromai had, just makes it oppressive.
Yeah, I mean, this deck is pretty heinous, and it's not even. Can you imagine if OG Prism had some of these things? Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Well, congratulations. I'm not going to take up a ton of your time in case you need to do some like game planning for your top 8 matchup or anything like that. But congratulations and good luck in the top 8.
Thank you.
Yep,
Appreciate
thanks
it.
for being on. All right, folks, that was our number 1 seed going into the top 8, undefeated on Prism here. We might have Kittens recruiting somebody else to bring in. I think she. Okay, we're gonna have Kittens interviewing Starland here. Going to talk about some decks. Going to probably have a lot of laughs knowing this guy. So I'll leave this one over to Kittens.
It even tells you the mute is off?
It
That's
does,
crazy.
it does. So how do you feel having Darth Vader sword right behind your head right now?
I feel the same way as my first matchup in the top 8. I'm gonna die.
Who are you playing against?
Don't remember.
Of course you don't. So who are you playing as a hero? You can't be on Icelander.
What?
No.
Nobody told me this.
What?
What?
Yeah.
I can't play Iceland? Nobody said anything all day.
What? Yeah, that's not surprising.
I'm on Victor.
I assume. I think I knew that. Yeah.
He's the only fun hero. Actually,
Really?
when Heavy Hitters was coming out, I was completely disappointed in the set. And then I saw Victor, I'm like, this is the best set ever.
I was a little disappointed that Dory didn't have more Dawnblade love.
Who needs Downblade when you have Hatch?
People keep telling me that. So what called you about Victor? Like, what was your like? This hero is awesome.
Drawing cards is busted.
True. Wait, why aren't you playing Prism?
If Prism is, as I've been told, is kind of like Icelander,
Yeah.
where you don't know you're doing the wrong thing
Yep.
until it happens.
Yep. I think that's very fair. I think that's very fair. We've seen from Mike, we saw 7 cards drawn in one turn.
Jump numbers.
Jump numbers. How many cards are you gonna draw with Victor?
I don't know.
17.
As many as I need, which is 1.
Which is 1. Just drawing 1 card. All right. So you said you're facing. You said you don't remember.
I don't remember.
You don't remember. But so how do you know you're gonna die?
I don't even know if I'm on top 8.
I know you're in top 8.
Oh. Why you know over me?
There's a list. Can you read?
No.
Oh, okay. Well,
They didn't teach me that at work. Tell me how to count, and I still don't know how to do that well.
1, 5,
Yeah,
16.
way too hard. Way too
Okay.
hard.
All right. All right. So yeah. Let's see. What are you excited about the new set?
Excited about what?
The new set.
Oh, Mystics? Or
Yeah.
Mist Veil.
Mysteria. Mist Veil. You're right.
Whatever the heck it's called. Yeah, I'm really excited to see Assassin get more support, even though Shred should be banned.
Agreed.
No, I'm
Agreed.
kidding.
No,
I'm
Shred
kidding.
should be a warrior card, I'm telling you.
No.
I can't
No.
I can't say that anymore because story's meta. No one will listen to me. But yeah, what? Okay, so of the 3 heroes, which one is your favorite? Zen making kitties. Hi, Dougie.
I like the I like the illusionist.
Yeah. What are you doing?
He's ready to use the force on me.
He is. I think he already is. You're
I'm
being
Dunzo SpaghettiOs.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. Doug, keep going. All right. So yeah. Yeah, the illusionist being blue will be interesting. There's a lot of support for it. Mike was Mike was saying he hopes that she does something with Ward. What do you think?
Okay. What?
There's
Does
a lot
something
of,
with Ward?
yeah, so there's a lot of blue illusionist support with like Ward with the old headpiece and there's another card. So he's hoping like she can turn off Ward.
Turn off Ward.
Yeah. Hot take, right?
It's interesting.
Mhm.
I don't know how good that actually is.
I don't think we'll know.
think it would be that good. One life is better than ouchies.
Yeah, you know, one life wins you games.
Hmm.
This is true. This is true. All right. Let's see. What did you answer on our sheet? Were you sarcastic in your answers?
Yes.
How sarcastic?
I put Victor for everything but the name.
You should. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that. So your interesting thing about yourself is Victor.
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 Yeah. Oh man, I can't find it. I would show stream. Let's see. Jess says she loves you. Wow, that's really nice.
I have fans.
You do have fans. We have 10 whole people watching.
You need to pump those numbers up. Share with all your family and friends.
This is true. This is true. Also, you drove down from
Traverse City.
From Traverse City, which also has a fab scene.
It does.
It does. Yep.
Not a big one, but good enough.
That's okay. I used to go to Traverse City to play fab as much as possible, so the scene's still there. Yeah. Anything you want to say to stream about Victor or about the new set or whatever you want? Well, maybe not whatever you want.
You told me not to swear.
I did say not to swear. Is that all you have left in the Think?
Happy Star Wars Day.
It's true. It is true. Happy Star Wars Day.
And happy Flesh and Blood.
Woo! You heard it here, folks. Happy Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, baby.
I'm not as good as an interviewer as Goose is. Sorry. All right.
All you have to do is keep a straight face. No emotion whatsoever.
Who said I ever had emotion?
All right, I'm gonna walk away now.
Okay, have fun. All right, bye. Thanks for coming to talk to us. Oh, he just. Oh boy. Oh, did Mickey? Hey, let's go, Mickey. Me top 8. You can interview Mickey. Is she on her way? All right. I'll hand it over.
All right, got another member of our top 8 here. We've got Mickey piloting Victor to a top 8. We'll give her a second to get some headphones on, and we'll get in with the interview here. So, Mickey, go ahead. Why don't you tell everybody who you are, what hero you're on, and how your tournament went for you?
I'm Mickey. Been playing for a few months, and this is my first big event.
Okay.
I've only been playing CC for about like 2 or so months now. Usually playing Blitz, and am I muted or? Okay. First big event. Only been playing CC for like 2 or 3 months now. Came here.
Nice.
And I made
Well,
top
yeah.
8.
I mean, yeah, this is your
Pretty
first
good.
big event and your
And
first top 8.
yeah,
That's pretty
only
great.
lost to Prisms too.
Only
which
lost
is,
to Prisms.
Just shows a bad matchup rather than
Yeah,
anything else.
that's super duper impressive. So, big time Blitz player. You've been playing for a few months. What made you make the leap into CC?
Decided to start coming on Fridays. I got bored one day, and then I came in on Friday, and then I just really liked CC, and now I've been playing a lot more.
Nice. So you're piloting Victor today. Is Victor your favorite hero?
Yeah, pretty much.
Nice.
Of the ones I've tried. So I was on 5 for the longest time, but then Heavy Hitters was announced, and I thought Victor was really a cool looking hero. And then I got him. A friend of mine built it and was letting me borrow him, and I just really got into the Guardian playstyle.
Nice. So, what about the playstyle do you like? Do you like the big swinging attacks? Do you like the kind of like setup kind of attack kind of pattern, or what about Guardians do you like?
I like the flexibility of it because depending on the build, and also even with the build, you can switch it up. Of being able to go like super aggro with like all your crush effects and your big attacks, or like be slow and block it out and go with hammer. You have flexibility where with ninja, you kind of got one choice.
Yeah, that's fair. You know, Ninja, you're playing the aggro build. You can sometimes get into a mid-rangey game, but yeah, your Guardian gives you a lot of flexibility, a lot of mid-range things like that. So going into top 8, you got any nerves, or are you pretty like stone cold killer about it?
I always have nerves. But I'm in between. I'm glad I made top 8, even if this is as far as I get.
Yeah, you did all the hard work. Anything from here is just gravy. It's super impressive that you made it this far, and good luck in your top 8 matches. Is there anything you want to say? Anything you want to comment on? If not, I have a burning question for you about Victor.
No, not really. But thank you for your well wishes. Oh, what is your question?
All right. So it's been a hot debate across stream today. Is Victor the rider or is Victor the horse?
No further questions.
No further questions. All right. Well, thank you very much, Mickey. Thanks for hopping on stream, being a part of the interview. Good luck in your top 8.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we'll go ahead. We're going to grab Kittens back, and we'll talk a little bit. I think we have a hero breakdown finally. So those folks at home, I know you've been asking for it. Thank you so much, Mickey. Yeah. So for everybody at home that's been asking, I think we're going to have a top 8 breakdown here soon. Darth Vader And we'll be right back, folks. We're gonna go get a top 8 breakdown. I'm gonna go collect kittens, and we'll go from there. All right, folks, we are back, and we have your top 8 breakdown. Now, I would just flash it to the screen like that, but Head Judge Dylan, not known for his handwriting, so I'll just read it off for you.
Yeah, it's terrible.
So we have a Katsu, a Victor, another Victor, an Azuri, Victor, KO, and Prism. That is 4 Victors, a Katsu, an Azuri, and a KO and a Prism.
Prism being our only undefeated this round. I do think this is not in order though.
No, it's not in order.
No.
The list we have, but
Yeah.
we've got Javes on Katsu.
Which we have seen. It
Yep.
is the same James that we saw earlier.
We've got Grant on Victor. We did see him on stream.
Yep.
We've got Nick Starlin on Victor.
Hmm.
We've got Cam on Azuri.
Yep.
We've
Which was
got
last
Josh on Victor.
Mhm.
We've got Mickey on Victor. We've got Jake on KO, and we've got Adam on Prism.
So the only one we haven't seen on stream is Starland, who we saw do an interview, and Adam, who also did an interview. So it'll be exciting to see, maybe possibly see their decks, depending.
Yeah, and we can kind of pick and choose. So in chat, feel free to chime in on what you want to see, what heroes out of that
Yeah.
grouping you want to see, and we can coerce some people to go into the stream room. Where we can be a little bit more selective now
That's
because we're into the top 8. So yeah,
Yeah.
feel free to chime into chat. What matchups do you want to see? We'll do our best to get get those in there as we sort through our stuff, get our deck lists together, make sure that we're doing. Deck check is going well. We're a good portion of the way through it, so we will. We'll see if we
Yeah.
can't get the top 8 going here shortly.
I am glad that Jacob was able to make it to top 8, even with that loss to him. I think he has a good KO deck, and honestly, he might actually eat pretty well. KO might do really well in these
Yeah,
matchups.
being the sole KO in this top 8 is a place you might want to be in.
Yeah.
He might have to fight his way back through that Azuri, but that game was so close
It was.
that
It
I wouldn't
was.
mind seeing those two run it
Mhm.
back in the top 8. That would be a
Yeah.
pretty cool matchup.
And I think I don't know how Prism does into Victor, but I feel like it might be a little rough.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to see. I'm looking forward to it. I think rumor has it that we're going to see the rematch of Josh versus Grant, the Victor mirror we saw earlier. I think that's
I
going to be
did hear
happening
that.
again in top 8, folks. So if you want to see that, go ahead, let us know.
We're getting some fun facts about people out. Adam, who is our undefeated Prism, believes that Spectra is a bad mechanic.
He specifically says, I think. I
Yeah.
tried to get him fab canceled earlier when I was interviewing him. I asked him about whether or not Spectro is a bad mechanic, and he had a very graceful, very measured answer in regards to Spectra, doing his absolute hardest to not just get canceled like I did talking about the KO Armory decks.
I, for one, cannot talk about Spectra and be any sort of nonchalant about it. I first started playing Dory in just after Starvo was kind of falling out of style and people were playing Prism instead. So that was fun. My first big event I played against Aura Prism. So I have a lot of feelings about Spectra.
Yeah, that was a rough time. I don't think this new Prism is nearly as bad as the old Prism. Not even close.
That Arclight Sentinel continuation is rough. So yeah, I think if I went back, I 100% think everyone should be running some sort of time skippers or time snap potion, anything like that. I think that's very smart. Yeah, but I asked Starlin a little bit about Mistveil, and he said he was excited for the new Blue Illusionist.
Yeah, Enigma looks very cool. I'm personally a Ninja Degen, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what Zen has to offer. But in terms of the second most excited, I think I am excited for Enigma. I've been accused of being uh, somebody that would play illusionists. I have played Prism a few times, OG Prism, um, to some success. So I'm looking forward to
I
that.
remember we picked up your first deck and it was Prism, which
Yeah.
this was before we really knew about the game.
Yeah, I just saw cool angels and cracking in.
We're just getting some goodbyes to some players that didn't make the top
Didn't
8.
make the
here.
top 8. Saying bye to friend of the show.
John, which
John.
I don't know if you could hear him last night, but he was here sitting next to me. Yeah. So yeah, I'm excited to see top 8. I am excited to see the possibly the rematch of Josh and Grant. I think that'll be fun.
Yeah, I think that's pretty high up on my list. I really want to see this undefeated Prism list. I want to see that first Prism game we saw today was so heinous that this one's an undefeated one, and I'm just like, well, I gotta know.
Yeah, no, I'm also excited about that. I do think Prism's very good, and I think I'd be excited to see what kind of deck he's gonna bring. So maybe that's but get your opinions in. Do you agree with us? Do you want to see the undefeated Prism? Because I think that would be fun. But yeah, we also have going through again. We have Katsu, 4 Victors, 1 Azuri, 1 KO, and 1 Prism, which is not what you expect in a top 8 in this meta. I don't think.
No, honestly, I thought I was gonna see a top 8 full of KOs today, and only one showed up to play. So
That's what's crazy to me. Only one showed up, or we only had one in our entire Proquest, which is and he made it to top 8, which is probably kind of unsurprising.
yeah, that just goes to show you that ProQuest meta is not Pro Tour meta, and so watching these Pro Tour events, watching colleagues and stuff like that, you're gonna see people playing the deck that they think is the best. I don't even want to say the best deck, but you're going to be seeing people playing the deck that they think gives them the best shot of doing well and cashing that event. At a Proquest or something like that, the stakes are a little bit lower, so people are going to play the hero they're most comfortable with. So we're going to see crazy like includes like Codex of Blood Rot Azuri, or we're going to see more people rolled up with Riptide today than with KO. And we all know from Flesh and Blood Twitter or what have you, Discord, that KO is apparently this boogeyman. But don't let that scare you off from your ProQuest. I know it's the last week of PQ season, but if you have a chance to maybe go to one tomorrow or something like that, and you're like, I don't really want to slog through KOs, who knows? Maybe nobody shows up and plays KO.
Yeah, 100%. You never know who's gonna show up, and yeah, I am 100% in the belief that you can bring any hero to a ProQuest, and if you know how to play the hero, you know how to play Fab to that level, and you have a little bit of luck. Again, a little bit. You need a little bit of everything to go your way, for sure. All right, we have our TO Greg here. Hello, Greg.
So this will be your first match.
Okay.
And Prism has top seeds.
Okay.
So
All right.
another interesting thing that Jake's gonna have an IP penalty for the first 2 draws.
Okay.
Okay.
So hopefully
Oh, there's a mix up with.
turn 0 and then his first stretch.
All right. So, heard it here first, folks. It looks like we're going to have a Prism squaring off against a KO for our stream match, the first round of the top 8. Once that gets kicked off, once we have players sit down and ready to roll, we'll get going. You did hear it right, though, if you heard T.O. Greg. There is going to be a IP penalty for our KO. It's looking like there was a mix-up in deck lists, and there's a deck list error, and that's all we're going to say about it. That's all we have to say about it. But there's going to be an IP penalty for the first 2 turns of the game.
Yep, and it does happen to everybody. I think we've all. Okay, looks like everyone is ready, so we're gonna start. And yeah, our first match will be our 5-0 Prism against Jacob, who is on KO. We're gonna see him again and see how he can do against Prism. How do you think this match is gonna go?
This will be an interesting matchup, right? Because KO does have its fair share of poppers in it. A lot of his cards naturally coming for 6 or more. So we're going to see Prism probably have to flex her boots as best she can. And then it's ultimately a question of is Prism able to keep up with the pressure that KO is going to mount? And that's a good question.
And what we saw with Dromai is, yeah, KO has a lot of poppers, but a lot of the blues are not poppers because they are on the combat chain, so they're not necessarily poppers.
Yeah, and that is something that is a benefit to KO in his hero ability, but it's a detriment to KO in this matchup, right? Because KO does run things like Enlightened Strike that won't pop. We might see accidental blocks come in where it's just like you treat it as a 6 every other time except for this. Now, granted, these players, very good players, they're in the top 8 or ProQuest. We probably won't see silly mistakes like that, but stranger things have happened when you start to go on autopilot. That happens. But important things to note about top 8: rounds are not timed. Players are expected to keep a normal rate of pace, but if this is your first Flesh and Blood top 8, rounds are not timed. They will take as long as they take. If we have a round go super fast, we might be able to bump into a bonus game. We might have to go on break. It'll just depend. We will try to do interviews if we can, but after the round is done, we'll go into our top 4. Again, rounds aren't timed, and then we'll go into our finals. And the finals, of course, will be on stream. So we're getting ready. Our players are getting ready to sit down and start playing their top 8 matches. We're going to have our undefeated Prism here on stream. So get your last minute things in, grab some snacks, get ready for a real barn burner of a game here.
Yeah. in our Proquest,
Victor had an
80% conversion
80%
rate.
conversion rate in this Proquest.
Let's be real, we had the most.
There's 5 Victors and 4 made it in. What a thing, because
Look at
people were
here.
really dogging on Victor on the Flesh and Blood internet sphere.
But we did not have nearly as many KOs as usually.
And 1 Kano.
Okay, we did make it to top 8 as well.
Well, 1 Kano.
And 1
which
Kano.
is just an auto loss for
Yeah.
Victor.
Yeah. So I do think KO is a rough match for Victor as well, and I think KO kind of gatekeeps him. So a lot of the Victor here pretty happy they didn't see a lot of KO.
Yeah. So looking at the room right now, we just had our top 8 meeting, our players meeting. Our players are getting ready to go. We'll get our stream room set up here, and we'll be ready to roll in just a little bit. So we're gonna have Jacob versus Adam, Prism versus KO. Who do you like in this matchup? Who are you betting on?
Oh man, I know everyone would say KO because he's so good right now, but I'm gonna go Prism. I'm gonna go Prism here. I think Prism can do some pretty crazy stuff, and I think Prism can pull it out. But that's also my hot take. What about you?
You know, I think I'm inclined to agree with you. I know the common thing is the commentators are supposed to disagree and pitch their sides, but I just Adam's on a roll. He's gone clean through Swiss, no losses, and unfortunately the KO with the IP penalty. He's got to overcome that. It'll be very interesting to see how KO is able to overcome the IP penalty.
Yeah, especially that both turn 0 and turn 1. So what do you think, knowing that your opponent has an IP penalty? Do you think you just swing for the fences this Prism, or do you?
I think you don't make bad decisions.
Agreed. Yeah.
But that said, they're down. You got to kick them. You know?
Unfortunately, yeah. Because we're playing competitive for this. We are playing for a gold foil and a Proquest or Pro Tour invite to Amsterdam.
So, pie in the sky. Say we were in the booth. We're not washed fab players. We're actually in the top 8 here. We're in the finals. We win the game. Would you be going to Amsterdam?
Okay, I would love to go. I think that would be super awesome. I do have a job where I could do it, so maybe depending on flight prices, I might look them up before the final match.
Yeah, my answer is absolutely not. That's a long time for being in an airplane. But let's be real. I'm not winning a Proquest anytime soon. I'm here in the booth.
Oh, whatever. Don't listen to him. He's a very, very good fab player, as you can tell by commentary. I only play one hero, and I only play the hero one way. And that's not the meta way right now. So I'm definitely a wash fab player.
All right, so let's take a peek on our stream room here. We've got our KO on the top there. The bottom, we've got our Prism here with the absolutely gorgeous playmat. The Dusk Till Dawn playmat here, and it looks like they're getting ready to go. Prism starting at 32 life, and KO at a clean 40 life. So already out of the gate, KO leading the life total here, but Prism able to do some just absolutely heinous things here. Important thing to mention, Prism is the top seed, so they get to choose. Adam is going to get to choose whether he wants to go first or whether he wants to go second. We're going to have a quick pile shuffle here. Just to get a deck count and things like that. That's one thing to remember about deck checks and things like that, folks. If you do get a deck check, you do go to the top 8 or something like that. I know I'm going to sound like a hooligan, and this is probably my second cancelable fab quote of the day, but maybe riffle your deck. At least make sure you shuffle it super duper well, because they do have to put the deck in order to complete a deck check. So just the more you know, that's a good heuristic. Is give your deck one heck of a shuffle between your top 8 deck check in your actual round here, and that's what we're seeing, folks, on display.
Yeah, 100% make sure you give your deck a shuffle. we definitely don't want clumps, right? We don't want to see well, maybe you do want to see all three Herald of Eruditions.
Yeah, so we get a quick shuffle here. We got our players. We'll probably see a quick cut. It looks like our pre-boarding is done for this matchup. Does Kale bring in any sauce for the Prism matchup? Does he do anything differently here?
I don't know. Like usually
Looking
with
like I'm
you know,
not seeing any. He's got scab skin, so he doesn't have to run time skippers, right? So
exactly.
if he needs to have the extra action points, he's got them there. He's just got to roll
And
for them.
I
So
really don't see null rune gloves. Like that just doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
no, we did see arcane damage mattering in our first round
That's
today,
true.
but how much do you hedge for that? You know what I mean?
I don't think
Do
you
you
do.
really lose the value that you get out of your regular gloves, your bone breakers, in order to hedge for maybe uh, running into the arcane damage that Prism might put out?
No, I don't think so. I think we're really going to actually see a difference in Adam the Prism stack. I think we're going to see a lot of the Phantasm, a lot of cards that make sure your first attack doesn't have Phantasm on those Heralds. That's more what I'm expecting. So I'm expecting to see, passing mirages. I'm expecting to see. I almost said Chrome Eye, but that's the wrong illusionist.
Yeah, wrong illusionist. Although, if Fab didn't go through with their living legend thing, we could have been seeing Drum Eyes here today.
Yeah,
Chime
that's
in how you
true.
feel about that in chat. How do you feel about the living legend system as it currently is?
Yeah.
Let's all get our cancelable Fab takes out today.
Oh man. Oh man. Good thing there's not 200 people here. We'd be in trouble.
Yeah, so we got our heroes going here, making some last minute equipment decisions. We're all pre-boarded up and ready to go. We're set to kick off our first game of the top 8 here at Gamers Gambit in beautiful downtown Lake City, Michigan, folks.
Oh, that's spicy. So I did see that in the deck. Did you see what the Prism is rolling?
Prism rolling with Gambler's Gloves, hedging
I
for the KO matchup,
yeah.
looking to make those scab rolls count. And you notice KO doesn't pack Gambler's Gloves.
Yeah, not
So
anymore.
this is just a free reroll on Prism's thing at the
So
cost of a little bit of armor.
so really is this so that yeah, so that we can see a reroll on scabs. So yeah, and like we expected from KO, we see the same lineup they usually run. I think this is KO is going to just kind of ignore Prism as much as I think that's weird. I think they're just gonna play their game. We're gonna see who goes first here. Adam on Prism was top seed and got to choose who went first. And I do think that will be Jake on KO going first. Obviously, he only has 3 cards because he did have the IP2 penalty. We all make those mistakes. Really, we do. I've made it. Everyone's made it.
Let's see everybody in chat give some support for Jake here as he goes into this at a disadvantage. Let's see some support in the chat. Give him a bunch of love, playing this out, taking the IP on the chin and trying to make the best of it.
So this does look like a Bear Fangs.
That is a Bear Fangs, just upside down. So we've got a Bear Fangs coming in, and we see a Soul Shield. This is huge for Prism already. Soul Shield goes to Soul after it's done blocking. It's a D-react for 6. That gives Prism her Soul, and that was the one thing we talked about in our first Prism matchup. We want to have Soul as Prism. We need to have some sort of Soul engine going. If you can deny Prism Soul, then she can't do her heinous combos on you. This is unfortunate for KO. Prism starting the game out with a Soul.
Yeah, 100%. And a Tome of Divinity. Oh, maybe not. Maybe deciding. Maybe take it back. You
Yep.
can do that. We're gonna see. Nope.
Doesn't
We're
quite.
just gonna go to end.
Yeah, go to end.
And draw up because it is his turn. Um, I'm sure there's a little bit of nerves going on here.
Yep, a little bit of nerves going on here. But we do see a Herald of Triumph coming in. This is a red one. I believe it's coming in for 7. We'll get our players to use their dice. So this will have go again.
And that, of course, is off of Numenaris. And yeah, that allows your first Herald attack to have go again and your first Angel attack to have go again. If this Herald attack hits, it will go to Prism Soul. And that'll allow Vestige of Soul to trigger. And a yellow card, like if you pitch a yellow card, it'll actually be a blue. That's what we love to see, especially with that Tome of Divinity. That's how you draw the 3 cards. So looks like Jake is gonna go for the instead of just letting Prism hit and KO doing his own thing. So interestingly enough, this should have been is that a blue? So it's not a popper.
I believe that is not a popper. That's a blue reincarnate.
Oof! Yikes!
Must
Not
be.
legal.
It's
It's
gotta
gotta
be a
be.
blue.
Yeah, because it would have popped if otherwise.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we see that blue. Yeah, that's a blue reincarnate. It goes for the path. How do you feel about armor blocks this early on as KO? I mean, granted, you are on an IP penalty. You don't have your full hand to block with here, but that does pull armor early, and that's not something you want to see.
I'm not sure I would, but that's also I think the more grindy person in me. I don't play a lot of aggro. So I tend to keep my armor as long as I can. But if you're playing the super aggro matchup, maybe you throw it. The only thing that matters is Scowling Fleshbag.
Yep. So we see a Sun Packing coming in here for 7. Off of that might token is putting some pressure on Prism's hands here, keeping Prism off of playing some of the big resource heavy hands that she's known to play here. We got to see if Prism just wants to take 7 here or if they're ready to pop off. And looking like we're snapping off Halo here, so there's potential for a pop off turn coming, folks. Do have a card in Soul. We did have Adam sit down and explain the combo of this deck to me, and this was a portion of it, if I was understanding correctly. Having a card in Soul and snapping off your Halo, and drawing a bunch of cards, and then drawing even more cards.
Yep, 100%. You definitely yeah. So this is you're able to put a card. Wait, what did he? So he just because he pitched the soul, he was able to see the top card as well, and then
Yep.
he is going to draw.
Banishes a Herald. Now his Vestige is turned on. That's going to
Yep.
give him extra resources when he pitches now.
He's gonna go
And
get.
he's going to tutor up a Figment.
Yep.
And we're seeing the combo take place. This is turn 2.
Yep.
It's
Yep.
about as early as you can do it, folks.
Yep.
Granted, this is not the LS loop.
No,
This is a different combo.
Interesting. So this the Herald of Erudition? I believe it is, or not the Herald,
This
the
is
Angel.
a Figment of Erudition.
Yep, the Figment.
So
Yep.
this is the Angel that draws you 2 cards once it goes. So when Figment enters the arena, Adam's going to create a Ponder token here. If he can flip that into the actual Angel and attack with it, it'll draw him 2 cards on attack on its own. All of his cards are pitching for extra now because he banished a Herald this turn. So we're about to see just a heinous amount of cards drawn.
Yeah, we're also not going to see the Herald transformed. The Figment transformed into the Angel this turn because it would pop due to ward. So unless he's going to block this out entirely, I don't think we see that.
Oh, we may see it though because we see Tome of Divinity here. Gonna draw 3 cards. That surely he's drawing enough to be able to draw to block.
And do you see what's the top card in his hand? He does have the Figment of Rebirth in hand.
So he does have a little bit of backup.
So I think he's going to end up having to pitch it Oh, maybe not. He's
We'll
just
see.
keep
Rebirth
going.
isn't vital to this combo. It's just your backup plan. Unlike the ALS loot, we see second Tome of Divinity snapping off. We're gonna break our cards drawn in a turn record.
Yeah, that's 6 right now. It is still KO's turn. KO is still attacking for 7.
Yeah, that's important. This is all happening at instant speed, and we're about to see just a ridiculous amount of block. Or we're gonna be able to see blocks. We're gonna see this angel get flipped on the next turn. We're just the sheer amount of advantage is gonna start to snowball from here, assuming KO can't do anything to disrupt this.
Yeah, and I think Adam's smart here, just taking the 7. The reality is oh, and there's the
And he
Genesis.
sets up Genesis.
Yep.
So if we've learned one thing from the last round of Swiss is never count a deck out until it's over. But we are seeing just an absolute mountain of value being presented by Prism here. This is what you want to see if you are the Prism player. This is your ideal situation. We see the angel does flip after the Genesis resolves here, so there is going to be an angel going into Adam's next turn, and this is just going to draw an absurd amount of cards. Looking at that pitch stack,
Yeah.
I think you said it earlier. That pitch stack looks like a Kano pitch stack.
Yeah, 100%. I like if it was more blues, I would have said this was Kano. You know, having 5 cards in pitch and drawing that many, 100%.
So we have the players drawing up here. The IP is now gone after this turn, so there's one last turn of KO with 3 cards, and we're going to see the Genesis banish here, or add to soul here. He's gonna make a special shield token, getting and drawing his card.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna see at least some card draw here. This does not have Phantasm. It is an Angel.
Yep, and Vestige is turned on here, so that pitched for 3.
Yep, and will draw.
Yep.
Yeah, banish and then draw.
Banish,
Still
draws
having
2.
1 card in soul.
Yep, and it would appear that this angel is going to be coming in for 4, and it'll have go again thanks to the new Numenaris.
Angel's Fury? I always call Numenaris.
Yeah, it should say on the deck list here, it is Luminaris
Angel's
Angel's Glow.
There we go.
New Numenaris. Yep, so this is coming in for 4 with go again. It already did the most damage here by drawing 2 cards. And we see a Wartune Herald following that up.
That one will have go again because Angel, Herald, and then we'll be able to string together either another Herald attack or maybe
Set up
another
another
Angel.
aura.
Yeah.
We do see that get popped here. We're seeing Adam just opting to let it get popped. Oh no, gonna use the shoes here. Phantasmal Footsteps to gain an action point, and he'll be able to swing in again with a Herald if he chooses, or set up another aura.
Yep. I would be very
And we see a passing mirage.
Yeah, this is
set up
passing
here.
mirage.
So that is honestly another ideal turn for Adam here.
Yeah, I think this is no Phantasm on your first attack. I believe. We're gonna double check just to make sure. Sorry, no,
So
this is Pierce Reality.
Pierce Reality. So the first illusionist attack has +2. Honestly, super good too.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
Is running both in his deck here, so he's got passing and pierce.
So different, and from if anyone's been watching all day today, this is our second Prism we've seen. Adam does not run the Goliath gauntlets like Mike does. What do you think that's different?
So yeah, I talked to Adam about this. This is not as aggressive as Mike's build is. This is very close to Ray Adams's list. It's specifically focused on pulling off this combo where you're drawing a bajillion cards and just kind of outvaluing your opponent as best as possible. We see KO here kind of losing a turn to kill off the Genesis, and we'll see if Adam can't just draw into another Genesis off of the Angel of Erudition here.
Yeah, that's not surprising, especially when you're drawing two cards. And the on attack is what's crazy to me. At least the other Herald, you have to hit. The Herald of Erudition, you have to hit to draw your two cards. This is nope, you just get them.
That is a Herald of Protection coming out now, looking to possibly generate a Spectral Shield and add a Herald to Soul. Importantly, he needs to get some sort of soul going on here because he's out. He has no soul, and that Erudition Angel needs to banish a card from soul when it attacks. So we'll see this Herald of Protection. It will be popped, and we'll see if we see a Boots activation or not here. We
I'd
do.
be very surprised if we
Yep.
didn't. Yep.
So we see a Phantasmal Footsteps activation, gaining an action point.
Yep. Jacob doing the correct player thing, and he's reading the card. Remember, everyone, if you don't know what a card does, you can always read it. You can always ask, and you can always ask a judge to explain it as well. Don't be afraid to ask questions at your tournament for your judges.
So we see Prism playing a Passing Mirage here, and we're going to see KO kill the Passing Mirage. That's a good heads up play by Jacob on KO here. Wants to block out or kill off that Passing Mirage. Wants to be able to pop Illusionist attacks if at all possible here. Adam's able to come back with a 5-card hand though, and we've seen that 5 cards doesn't mean 5 cards in this deck. It means a lot of cards. So we see a Herald of Erudition being
Yep.
played. Herald of Erudition.
That's the on hit draw 2 cards.
On hit, draw 2 cards. It
Yep.
has Dominate. So this is 5 Dominate, go again. On hit, it'll draw 2 cards.
So we could see a Scowling Flesh Black Box here that would cause an Intimidate on Defend. And that would mean that Adam would not have one of his cards for this turn. So we'll see what we see here. Most likely he's just gonna pop it, possibly.
Pop it or block it with some equipment. Important to note that this is for 7. 7 Dominate, go again. A little bit stronger than the 5. So important to note here though, Jacob's still ahead on life. Adam has done a lot of drawing cards, a lot of crazy stuff. He's still behind on life by a significant margin.
So Prism doesn't necessarily mind that. I think a lot of the times we'll definitely see that Prism's okay with being behind on life. You'll notice that Jacob had to block with a yellow agile windup. That is not a popper, even though it is a 6 according to KO's discard. It is not work on the
Not
combat
a popper. We do see a Merciful Retribution hit the board as well. So anytime that something is popped now, there's going to be some arcane damage dealt. Jacob not running any arcane barrier to cover that up. So we're going to tutor out a Figment here. And this is just a game plan that Adam wants to go for. Wants to stack up as much stuff as he can on the board, build up a huge board state. We talked about board states earlier in the stream today. It's one of the best things you can be doing is to have extra things because that's just extra life. Each aura on the chain up there represents life, at least 3 life from that claw every time that Jacob has to kill off an aura.
Yeah, 100%. And again, there's a lot of times where Prism doesn't mind being behind because if you can spend your life to make a board state that's unstoppable, you only need 1 life to win. So as long as you can keep that 1 life, Prism's perfectly okay with going to 2 or 3 life just to keep that board state going because eventually all of that ward is going to be.
So we see Figment of Ravages hit the table here. This Figment, when it enters the arena, is going to deal 1 arcane damage to KO. And then when it gets flipped into Angel of Ravages, it'll be dealing 2 arcane damage to any target if he can banish something from his soul. So we see the Phantasmal Footsteps in action here. Going to pop that off. And we will see... What did I miss? Why was Phantasmal Footsteps up on the chain for a second there?
I'm not quite sure. I did miss it. I was reading Archangel of Ravages with you.
Beautiful art on
Apologize.
a lot of these cards.
I
So,
Prism cards.
yeah, Jacob deciding
Yeah.
right here whether Merciful needs to go or Ravages needs to go. If you were Jacob, which one would you be going after here?
I don't believe you can attack Ravages because I don't believe it has Spectra. So is it a? I don't believe it's a
Yep, it
target
doesn't
for
have
attack.
Spectra. You can attack it, but he is considering both. If he had
Yeah.
a way to get rid of it, or at least figure out what he needs to attack, maybe making plans for the future here. Merciful Retribution does count itself, and it'll go to Soul, and it should deal an arcane damage.
Yeah, it definitely should.
Yep.
Because yes, it does count itself. It's interesting. He's definitely not playing the. He's definitely playing more auras than we saw from Mike's deck, but he's still playing the Angel's
Yeah,
Glow.
this is kind of an aura combo, using Angel's Glow to get the go again to end your chain with an aura. It plays very kind of similarly to kind of the mixed Herald aggro of Prism of old. We're gonna see two cards drawn here. We've got Adam playing a 5-card hand now after having pitched a card. We see that Figment of Rebirth being pitched, and then we have a Herald of Ravages also being pitched there. That's going to produce an 8-power attack.
Yeah, that's
on
due
a
to the
Herald of
Pierce
Triumph.
reality.
And that does have go again, but it will get popped by the swing bag, and it had to be a swing bag. It had to be one of KO's bigger attacks because Herald of Triumph says that attacks have -1 while defending against it. So we will see the Phantasmal Footsteps in action here, gaining an action point, and we'll see what Adam can do with 3 remaining cards and everything pitching for 1 extra.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be. I would be very surprised if we didn't see some sort of aura ender. The Herald did have go again, so could attack again if decided, or could play another aura or
Yeah, so
something like
that he gained an action point off of his shoes. That Herald no longer had go again as soon as it was popped because technically it doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah,
But we
apologies.
do
Yeah.
see a Herald of Protection hit the table here, looking to maybe fill up his soul on hit. He needs to keep that engine going. He doesn't have Genesis anymore to keep refilling his soul, so he's looking to fill that up. It does get popped, and we're going to see an arsenal here. So KO has free range to maybe send off a big attack or attack into an aura here.
Do you think you attack the angel here?
It's drawing him a lot of cards.
Yeah.
I think that's a very real thing that you have to consider. Maybe you go if you have a potential to have go again. Maybe you go face and then hit the aura, but it has 4 health, so a claw doesn't kill it. You have to go in with an attack of some sort. So it really depends on the composition of Jacob's hand.
Yeah, 100%. Because it does. How bad does it feel to send a 7 attack into a 4 health angel? And we're gonna see a cast of bones.
Cast bones. So
and it hit a cast
whiff
bone.
on the cast bones. 2 whiffs on the cast
it
bones.
Whiffed there too. So we see 4.
We're seeing
might.
4 might being generated. Yep, that is a totally legible dice. Yeah,
Yep, we definitely can
we're
see
seeing
that.
4 might being generated here on the cast bones. No agilities to speak of here, so the next turn is going to be an interesting one. We do see a Blood Rush Bellows there that Jacob could set up a big turn, but he's going to have to eat a lot of damage from Adam to do it. But that might be what Jacob needs to really pull away and charge back into this game.
Yeah.
We need to see a big
100%.
swing turn from Jacob. We need to see some action points generated here, so we got to see how he decides to or what he can draw into, rather.
Yeah, we'll see. He really wants to draw into that bellow, I think.
And we will find out. And if you're Adam here, you want to pressure those cards out of his hand because you know a
100%.
bellow's in there, you know another cast bones is in there.
Yep.
You wanna take as many cards as you can possibly get here.
And he's definitely attacking with that angel because this doesn't pop, right? This angel is a free attack that draws you 2 cards, and
it ain't going anywhere.
Nope.
It doesn't have Phantasm. You have to kill it on your turn. You can't kill it on Prism's turn.
Looks like
Ooh,
we're
we
gonna
see
see a passing mirage.
and we see an
and
Arclight Sentinel smack down onto the board there. That's devastating.
It is.
That is going to just waste these might
Yep,
tokens.
100%. Yep. Unfortunately, so what you have to do into this, right, is you have to run scabbies, or you have to roll scabbies.
Yeah, you got to roll scabs to maybe have a big turn, but maybe depending on the composition of your hand, you don't want to do that. We're going to see a Blood Rush Bellows. Oh, is this just a big... let's double check Blood Rush Bellows here, but the first attack's going to have to go into that Arclight Sentinel here. And this could matter a lot. So Blood Rush Bellows just gets go again, doesn't give you extra action points. So we're going to see a Blood Rush Bellows and then potentially a Scabs roll, which very dangerous play we're witnessing here.
Looks like Adam's just making sure that Jacob understands how the card works.
Yeah, good guy, Adam.
Good guy, Adam. Good job. So it'd be we definitely need to see a Scabtoons roll here to make anything of this Blood Rush Bellow. Unfortunately, the might
And we see
will
Jacob
pop, no matter what.
reaching for the dice here.
Didn't
Can't
see
see
what
it,
the
but
roll.
we do. Apparently, it was more than a 1 because we see a reroll being forced here, and that's a 6.
Oh,
That
okay.
is exactly what Jacob needed to see here, and you
Yes.
got to wonder, does he crack his crack his sash? So you see,
This is also going to take the might.
yeah, this will take the might tokens, but we'll see a claw come into the Sentinel. The claw will have go again, but it uses an action point. Yeah. Yeah.
Those mites are gone.
Yeah, the mites are gone.
At least
But
my understanding.
we have that is correct, I believe, if I read a might token. Start your turn, destroy this, and next attack this turn gets +1. So those might tokens are gone; they're not on the board. But we will see free range to attack here. We can't use the claw again.
And down, so down to 2 action points.
Yeah.
But we might see 2 attacks still, which is exactly what we want to see.
Yeah, we will see a claw again. If Head Judge Dylan can hear me, he might want to step in there just to make sure everything goes smooth, because this is a confusing board state. Adam is helping drive here, is helping to navigate this, and that's just nice of Adam. You're making the mess, so you should help clean it up a little bit, help navigate such a complicated board state here.
So Pulping's going into the Angel
doesn't matter.
too much, and
It's gonna hit.
Discard for Gambit?
It needs to get go again, yeah, but you do have to discard. Discarding a Cast Bones.
Wait, still the action point.
Yep, not generating a might token though. So this will hit. He's got the extra actions. He can clear some more stuff. He could clear an aura if he wants, or he could go face. But this is what I was talking about earlier, where auras equal life. So if you got these auras on the battlefield, that's gonna be a 6 minimum power attack, not coming at your face. It's going to be going into an aura.
Exactly. And then, as Jacob, what do you decide here? Do you go into the passing mirage?
Yeah, and we see that.
Yeah.
We see a humble going into the passing mirage, and
Yep.
that just saved Adam 6 life.
It did, but it has to happen because you can't let Prism have that gigantic board state, and you have to make sure you're keeping up with. Can you hear me, John? If I'm talking right now, I'm talking right now.
Well, there's a delay, Sarah. So.
Okay.
But we do see, in the meantime, while Sarah, our Kittens is working on our mic here, we see a Herald of Triumph coming in. This one's a blue one, so it's coming in for 5, but it does have go again here. Adam's looking to get a card into his soul so he can start making the most out of Vestige of Soul here. We see a blue pack call blocking here, but it is not going to be enough to pump, or not going to be enough to pop here. So we do see a full block. Just making sure that we're keeping track of our board state correctly here. That's coming in for 7, I believe. Yep, so this will be coming in for 7. We do see a blue pack call slap down, so there's not going to be a Phantasm pop here. We just got to see if this hits or if Jacob's going to block it out completely.
Yeah, it looks like I am working now. Thank you for paying attention. We appreciate it. 100% not a we're still new to this whole thing, so we
Yeah,
appreciate it.
despite what you might have been confused on, we are not Savage Feats Productions. Sorry to break anybody's illusion here, um, but we do see a double block here. Very interesting. So this is a double block, and we see a second Pierce Reality being played. So illusionist attacks coming in are pumped up to 4.
I
Or
think it
pumped
is
up
just
by
the
4.
first. So the first one has +4. When you're talking about these heralds that are coming in for 7, you go, oh, that's a lot.
Yeah, 11 damage is nothing to sneeze at. KO is no stranger to that. Unfortunately for our KO here, that did take 2 cards, and we're just going to see a double red pitch to claw one of those auras. And again, 5-card hand for Prism here.
Yeah, this is a really, really grindy game. Again, there's no clock. So the length of the game is the length of the library they have. So any of these super grindy games, there's no time limit. So think about your turns. Try to make the best decision possible for sure.
Yeah, so we're seeing a Herald of Ravage is being, thought about it, thinking about it. I see a Herald of Erudition come down here. So this is going to have Dominate. This is going to be for 7 with Dominate and go again. Oh, we see a Merciful Retribution hit the table here in response to the block with the pops here, and so that Merciful Retribution is going to deal an arcane damage. We do see Herald of Erudition entering Soul, so off of this Merciful Retribution, it's going to enter Soul no matter what. So you're just double punished, and we see a Figment of Rebirth being tutored out onto the battlefield here. And here's that backup I was talking about.
Exactly.
To this combo, as you're going to start seeing Herald of Rebirth bringing back pieces to that combo to keep drawing insane amounts of cards.
Yeah, 100%. I definitely think that we'll be seeing. It only brings back yellows, but guess what? Most of this deck is yellows.
Yeah, that's true. Looking at lists here, we're seeing like 9 reds.
More blues than I expected, though. But again, you want the Pierce Realities, the Passing Mirage, some blues to pay for 4 for things by using Vestiges of Soul. And then we see a claw.
We see a
Where's
claw coming
headed?
in. Is that going to go into Merciful, or is it just going to face?
Discarding the Agile 1 to go again.
Discarding the Red Agile wind up to give it go again. Generate an agility. The Spectral Shield's going to take 1 of that damage. That was a claw going to face. Very interesting. Opting not to clear out that Merciful Retribution with this claw here. Looking to potentially follow up this claw with maybe an attack to face.
Yeah, that's my guess. I'm assuming we're going to see attack to face here. Looks like we're not sure on life totals here.
Yep, got a bit of a life total discrepancy here. Players using the history to see where they were at. Might need to call the judge. Oh, no, they resolved it on their own. Good for the players. That just, as a note, never be afraid to call a judge, especially in a top 8 or something like this. It really matters. We're playing at Comp REO, but if you can decide it between the 2 of you, that's great as well.
Yeah, 100%. And they might have just been checking and be like, yeah, did I take that 7? Counting down, yes, I did. Easy enough. But yeah, don't be afraid to call a judge. I might know him, and he's not too bad.
He's aggressively okay. We're gonna see a attack come in there. Adam just opting to take it, got a pretty solid hand, he thinks, so he's just gonna go into his next turn. He feels like he's in the driver's seat here. We've got our KO. KO does have some armor here, is out of the IP zone, and so we're gonna see comes a Herald of Triumph coming in. This will be coming in for 9 with
Yeah, this must be
go
red.
again, and it makes things have -1. So we need to see a 7 power attack
Yes.
blocking this. Otherwise,
Um,
it's going to.
So what are we looking at? We're looking at Bare Fangs, which is not necessarily one you want to block with. Yeah.
Oh, we see a block with Scowling Fleshbag. We're going to intimidate one of these cards away. Very heads up play here.
Yep.
You know that you're not going to be able to pop this, so you want to at least take a card away. If you can, make sure they can't get the value out of it. But we do see a 9 coming in. That only blocks 2 of it, so we'll see. Taking a big chunk, taking a big 7, and letting Prism tutor out a Figment.
Yeah, I wonder what Figment's going to be grabbed now. This
That is a
is
Figment of War, I believe.
War?
Ravage is already on the board.
You're
I
right.
believe
It's a
that's
Figment of War. It does make a Courage token, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, so Figment of War enters the arena and it makes a Courage token. Just a quick pause to shuffle and cut here. The beautiful Asvali sleeves.
Yes.
Adam self-identifying as a Dromide degenerate. So,
Love it.
Love to see that coming back here. We see Phantasmal Footsteps.
Must be a trigger of some kind. Just making sure that he's going through the steps. A lot of times it's like
Yeah, so the first time an illusion is to action, your card you control is destroyed each turn. You can pay 1 if you do gain 1 action point. Whenever you defend with it, you can pay 1 to give it +1. If it defends a non-illusionist attack with 6 or more, it pops.
Yep.
Yep.
We so it looks like we're gonna see the Figment of War turned into Soraya, I
Yep.
believe is her name.
One of the Sorayas. So Figment of War flips into Bellona. Archangel of War. When this attacks, you can banish a card from your soul. If you do, put a +1 counter on each angel you control. Now we're going to see an angel beatdown setup coming in, putting counters on angels, and then hoping to maybe play like an Arclight Sentinel or something like that to keep RKO from attacking into your angels.
This was the card that had the Dory chat freaking out.
In response to the Savage or to the Sash breaking, we see an Arclight Sentinel come down. KO has to roll for boots now. That's his only option. See a 2.
Yeah,
That's not what he wants to see.
Nope.
So he has 1 action point. He's going to swing into that and just waste his Sash here.
Yep.
Super unfortunate. You hate to see it as Jacob. But that's just the power of ALS.
He did roll. I think he rolled high enough that Adam was like, "No, you have to re-roll," and then proceeded to roll a 6. So it works both ways. It works both ways.
We're gonna see a runner go into the ALS here. That's gonna generate an agility token at least, so you at least get something out of it. Well, let's double check though.
I do believe it's on attack with runner, not on hit.
Well,
because it does.
Yeah, but your attack doesn't exist
when this attacks.
When it attacks, I think we are getting a judge call specifically for that, and unfortunately, I think that doesn't generate the agility token.
Yeah, we'll see.
Like Jacob wants it to.
Yeah, no, that's it's again, Fab's hard. Fab is a hard game. A lot of different interactions, and we just want to make sure everything's going correctly.
Spectra is a very confusing mechanic as well. It's an old mechanic too. So yeah, we have the ALS down here. We're gonna what Jacob wants to do is he wants to play runner, generate an agility token, so his turn isn't completely blanked. He gets to generate value. But I believe that does not work because the attack does not exist anymore.
And it does not have go again because it has to be in. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, no.
So unfortunately, it's not going to work how Jacob wants it to work.
Yeah, I think we're going to see it anyway.
Though.
Yep. Which makes sense. I see the
takes an arcane damage off of that.
Yep.
And that's going to go to Soul. It's not exactly where you want your ALSs to be because you want to be able to recur them. But that was you not attacking the Bellona.
Yeah, 100%. And I think you want to keep that Bologna out. And then, yep, swing with Bologna coming in for probably 4, I assume.
Coming in for 4 and going to put a 1/1 counter on
Itself?
on itself. I guess a +1 counter, not a 1/1 counter.
Yeah, 1/1 counters are Magic. Different game, different game.
Yep, totally legally distinct.
Yeah, yeah.
A +1 counter on an angel.
Yep.
But we see we see Jacob here opting to take the 4 here, and you could put a 1/1 counter on each angel, or a +1 counter on each angel you control. Chose not to banish though. Importantly, he
Yeah,
just
so I
chose to
think
swing in,
it's
so he's not going to put a counter on.
yeah, I agree. I think the heads up play for sure is to not banish and save it for your
We see
rebirth
another
angel.
Scabs roll, only
One.
coming in for 2 here. We see KO kind of in desperation mode. Gotta roll the Scabs, gotta clear off some of this junk from the board. It's kind of spiraled out of his ability to just like attack face and then using the go again, swipe something off. And he doesn't have the agility tokens anyways, so he really needs to hit like a Wild Ride or a Pulping or something like that to have the go again.
And it's not like you can blame Jacob. He has been really trying to keep the board clean. Like he's tried as a fantastic job to get rid of the important things, to get rid of the Angel of Erudition, the passings. He knows what's dangerous.
Yeah, he's playing a really heads up game. He's just gotta keep his head on straight. Got to keep making the responsible plays here. And we're gonna see a Bear Fangs go to face, I believe.
Yeah, which I don't blame him here either. Going to
Just
face
push
when
some
you're at this
damage.
life total. Yeah.
Pull some cards, maybe activate the ward. That was a
Mhm.
6. That was a 4. Banishing a Beast Within.
So that does trigger.
That's 2 life
2 life.
gone, and brings back another Beast Within into hand here. So
Yeah.
we see that Bear Fangs coming in.
Beast Within, does that go back to library? 1 second, let me ask Greg.
Yeah, you hate to see that. You really don't want to see Blood Rushes vanished off of Beast Within,
No.
but at this point you're just happy that you didn't lose like 4 life to Beast
That's
Within.
true. That's very true. But I just I wasn't sure. Been a while since I played Levio with some
So
Beast Withins.
we see a Herald of Triumph coming in here, coming in for 8, and it's gonna get popped by a Swing Big immediately. We'll see if Adam wants to give the boots a shot here. So a Herald did go to Soul, which means that Prism is going to be able to tutor out of Figment.
Oh yeah, that's a crazy combo I didn't really think about. Yeah. So
we're gonna see Figment of Triumph come out, which when it enters arena, attack action cards opponents get -1 this turn. So you want to see that before you attack. But this will work too. This is still in response as well to the pop, so we can see the boots be used here, and we do. We see the boots used. So could free roll an attack, or we can set up another. We can set up another aura, and that's what we see. Is we see a passing mirage set up here.
That was I assume this deck being able to play both heralds and auras.
We're gonna see a Prism activation, and we're gonna flip into our Victoria Angel of Triumph. When it attacks, you can banish a card from your soul. If you do, attack action cards your opponents control get -1 until the start of your turn. So you attack with this, then you attack with a Herald.
Basically anything else.
And it's not really going to matter because there's passing mirage as well. But we got to see what was rolled here. Unfortunately, that went off screen. Cannot see. Holy smokes! How many times are we going to roll? That's 4. So he's got 2 action points. Interesting.
I'm gonna assume we're gonna see swing into Spectra. Is my guess.
Swing into the Spectra, kill the Spectra. Maybe kill the Yeah,
to the
kill
Merciful.
Merciful first. Take 1 damage. Merciful's going to go to Soul.
So
Oh, there may be a response. However, this is an important ruling with our Clay Sentinel, if that's what he's thinking here.
Yeah, it's too late.
ALS, it's too late. Once the attack's been declared, you can't ALS in response to the attack. The attack
Correct.
can go wherever it wants. The next attack will have to go
Yes.
into
Let's
the ALS.
what he's thinking here. If we see what we think we see, we'll make sure that Hedge is still in.
No.
Okay. Yep.
He sees it. He
realized.
understands. Heads up play.
Yep.
And we've got 1 action point remaining. That claw attack never happened, but we won't be seeing another claw. We might see a brute attack going into one of the angels.
Yeah, that's
or
my
the
guess.
angel, I suppose. There's only 1 out.
Or the passing mirage.
Get rid of passing mirage. Yeah, passing mirage is really messing you up here, keeping you unable to block the first herald, and that's you really want a herald going into Soul.
Yeah.
As Prism.
Question 2 is you could just attack the face.
You could, but are you going to do 12? That's the big thing.
Oh, yep, into passing.
Yeah. We see a Beast Within go into passing, and in response, we see
response.
another Merciful, which is
Yep.
another point of arcane damage. Yeah.
Stream somehow.
It had a
there we
little
go.
baby skip,
Okay.
but there was an aura destroyed, so
Do take
Jacob
1
will
off.
go down to 2.
Yep.
And now everything's a must block, and if you kill the passing mirage or you pop a thing with Spectra, you take another arcane damage.
Yeah, you're pretty confident, I think, if you're.
We see Prism flipping into another angel here, so we'll have 2 angels attacking. That I believe is not Bologna.
No.
It's the other one.
It's the protection one, I think.
Figment of Triumph.
Nope,
We've
that's
got
the other
Figment
one.
of Triumph.
There's too many angels, everybody. Too many
Too
angels.
many angels.
Not that one either.
Too many
Rabbits?
angels. Yeah, it's the Figment of Ravages.
Yeah, Angel of Rajat is. This is going to deal arcane damage.
Yeah.
When it attacks. So.
Yep. So we'll see an arcane damage.
Am I crazy? Did he not flip that? Did he flip it back?
I think it.
Did it pop?
I think that was the game.
Oh well, that was the
Yep,
game.
that was game.
Okay, we were too busy.
There was no
reading.
way for KO to come back from that. If he kills Merciful right, he dies to the arcane damage there. If he pops something on accident, he dies to the arcane damage there. As soon as he flipped that angel, dealt that 1 last bit of arcane damage, there's no way for KO to come back.
Yeah, exactly.
Unfortunately for our KO here, so we will see Adam continue his winning streak going on. He's 6-0. Right now, advances in the top 8. Now, real fast, just to keep the action going, we're going to take a peek at the backup room here. So we'll see. We do have a game going on, and it's our Azuri versus a Victor here. We've got Mickey on Victor, I believe, and so we've got Mickey on Victor here versus our Azuri. Who is Cam. So we've got Cam versus Mickey here as our backup game. We're going to go just straight into the backup game action here. We got Head Judge Dylan approaching. He's not coming to us, though, so we're all good here.
Looks like we have Decklists right there if we want to pull it up.
So we're going to grab some Decklists, and we will see how they do. So yeah, so Mickey on Victor, this is her first top 8 in a tournament. It's also her first big tournament. So doing extremely well for it being her first tournament here. We are going to shift gears into our Victor mode and our Azuri mode, and we'll go from there. Our Soul KO has been eliminated from the tournament. Folks, so right now it's Victor's time to eat, unless Prism can pull it out. We see a double black here from our Azuri, and Mickey's going to follow that up with a swing from Miller's Grindstone here. Victor pretty comfortable in winning clashes on this Grindstone.
Yep,
on this
100%. Yeah.
So we're going to see a turnabout here where Azuri's getting milled, an assassin's getting milled for a change.
Yeah, that never happens. We never hear about that happening. But you're right. I think Victor's pretty confident that can win any clashes, but it's not like Azuri doesn't have 6 attack cards because Azuri does. And we will be seeing some of those 6 stacks, I'm sure, on the clashes. Yeah, it looks like we had a block with a shred. And I think it's Azuri's turn after this. Does look like there were some discards went down a life, and 1 card in hand.
Yeah, so we've got 13 to 23 in favor of Cam here. Cam doing a great job of blocking out in this game, really keeping the Guardian attacks at bay here and just chipping in, slowly leaking damage as he goes. And that's kind of your game plan as Azuri here, is to chip in damage here and there when you can.
Yeah, 100%. I think we do see that. Azuri's also good at the leak damage game. So, not surprised. Cam is just going to Arsenal and draw up while Mickey is on the play. 4 cards in hand, no Arsenal. Looks like Mickey does in fact have, I think it's 2 gold and a seismic. So that seismic will help pay for the next Guardian attack coming up.
Yeah, so we see the seismic surge being generated here. Mickey able to play a nice slow game, and really think through your turns here, get the most out of your turns. And we see a golden sun coming in. Looking for gold here, is able to blow up some gold, and we are going to see this golden sun coming in for 10 total, and we see a double block from Azuri here, blocking 6 of the 10, taking 4, going down to 19. Holding Golden Sun at bay somewhat. But still keeping some cards in hand. We'll see what Cam can do with a 3-card hand going back into Victor here. We see the infamous Codex of Bloodrot here. Cam's new favorite card hitting the table here. We saw Codex of Bloodrot win him a game in his last round of Swiss here, and we see a Death Touch come from Arsenal. That's going to work out very nicely with the Ponder there, as Ponder does draw you a free card to Arsenal.
It is true. Cam was talking about going into Victor quite a bit, and how blood rot, both Victor and Prism, and how blood rot's pretty much necessary into Prism, but also Victor is just ping constantly over and over again, because a lot of the times hitting will be difficult. Looks like we're still clashing.
Yeah, we see Mickey black with a wage, one of the wager cards, or not a wager card, a clash card, and we see a clash.
Cam wins it. Who knew?
That's wild. Cam
It's
wins
wild.
a clash here, gating a might token, and that's gotta sting if you're Mickey. That's probably like the one card Cam has in his deck that will, or maybe one of 2 that will beat you in a clash, and able to do that. And we see a shred
We
here,
do see
gonna
a
make
shred.
that death touch hit. Ooh, followed up by a sink below.
But it made Mickey spend the sink below. If you're Azuri, you know there's a count on those. Are you okay with that? I think you are.
I think you're always happy to see him go, unless you know like the Victor's running something like Remembrance or something like that. Seeing a sink below go isn't the end of the world for you. You're happy to see that get wasted on your death touch. I mean, granted, you didn't get your death touch to hit. You wasted a card as well, but there's a clock.
Yeah, 100%. So we're gonna see the seismic pop. Mickey does have blood rot this turn, so if not pitching the blue, we'll see 2 damage taken. So we see the pitch, and in comes a CNC. So the seismic. So pitch 1 of this, create a new seismic surge, and then 2 CNC for 6.
Yeah, that's getting the most out of your cards that you can. We've talked about this time and time again about our Guardians not being able to properly use all the cards in their hand. So we see Mickey making the most out of tectonic plating, and that's the thing about tectonic plating. It does let you pitch a card and use it up. We see a lot of the victors in the tournament today are on a tunic plan. Mickey opting for tectonic plating. That's extra block, and that's being able to cycle cards, make your attacks cheaper. So Mickey's able to come in with attacks a little more often here. So we do see the CNC come in. We got to see how much Cam values this arsenal that he drew. Now, granted, this is an arsenal that he drew off of a ponder token, so it's not like he set this up. So we'll see. There is a world where he might block a little bit of the damage just for the value, and then lets it hit.
Yeah.
It really depends on what he top decked.
You're right. It could be a great card. It could also be a card you really don't want in your arsenal. We've all been there. I think a lot of the times you're like, oh, I drew this blue that I really don't want to play. Do I clog up my arsenal with it, or do I just keep it in hand because you are losing value off the ponder if you don't
And
put it in
we
arsenal?
have seen Cam use the Azuri ability to attack react in 6-power attacks, and you can't do that out of your arsenal too. So if you accidentally put in if you lock up your arsenal with one of your shakedowns or something like that, it's not ideal for where you want that to be. Now, if you're Cam, you probably never arsenal a shakedown, but it really just depends on the situation.
Yeah, really, you're okay with like your isolates, for example, going to an arsenal, or your any of your stealth cards going to arsenal because you can play it from arsenal for free. That means you can block with all but one card and still be able to come in for 6, which is awesome. That's great rate. So
Yeah, looking at our hands here, Cam's got 5 cards to work with. He's gonna end up going down at least 1 card because he'll lose his arsenal if he doesn't block at all. You gotta wonder what's like your ideal Cam or hand if you're Cam. Now we can't talk about the cards in his hand because we don't want to accidentally give away information. But what's kind of like an ideal Azuri hand?
I mean, it depends. If Mickey still has one card in hand, I would say you want an isolate into a CNC. If Mickey does not have a card in hand, I think you want an isolate into a shakedown, and hopefully being able to take a blue from hand, and turning off Mickey's turn is my
Mickey
guess.
continuing the time-honored tradition of never paying for a blood route box.
Yep. You never pay, never pay.
Even Jacob didn't pay, and that's
It's
what
true.
killed him. But
And Cam is counting his deck here, definitely a lot lower than the Victor, which is unsurprising.
yeah, Mickey's running him down on cards here. He's got to put something together. Got to put some damage together because he's not going to fatigue out this Victor.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, this is coming in for 2.
A mighty spider's bite.
A
This is a
mighty
spider's
spider's
bite on
bite.
steroids here coming in. It's pumped up by that might token that Cam happened to win. And we'll see us. Yeah, this is spider's bite coming in for 2. These players don't know that they're on stream right now. They're in the backup room, so we're not going to be too hard on them for not using the dice. But we'll do our best to commentate exactly how much damage is coming through as we can.
Yeah, absolutely. We were lucky enough to have a bit of time, so we're able to see 2, and then it looks like this is coming in with Annihilate the Armed, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, I believe you're correct. That is an Annihilate the Arm.
I know more cards than I ever thought I did. Now, what they do?
So this is a 1 for 5 coming in. It wants to banish attack action cards, which should be in spades in Mickey's deck here. So Mickey is going to respect this, give up a bunch of cards. We see a Shred revealed on the Clash here versus a Macho Grande revealed on the Clash on Mickey's part. We see it again, another Shred revealed. This time we see a Debilitate.
Oh, that's interesting. That was a draw on that Clash. That's super good. That's 100% what you want to see. Integration of the bigger.
So yeah,
Looks like
Mickey
Cam
putting
is
a lot of
counting decks here too.
yeah.
His definitely looks smaller.
Yeah,
No
but
doubt.
we don't know. Is Mickey a double sleeve gamer? Are you a double sleeve gamer, Kittens?
Sometimes, especially now with the warrior cards being as expensive as they are. I mean, I bought warrior at the height a long time ago, so some of my cards are very special to me.
Yeah, can't relate. Single sleeve gamer, including my legendaries. No playmat. We're pretending like we're in high school. We see that that is respected. Cam passes the turn back, drawing up. He's keeps his arsenal, opts to keep that, and we'll see what Mickey's got going here. So we see the vigor, we see the seismic surge pop. We're getting a significant discount on our guardian attack coming up here. Uses the vigor to pay for tectonic plating to make a seismic surge, and we see a golden sun coming in
Yeah, Golden Sun
with
coming
a
in for
might token.
7.
So this is for 7. Does Mickey? Don't believe Mickey had any gold to contribute to this golden sun.
John's with me, double sleeves all the way. It does make it harder to shuffle, without a doubt.
Yeah, hey John, how do you feel about me riffle shuffling my sealed decks and playing them with no playmat? Feel free to chime in, buddy.
I think we all know what everyone would say in this chat. Heathen.
Okay, so we see Cam here taking some time to consider our golden sun coming in here. This will be a golden sun for 7. Cam knows he's not on the clock. He has time. He can really think through his turns. He's got to figure out how to piece together a wide turn. He needs to block or rip cards from Mickey's hand so he can then keep the pressure going. He wants to snowball on this, which Azuri isn't always necessarily the best at because she
Yeah.
doesn't have free, easy access to go against.
So, while Cam is up on life, he is down on cards, which is also another version of life. So yeah, this is look like, oh, they're starting to use. They must know they're on stream now.
I think Head Judge Dylan is sitting in his table friend currently. I think this is the last game going in the top 8.
Yep. Oh, so this coming in for 11.
In the first round. Oh, this is Mickey does blow up gold then. I didn't see that she had any. So this is coming in for 11. That's a lot more. It explains a lot about why Cam's thinking so hard about how to block this out.
Yeah, or if it's even possible to block out, because again, Cam knows how many cards are in his deck. So he is at 19.
Yeah, and he has some equipment to block with.
Yeah. So it's not like the end of the world, right? This is not this is not game ending. But what do you do, right? Like what is the correct play to be able to make this work? We're looking at Golden Sun right now.
So important to note, Golden Sun does have overpower currently, and but it doesn't have an on-hit effect, and that's important to think about. Golden Sun not having an on-hit effect, you don't have to block a certain amount on this. You're just going to eat a lot of damage.
Yeah, and I wonder if that's going through Cam's head right now. It looks like he's put one card upside down, so he's like, okay, if I don't need this card, what turn do I have?
Yep, these are the decisions that you can really walk through your turns in the top 8, provided you're actually tanking. There's a difference between tanking and slow playing. And this is the type of thing you can do in the top 8 where it's not timed rounds. You don't have to worry about timing out or going to draws here. So we see Cam still thinking through. 11 is a lot of damage to potentially cover up, and this has the potential to swing the life point differential back into Mickey's favor, and I don't think that's the spot where Cam wants to be.
Yeah, I think Cam is looking at a different line, and again, we've all been here where we're sitting and we're like, what is the correct line that I want to take right now? Looks like I'm gonna block with the yellow shred. I do believe that makes
Blocking
sense.
with the shred here. Does he contribute anything else to this, or is he only going to block 3?
Yeah, that is really the real question. Right now, if he took all of this, they would be at equal life totals. Because that would be 8.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yep.
And looking like he's set to go to equal. He doesn't want to go down to nothing, but he wants to go to equal here. So it's 11 all. Cam keeping 4 cards here. Has a tunic available, has flick knives available, has flicked a knife already once this turn, or once this game. So we'll see what kind of a turn he can put together, how much pressure he can put on Mickey's life total. Seeing an attack with a spider's bite here. The spider's bite coming in for 1. Gonna make blocking real inconvenient if it does hit.
Yeah, not that crazy. Might damage 2 spider's bite. Looks like this will be blocked out. Looks like we're gonna see a nimbleism.
All right, so breaking combat chain here. Spider's bite has been blocked out. Nimbleism into a looking for scrap. This will be a looking for scrap for 8.
Yeah, for 8, which is not a small number, that's for sure. And
This
then
is also, not to interrupt, but this is an 8 with go again as well. Potentially looking to play a card from his arsenal.
yeah, and that could be any number of cards from Arsenal, really. Probably some sort of one-cost one. Who knows for sure? But we'll see soon. Looks like this is being blocked for 6, taking 2 down to 9 on Mickey's side. And then let's see. Gonna spend that 1.
Well, that 1 was to pay for the looking for scrap.
Oh,
Yep.
I understand. Sorry about that.
Yep.
Messed the.
Cam's got to put something together real fast here, though, because he's running low on cards. See a seismic surge pop for Mickey here. Just a pitch and a grindstone, and honestly, this is a pretty scary hit because
Yeah.
it has the potential to make the clock on Cam's deck even
So Cam
shorter.
still does have tunic block. Yeah. This is what I expect from.
Yeah, we see a cut to the chase and a tunic block here to cover up that grindstone. You had to do it. You had to. I mean, you don't got very many cards left in his deck, so having that, not having to worry about that, it extends his clock just by a little bit, and he also gets to come back with 4 cards. You gotta wonder what's in his arsenal. It's been there for a few turns. You gotta wonder
Yeah.
if it's trapped.
It's possible. It's possible. Could be a stealth card. Yeah, it's an isolate. So this is a dominate stealth card.
All right, so we're gonna
yes.
see potentially an Azuri ability going on here because our Black Tech Whisperers are used, I believe.
So they're
Or
blocked
they
with,
just
but
have
they're
a
not
they're blocked
used.
with, but they're not used. I understand the dice now.
Yep.
So we do see that flipping into a shakedown here and giving it go again off the Black Tech Whisperers. So this is the kind of turn that we were talking about that Cam needs to kind of take down.
And the only thing that could cover this up here, I think, from Mickey would be in isolate because it still had. Well, it no longer has dominate. I'm sorry.
Yep.
So
So
you
it needs
could
a D-react.
You could de-react over
Yep.
it, if possible. That's why isolate into a CNC is so good. And then
Ooh, and we see a flick knives
knives.
flicked in, adding a little bit of extra damage here, going down on the spider's bite, but it's going to make this even more inconvenient to block.
Yeah, so taking the 1 from the spider's bite that does retroactively, I believe.
It does. It does
from 3 to
retroactively
2.
apply.
So that'll be 4. End up taking 4. Looks like Cam chose a color. We'll be able to banish the chosen color.
Yep.
And remember, this does have go again, so he has 1 more attack if he wants it.
Yeah, you presume he banishes a color. Does Shakedown give you a silver? Is the question, so he can buy back his boots?
Don't believe so.
No,
I don't think it does.
It's just cracked on its own.
Yeah,
it's just that.
good.
Yeah. Just to double check since we have the time. Yep, doesn't generate its own silver, unfortunately, for camp, but we will see another isolate.
Oh, so Azuri's might be once per turn, though. I can't remember. Yeah.
Yep, so Azuri is a once per turn attack reaction, but we do see an isolate come in, and Mickey choosing to block this, despite you don't have to be worried about the attack reaction there, but choosing to keep the life total parity there.
Which Mickey doesn't have to worry about too much, just because Mickey, she has the cards in library. 2
Yeah,
outs.
so Mickey just gonna push the hammer here, make Cam block, make the inconvenient block, or lose a card off the top of his deck potentially here. Cam got to decide how am I going to pressure Victor here and keep taking that life total down.
I think you definitely block with Flick Nice at this point. You don't have any you don't have any daggers left.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. You can
Yeah.
you can block with the flick knives here. Doing a quick deck count. He's got a few turns left in him.
Yeah, not as low as I thought he was. When you have a giant discard pile next to a small library, sometimes it makes it look like they only have 2 or 3 cards left. Looks like 4, probably 8 cards, so he has 2 turns worth of cards left. He's just going through his graveyard. What could he possibly see left in his deck?
Yep, he's really thinking about whether or not he lets Miller's hit here and maybe wins a clash.
Yeah.
So he can think about that, maybe potentially winning a clash here. He's really concerned with how many cards are left in his deck. You can see the difference on the board between the two.
And at this point, you might be towards Mickey's second cycle, which might be mostly blue.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know how experienced Mickey is with pitch decking or not. You don't know. Maybe Mickey pitched some reds early on to the tectonic plating. Tectonic plating does lend itself really well to doing that. It sets you up. It's kind of a cheat code for setting up a good second cycle.
Yeah, this is what I thought. This is going to be a 1-card block and block with Flick Knives. Makes sense to me. So yeah, so this is a 3-card hand and an arsenal. We still don't know what's in that arsenal. It might be stuck there. We'll see. Let's see what he can pull together.
Yeah, gonna fire back 4 cards, 3 in hand, 1 in arsenal. Coming from arsenal, we see a shakedown,
which is not where you want it to be.
Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate placement.
Did overpay, which makes sense.
Yeah, putting Leave No Witnesses on the bottom of his deck.
Exactly where you want it to be.
We see a triple block from Mickey here.
I wonder if Mickey must have had a 2-block in there and needed a triple block. Oh, in case it was a reaction as well, because Missouri is known to run reactions.
So Mickey, 1 card remaining, and she's just gonna push the grindstone again. Yeah. And this is a good spot to be if you're Mickey. You can run Cam out of cards here.
Yeah. Again, Cam does have a bit of a life total lead, but Miller's grindstone is scary. So we're gonna see a 1-card block.
At that point, do you block it all, or do you just try and preserve some life?
I think you just preserve some life. Cam's really thinking about it. I think it's up to Cam, really.
I think it depends on the composition of hand, right? If you have a way to go wide, then potentially not. You just take it. But if you can't and you don't really have like a super big turn, you might be smart to preserve life total here. But we're in the end game, and this is where decisions like this really matter.
Yeah, a lot of games, well, all games come down to end game, but especially these grindy matchups where one decision is really, really important. So yeah, he's gonna go. This is again on time, so he can take that time to think and see. So yeah, we're gonna wait here. And it's quiet. Everyone's watching the match. Everyone's excited.
Yeah. Tension is this is the last top 8 match going currently. So we have the rest of the top 8 watching this match. We're watching this match. Everybody's kind of in bated anticipation here as Cam figures out what to do with his turn here. Head Judge Dylan is there. Cam double checking his deck count again. Very aware that he's running low on cards here. We might see this one go to fatigue. Really depends on what he's got in hand and how wide he can go here. How many cards he can draw out of Mickey's hand. Mickey is happy to just block with 3 and swing
Absolutely.
millers.
Yeah, those four attack weapons are very, very, very good. Um, and yeah, we'll see. Um, again, I don't blame Can for really taking the think here. Um, because really on hit this clashes, correct, Brady?
What was
Or
that? I'm
correct,
sorry.
Goose, on hit this does clash.
On hit, yeah, on hit there's a clash, and if it wins the clash, if you destroy the top card of their deck. If
Yeah.
you lose the clash, you put a -1 counter. So really, Mickey really doesn't want to lose the clash here,
Mhm.
but that might be something that can save Missouri
100%.
if they can somehow win a clash against the grindstone.
Yeah, because honestly, I think that puts a -1 counter on the grindstone,
Yeah.
and it's coming in for 3, and that's a
Oh, we see a
whole different.
surgical extraction
Yep.
coming in.
Pitching
A
Codex.
codex.
Oh, I can see why you didn't want to block here. Having that Codex, being able to put something in Arsenal that has go again, and being able to swing with that
Yeah.
would have been really, really nice. I can see it.
This is a tough spot to be in if you're Cam. There's just the card disparity here. Mickey has no problem blocking this out with
Exactly.
with 3 cards and swinging that hammer back.
hmm
Mickey can just grind them out.
Yeah, but again, players playing absolutely as tight as possible, checking decks, how many reactions are left, what is possible. Uh, so yeah, 5 to 11, super close.
Mickey looking for attack reactions here. Wants to make sure she doesn't get got by an attack reaction. Um,
Yeah,
this
I'm
is
assuming
this is
looking for
closed deck list
shreds.
though,
Yep.
but so she's got to make some assumptions about Cam's deck. Fortunately for Cam, a lot of his decks in his graveyard, so Nikki can make some pretty educated guesses here.
This is also where it's smart sometimes to run 2-ofs of some reactions, right?
That is correct. We see just a black 9 here. Not much Cam can do about that. Gonna arsenal a card. Mickey's gonna swing back with Millers. And Cam's gonna have to give up 2 cards again. And this loop Mickey's presenting is gonna run Cam out of cards unless somebody makes a mistake. That's where we're at right now.
Yeah, at this point, I think Cam only has 3 cards left in deck. So he has probably one more turn of cards left. So if you're blocking here, you have to make sure that you have hopefully a win in the next hand.
For sure, for sure. And we see Cam's gonna have to think really long and hard about these blocks here, and Mickey doesn't have to think as hard about her blocks. And the mental fatigue here is something that gets slept on a little bit.
So do you think if you well, we'll see, we'll decide there and then we can discuss. Um yeah, exactly. The mental fatigue playing against Guardian is really hard because a lot of times, Guardian box 9 comes in for 4. That's just slightly above rate, right? And makes it a lot easier to play Guardian into this fatigue match.
That said, looking at Mickey's deck there, Mickey's there's more, I think, but I don't know if it's that much more.
Oh yeah, this is I would bet probably under 10 cards.
Well, I'm just wondering if this. We keep talking about the black 9 push 4 plan, very good for Guardian, but how? I guess mathematically, how many times does that need to happen to run Cam out of cards? Cam is at 11 life, so like in theory, you could take some.
Unfortunately, the Millage does possibly destroy his top card, and I think that's what's unfortunate about it for sure. He's looking through one more time. He's deciding what do I have left.
Yeah.
Can I put together a win in this next turn?
Yeah, when in doubt, check your graveyard. Gives you time to think. Head Judge Dylan is in there, making sure pace of play goes pretty fast. We're down to crucial decisions here in this end game. This matters for who advances into the top four. Both players are trying to play extremely tight.
I think we've played bad. We've both all been on the side of the decision of do you block, do you take, over and over again.
All right, so we got Cam coming in with 3 cards this time. We gotta see. He's gotta hope Mickey makes a mistake. You gotta really put the pressure on. Maybe rip some cards, but Mickey's on the plan of being able to just block out with that card advantage.
So this is being
You see a
blocked with
clash?
even a clash.
We have no witnesses. You see a might token? That might matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't believe he won that clash. Oh, he was hoping to tear more than one card, I think. Oh no, it has dominate.
Cam is down to no cards remaining.
Yep.
In his deck. Mickey was able to keep quite a few cards there, playing that dominate, or Cam playing that dominated card, and we see a humble coming in.
So this is going to require. It's going to be
turn off arsenals. Yeah.
And this is going to require at least a 2-card block.
Yep.
I think, unless you just take it.
You could, depending on what your arsenal's looking like if you're Cam. But then you have nothing to sit on. You have nothing. What's in your hand is what's in your hand, and you better hope that you can kill, because you have nothing to pitch to.
That's true. That's true. But yeah, it's hard. It's 100% hard.
Yeah, Miller's winning. Mickey's winning all clashes from here on out as well.
Yeah, for sure. Cam thinking, taking time. What can he put together? Right.
You gotta wonder. He had to pitch a Codex of Frailty too.
And
I don't believe that card blocks.
It blocks 2.
It blocks 2.
It does block 2.
He's got one of the few assassin cards that isn't blocking for 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then that makes Codex useless if you can't play out of your arsenal. So is that one of the block cards that we see?
Cam eyeing up 2 cards here. Really considering what he can do on his turn. We see a malign set down.
A line, yep. And then taking 3.
Taking 3.
So will not be able to play from arsenal this turn.
That's turns off hero abilities.
Oh, hero abilities. I'm sorry. I was wrong.
Turning off hero abilities here.
Which, depending on what was.
See an isolate coming in here and stealth dominate. You gotta, if you're Cam, you gotta wonder how many. We're gonna see a clash. Cam reveals his clash card, loses the clash. Mickey down to very few cards as well. We see a clash again. Mickey winning both clashes there. That's going to set up her turn for a big turn coming back if Cam can't seal the deal here.
Yeah, getting a gold and a
curtains.
So looks like we're having a 1-card block here. Cam deciding what is going.
Cam's got to decide how he wants to block here.
Oh, so it was for 4.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't remember how long the might was there.
No, this is coming in for 4, and that's all Cam could do.
Yep.
Mickey's gonna have a lot of resources coming through here. A might token. Mickey's gonna be able to come in with a guardian attack,
Yeah, without a doubt.
and rather than just pushing hammer here.
So this is coming in
Yep.
for 6.
Yep.
Yep.
Rouse the Ancients with go again. This is
Zealous Belting.
the Zealous Belting. My bad.
Yeah, you're good.
One of the go again
Taking the
cards.
6.
Yep, taking him to 6, and then
And-
Cam has to block out. That's a Macho
and it's Macho
Grande.
Grande. Good game, both of them.
No
good
kill
game.
like overkill.
Yep, no kill like overkill. Good job to both Cam and
So
congrats.
That
Congrats
does
to
it for
Mickey.
round 1 of the
Yeah.
top 8 here. Kittens and I are going to take a quick water break, and
Yes.
as soon as the quarterfinals or semifinals, as soon as the semifinals are paired, we'll
We'll be
come
back.
back with the top table.
Yep.
So we'll be back in just a second. Hang tight,
Just a second.
folks.
All right, let's go to our. Be right back.
Okay, we are
Welcome
back
back.
here with getting ready to go into the second round of our top 8. We've got a very exciting match for you. We're gonna have Josh Martin versus Adam Fisher. So that's undefeated Adam on Prism, Awakener of Soul
Yep.
versus Josh on Victor Goldmane. Both players from out of town. Adam coming from Grand Rapids, Josh coming from Midland. Both traveled a
Yeah.
long way to be here. One of them is going to move on. The other one's gonna have to make the long drive home. So we'll get us flipped back to the Facebook or to the casting room, and we'll go from there.
All right.
Here we
Yep.
go, watching the setup here. We can talk a little bit. So we're going to see a Guardian versus a Prism. We saw the KO versus the Prism, and we saw Prism come off with just an absolutely insane first couple of turns here.
Yeah.
Will the story be different for a Guardian?
We'll find out. Very similar. I think it's a very similar strategy for Prism, if that makes sense. You know, there's a lot of poppers, so you gotta try uh, and keep the your heralds protected with their phantasm. You're gonna play a lot of angels because those can't be popped, but I do think Guardian can block more and swing back harder than KO can in some aspects.
In some aspects, I think I can get behind that. So we see a little bit of pre-boarding here. Josh going through his deck. We've got Adam seems pretty ready to go. We got to wonder how much the deck changes from game to game. This seems to be a pretty tuned combo deck. So you can't really shuffle a lot of your combo pieces in and out of the deck. That kind of hurts the integrity of your combo. So some other interesting things about our players here. Josh, if you are a part of the Gamers Gambit Discord, all of the fun emotes that you see with all the different Fab heroes, Josh is an artist, and he makes these very cool emotes that he's responsible for all the emotes in the Discord. You can get access to the Gamers Gambit Discord through the Facebook,
Yeah.
among other places as well. Greg might sometimes throw it into descriptions of videos.
But yeah.
So great place to hang out. There's a Fab channel if you're into other card games, other board games, or sports and stuff like that. There's
Yeah.
other channels for you there.
D&D, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Warhammer, Shatterpoint. We do
yeah.
have Shatterpoint here as well.
My war game of choice, if I had to have one. Yeah, so Josh, very talented artist, drew me a picture of my dog Robin not too long ago, and I absolutely adore it. So
It is very, very cute. Very, very cute. Yeah. So 40 to 32 life. We've shown that Prism can really protect their life very easily, very well, right? Some of those auras end up being auras that tank 8, if that makes sense. So I think that matters in this matchup. We're going to see how can Victor both try and keep the board state clean. The difference is, right, is KO's Claw swung for 3 and couldn't clear the angels. So are we going to
Victor's
see
hammer can.
Yep, the hammer can.
Yeah, but importantly, Victor has one-time use on his time skippers. If he doesn't have the repeated ability, which we saw come into play in our KO matchup, where you roll scabs multiple times in order to make sure that you're in a good spot to clear auras and so on.
Yeah, just reading through the deck list now. Yeah, okay. This is what I expected to see. Not too. We're gonna let the reveal happen and see what equipment they've sideboarded.
Yeah, so players shuffling up here, making sure they got a good shuffle. Don't want to lose to clumps. And you're in the top 8, you have the time to do it. Chat, post your predictions in chat. Who you cheered for? Who you hoping to win? Show your hometown pride. If you're from Grand Rapids, if you're one of Adam's locals, be sure to show him some love in chat. If you're a Midland part of the Midland fam, one of the Modern Explorers, be sure to make yourself known in chat. Shout out Josh. Cheer on your hometown guys.
Or if you just enjoy one of the heroes more, that's also a very valid reason to cheer them on as well.
We see Josh in the very appropriate gold sleeves here for Victor. Very shiny. I'm a big fan of those sleeves.
I mean, a horse has got to accessorize, right?
It's very true. Although,
Yeah.
you know, Mickey is the authority on these things, and Mickey refused to comment on whether or not Victor was the horse or the
Oh.
rider. So it is up for debate. Chat. You can also weigh in: is Victor the horse or is Victor the rider? The people must know.
I think we all know the answer. We'll just see if chat knows the answer. All right, but again, shuffling really well. You, especially in the Guardian v Guardian matchup that Josh just had, there's very possibility of some blue clumps. So definitely want to make sure that that is not there. Shuffling thoroughly. There's no time limit on this, so they don't have to worry about a time. So this, what do you think this will be a grindy matchup?
We'll see. It depends on how efficiently Josh can clear auras, right? We could see the snowball wildly out of control if Josh isn't able to keep the auras clear here. So we see a Titan's Fist, Victor's Shield there, Null Rune Gloves, Time Skippers, Tunic, and a Crown of Providence.
So what does this this equipment package tell to you? Because I have some thoughts of why I think this equipment package says a lot.
Looking at this, Josh very aware of Prism's auras and the ability to inflict arcane damage. So we got that. He's very heads up compared to the KO matchup. Josh is going to be able to play. He's not going to die to arcane damage if he can help it. Tunic, looking to go long, although knowing what we know about most Victor decks, probably isn't trying to isn't running the same loadout as Mickey. Mickey's deck's rather unique in that regard.
Yeah, exactly. I also think this means we are going to see a more grindy matchup. You know, I think we're going to see Victor trying to or Josh and Victor trying to take out the auras, you know, swinging the Titan's Fist more. And this looks like it was just an Arsenal pass. Oh, we're going to see
Yeah,
a Genesis.
Prism. So important to note, Adam was the higher seed here,
Oh,
but he chooses to let Josh go first because there's so many things that Prism does, especially new Prism does at instant speed. So Josh Arsenal passing, not giving Adam the opportunity to set or to filter cards. He's got to make Adam have the ability to play on.
which Adam did. He did
Yep.
have a Genesis and a Passing
Punish
Mirage.
his heart,
Yep.
yes.
Yep. And Genesis is an instant, so it's able to play. Passing Mirage is an action, so that ate up the action. And then we're going to see Josh swing into Genesis and set up for second cycle, it looked like.
Here we go. Killing Genesis, super duper important in this matchup. Genesis is part of that engine, putting Heralds in the Soul, turning on Vestigial Soul here. So Josh is going to do his absolute most to try and kill the Genesis as best we can. We see a shield block pushed early here and a boulder drop defending here. Poppers in this matchup. Looking at Josh's deck list, has quite a few here. He should be able. He's gonna. Those phantasmal footsteps are gonna get a workout.
Yeah, without a doubt. So this is an E strike coming in for 5. Go again. And then looks like this is going to face. Not too surprising.
Yeah.
I think we'll. I think. What do you think? Will we end? Will we see an end of the swing at Passing Mirage?
Most likely. I think we'll see what Josh has to say, but he could be on the plan of lower the life totals early. But if he's trying to be a responsible gamer, he's just going to Titan's Fist that Mirage away and preserve an arsenal. And I think that's a good call on his part.
Yeah, and let's say the other 2 Prism matches we watched, it was immediate that they had stuff in Soul. This match, nothing in Soul for Prism this turn.
Yep. And that's what Josh has to do, is to keep these heralds out of Prism's Soul as best as he can, to ensure that the engine never gets going is Josh's ultimate goal here.
Yep, absolutely. Players are playing fast. You know, a lot of this is a matchup I think they both know well. And then we're gonna start response to that, and that will be the end of Prism's turn. Still nothing in Soul. No auras out, and it is Josh's turn.
So
Let's see
far,
what we
things are
see.
going well for Josh. He's getting this. This is just time to run into face here. So we're going to see a Titan swing into face. Josh looking to not really waste cards. So if Prism throws a Sentinel or something like that, he'd rather just throw a hammer and not necessarily use his cards as efficiently as he can here, but he's just trying to play really principally.
Yeah, if you're gonna go into this grindy matchup, I do see the value in you know just swinging with Titan's Fist, right? Other than you know pitch stacking, sometimes it's important. So Merciful Retribution played and passed.
Yep, so we see Merciful hit the table here, and that's something Josh is going to have to just deal with right away. And that's what we see. We just hammer right in. Josh is a very patient player. Here, Prism does get Soul here, but Josh is going to do the best he can to make that not matter. And we see a Tome play here. We have a card in Soul. We see a Tome played. Are we going to see... No, we don't go for
So
the
that
full combo
Merciful
line.
should have done 1 arcane damage, correct? Or am I incorrect on that?
Yeah, Merciful should have did 1 arcane damage there. The players might have caught it on
Yeah.
their notepads, but they might not have caught it on the
Yeah, just wanted
thing.
viewers to know at home.
If there's ever doubt, Head Judge Dylan can wander his way in there. I think I see Corey watching stream right now, so if Corey wants to remind Dylan next time he sees him, that would be super helpful. Thank you, Corey. There'll be a little bit of a delay, but I'm very curious to see if he recognizes that.
I don't think they had the sound on.
Oh, well, now I feel like a goose. Okay, well, we
Sorry
see
about that.
we see Prism coming in here with just a heap of cards in their hand. We're going to see a Herald of Ravages come through.
Yep, it was popped, so gonna spend for Phantasmal Footsteps. 2 resources left. And what are we gonna see next? Making a decision on what card to play. There is still an arsenal to decide as well, and play that
Passing
passing.
Mirage.
So it does seem like Prism does draw a lot of cards, right? But sometimes they do have cards left in hand, but it doesn't necessarily.
We have a bit of a freeze. Live video ended. Did we reach
Uh-oh.
our stream max?
We
I'm
might
gonna grab
have.
Greg.
Well, chat. One moment. Let me see. I don't know. I don't know. We're gonna. If you can hear me, chat. Yeah, you can hear me. Our Facebook stream has ended. Let's pop over. Let's pop over to the YouTube stream real quick and see what's happening over there. We see Mickey versus Nick, and this is a Victor matchup. Looks like Mickey's on the play. Oh, revealed a sync below on the clash. Not what you want to see. So looks like Nick on the other Victor does win that clash and does get a might and a vigor. It looks like that has a gold as well. Looks like we're going to draw up on Mickey's turn. Oh, okay. So this is Nick's turn. Nick's coming in with a red Spinal Clash. 1 second, chat. Oh, we're starting the Facebook stream right now.
Yep. So what happened? We hit our 8-hour stream limit. We've been going at it too hard and too long, and stream was like, "You sure about that, bud?" And cut us off. So
Yep.
we restarted. Way to think on your feet, kittens. We're good to go.
All right, so we can switch back to the other one, or are we gonna?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, so I think we're gonna pause the other game, and then when the stream is back, we will get started again. Thank you everyone for technical difficulties. Who knew Facebook only lets you stream for 8 hours? We learned that today. Not often that we have those kinds of Discount Streamlets. Okay, so we're seeing a pummel on the Sinal Trash. It looks like we had 2 Sync Blows and a block as well. So I don't believe the Crush Spec does go through, although it's 8. Yeah, that looks like a full block there. This is going to be a very long game in this Victor Max, so I would be very surprised if we don't see if we don't come back to this later once we get the other stream back up. All right.
We're getting the other stream back up for top tables here. Sorry about that, folks. We're doing our best to pause the action here and just wait until we can get both going.
Yeah, absolutely. But we still have action going. Yep. So we have our TO coming over and fixing the Facebook stream for us. So you might see something weird on screen. Don't worry about it. Ignore it. We're good. Seeing the behind the scenes of what's happening right now. We should be just. I think you're just good to start it. Is that this stream? All right. So chat, you are seeing a browser source. I said this was at least 50% scuffed today. We're still learning. We have since learned if we're streaming on Facebook, we do have to do a cut of stream. Yeah. Also live on Facebook if anyone is over there watching. All right. I think we're back. Thank you, Greg.
Yeah, everybody say thank you, Greg, in chat, and we're good to go.
And we're back.
We're back on our top table game here. Now, let's see what we missed, or if they just paused. I see a Genesis back on board. Josh still at 40 life, though. So he's being responsible, and we only see 1 aura on board and 1 figment. So
Yeah.
Josh being responsible here, looking to probably pop that Genesis this turn. But 40 to 21, we're seeing a life point differential starting to grow here. Josh is able to just go ahead, just pops that, and sets up a pitch stack for later.
Yeah, and for anyone that doesn't, play Fab or a higher level or hasn't really thought about pitch stacking too much, you can overpitch. How you do it is you have to pitch your reds first and then pitch your blue in Titan's Fist. So any potential Guardian players out there, if you want to pitch stack, pitch your reds first, and then for the third resource, pitch you blue.
Also, shout out to my Kanos out there. You can do the exact same thing.
That is true. That is true. Dories, you cannot. You shuffle your deck.
Yeah, unfortunately for you Katsu gamers out there, also not for you either. So we see a Herald of Protection coming in here. Oh, we have some closed captioning for there just to potentially save the players some embarrassment. I'm gonna go figure out how to turn off those closed captions.
They do know they are being streamed on Facebook.
They do know that, but we're gonna turn off closed captions
All right.
anyway for them.
Sounds good. Goose is gonna go over and make sure everyone is well aware. Yep. Yes, we're coming in through 4. Yeah. Greg's here fixing things again. On the Facebook, and we are turning off closed captions. There's a tiny. Oh, you guys don't see it. That's good. You're just seeing the gameplay, which is exactly what we want to see. Yeah. So looks like I'm looking at a tiny screen now. Looks like the Genesis is gone, which is what we want to see. Life total is still 40 to 21. Not too surprising. I don't think. We did see a Pierce Reality played, so that means Heralds would be coming in for +2. Yeah, we're good. So yeah, Heralds will be coming in for +2 unless we see unless we see Josh kill this, which is possible.
Don't worry, guys. Goose is back. We see that Pierce Reality get hammered here. Josh keeping 3 cards in his hand. Now you're thinking, Josh, 3 cards in your hand. That's very inefficient. However, if you're just popping, you're not gonna spend it. Spend all the cards in your hand, and you need to clear out these auras as best you can. You just want to run them out of auras if at all possible. So we're gonna see a Wartune Herald coming in here. Josh has to decide whether or not to pop it, or if he can just block it down.
I'd be really, yeah, he's really thinking about this, and that's fair. He does have the tunic counter up, so he does have the extra resource. I do think he pops
Yeah,
that.
we see him just pop it. He's got 2 cards and a card in arsenal, so we're gonna see some attacks to Prism's face here, which is what Josh wants to do. He wants to keep pushing that life total parity.
Yep.
We're gonna just see a Titan's Fist come in.
Yeah.
And you know, 4 life is 4 life, bringing Prism down to 17. It's 40 to 17 here. Josh doing a great job of mitigating Prism's auras here, not letting Prism snowball out of control.
And while there are 3 cards in Soul now, that it has been a grind to get the 3 cards in Soul. So, absolutely, Wave of Reality. Is that the?
So we see Dreamweavers.
Dreamweavers. That's the other
it's
one I
going
was
to turn
thinking.
off Phantasm here, but we're going to see a Herald of Erudition. And we see an Angel's Wrath here.
Oh, revealing. Looks like there was a clash.
First.
Yep.
So we're going to see a clash first.
Create the gold.
Yeah, Josh wins the clash, creates a gold. And we're going to see this Herald here do some damage.
Possibly first Herald to go through?
I think you might be right. This will be first Herald to do some legit damage here.
Yep, and that does put the Herald of Erudition in the soul, but the Angel's Wrath does go to grave. Do draw the crew cards off the Herald.
Yep.
And then we're gonna Prism here.
Yep, tutor out a Figment, and here's where it starts to get dangerous for Josh. He needs to keep pressing this life total advantage, because now we're starting to see Figments hit the board, and they're really hard to interact with until Adam decides to flip them.
I do know there are some cards that interact with auras specifically, and I do believe that is the only way to touch these Figments. And
that would be a deep cut for Josh to be playing.
Yeah, I don't expect it. I don't expect it at all. I don't really think anyone does. It's very expensive. It's prohibitively expensive.
Yeah.
We do create a Ponder.
Yep.
So
off of that, so that is the Erudition Angel, the Figment of Erudition right here. So it's another chunk of that combo. Josh has to just keep him off of it as best as he can. And we see a Herald of Triumph come in. Josh will pop it. And that's just a good call. That's responsible play. We're going to see the shoes get used here. We're going to see a lot of shoes being used. Or we were denoting that the shoes were used.
Yeah. There's no reason to not. Extra floating resource, you might as well.
So Josh needs to push some damage, and that's what we're going to see. We're going to see the Zealous Belting come in. This will have go again, and Josh has a card in arsenal, I believe a card in hand. Yep, so a card in arsenal, card in hand. He will be able to at least push a hammer after this.
Yeah, at least a hammer. Still does have the tunic counter, so if there's anything for 4, 5.
Ooh, and Adam taking 5 here, going down to 12, and Josh has to wonder, does Adam have it? So this is a hammer coming in for 4.
I think we've seen
Adam takes 4. It's 38 to 8. Josh ahead by 30 points of life here. Adam playing a little dangerously, but he has a piece of the combo set up, and I believe we might see him go for it here. He took a lot of damage tonight.
Here it is.
So we're gonna
So
see
can you
a
explain
Halo.
through this combo for any viewers at
Yes,
home?
so I just learned it today, but we're gonna see a Halo put a Herald into Soul here, and the importance of that is it's gonna turn on Vestige of Soul to draw you more cards. That Herald going into Soul is going to allow Prism to tutor up the Figment that you need. In this case, Prism's gonna want to grab the Figment of Rebirth. This is just kind of backup for your combo. So this Figment might go and grab a Genesis. You can set up some Arclight Sentinel loops with this. And so you grab that Figment. Your cards are pitching for extra resources now off of your Vestige of Soul, and you got quite a bit of soul to work with there. So if he flips the Erudition Angel on attack, he'll draw 2 cards, which will help dig him closer to like a tome or something like that to draw extra cards. And there's a tome there, so we had the
that
tome.
tome's been in Arsenal a long
Yep.
time.
So he pays for his tome here, draws his 3 cards, and we're in the business now. So ideally, he wants to draw another tome. He wants to flip an angel to draw more cards. He's trying to draw just 1 billion cards and then just start to grind out his opponent and set up as many of the instant auras as he can. So sets up his Mercifuls, his Genesises, things like that.
Yeah, 100%. And, has 5 cards in hand. Is that what I'm reading? So that does pitch for 4, I believe, because of the blue.
So we're going to see a banish here. We're going to flip into Erudition Angel, which, that's going to attack off of the 1 card pitch. It's going to draw him 2 cards on the banish.
Yep.
And we'll see what he managed to draw into. So if he draws into another tome, he can keep this going, drawing an additional 3 cards. And it's really just a broken thing that Prism can do, drawing this many cards in the turn. So things he's digging for. He's digging for Arclight Sentinels. He's digging for Genesises. He's digging for Merciful Retributions. Anything that he can play out as instants, that's what he wants to see here.
And really going in that makes a lot of sense. Pitching here and is going to play the Arclight Sentinel as an instant.
Getting the Arclight, revealing the top card, because he pitches the Fabled
Soul of Light or something of that sort. So reveals the top card.
Yep.
And then digging through graveyard again.
Just double checking what he's got. He has the ability to do some graveyard recursions here, so it's smart to be on top of what you can do.
100%.
So you see that Arclight Sentinel deployed, which means any auras that he plays out for the rest of this turn are kind of free rolled because the Arclight Sentinel is going to soak up Josh's hammer here.
But Josh does have the time skippers, so you have to be careful of.
So you see a Passing Mirage rolled out here. It just really depends on how many cards, or how many of the cards that Adam drew this turn are actually auras.
Yeah, and it seems like the Arclight and the Passing Mirage, we're going to see if we get another aura out.
Just a Figment.
Just a Figment.
Yeah. So we see a Figment hit the board. It's a Figment of Protection, so it's going to make a Spectral Shield. That's just going to be around for future turns because Josh is going to spend his turn clearing this Arclight Sentinel, clearing that Passing Mirage.
So we discussed time skippers earlier, and what you can do is you can pay 3 into time skippers and gain yourself an action point. So you'll have 2 action points, which allows you to swing into Arclight Sentinel. That takes your action point, so usually that ends your turn, but because you have 2, and we saw this with KO, you can spend your second one and swing into what is most important, right? So we're going to see the swing into Arclight Sentinel, I believe. Yep. Play a Merciless Retribution.
Yep. We see Merciful hit the board. That's going to deal some. Damage to Josh, arcade damage, and that's just another aura Josh has to clear now. And now Josh has to make the hard decision: do I swing into the Angel? Do I swing into one of these auras? It's a lot harder, a lot less clear on what he needs to clear out.
Or he's not going to swing into it at all. He's not going to spend his time
skippers. Interesting, yeah.
So it could be that he's going to wait for that Herald of Rebirth to hit the. Oh, swinging, drawing 2 cards off of this.
Erudition Angel.
Erudition Angel.
Yep. Draws into a couple cards here, able to churn through his deck very fast now. Now he's just looking to get into a Genesis or something like that and then really get this engine going.
Yeah, I do think that we're gonna see this Rebirth Angel come out. Because I think the combo's really hard if you're not able to get the Arclight Sentinel, but I don't know if he has enough resources to do it all. So we'll see.
Well, that Arclight Sentinel is banished right now, so he would need to have one. Again, it's the merciful kind of non-bow here, but this could get our Abbot a Genesis. We see it, and we see an attack. And we're going to see, is my suspicion correct? I did just learn this. No, grabs a tome instead. Goes for the more aggressive play, looking to get a tome put back on top of his deck, hoping to draw a bunch of cards on Josh's turn. Fairly comfortable that he knows Josh is going to be swinging into those auras. So he can play the tome game rather than play the Genesis game, which Genesis probably just gets attacked.
Yeah, 100%. And still has passing. So passing is an issue. Merciless is an issue. The Angel of Erudition is an issue. Yeah, issues. And he still has 2 Figments on the board that could become Angels if needs.
Yeah, it's a really tough situation to be in, right? Because if you attack into that, like part of you wants to attack into that the Herald or the Angel that's getting tomes back, because that's just representing 3 cards.
Yeah.
But also the passing mirage is a huge issue once Heralds start hitting the board. So Merciful is just super annoying to deal with. All the options are bad right now.
That helps. Yep.
We see Zealous Belton going into the Angel of Erudition. That's a good call, and Merciful's going to put that into. Doesn't put that into Soul. It puts it in the graveyard.
Yes, because it's not an aura.
Yep.
It is just a Figment.
Yep, it's just a Figment. We see Josh cashing in a gold.
Drawing a card, and then what do we see from Arsenal here? Looks like we're gonna see an Enlightened Strike.
And this is also what Josh wanted to see. Clearing both of those Angels is huge for Josh here.
Absolutely.
Especially if he has cards remaining in hand to follow this up by clearing an aura. This is a great spot for Josh to be in, and we see him clearing the Merciful, and this is a great turnaround turn for Josh Martin on Victor here.
And then we're gonna draw 3 on the other side with Tome.
Let's see if we can't deploy another aura or something to make up for that.
Yeah. Josh, I don't want to say lucky, because I do think there's a heads up play, because he did have the E-Strike and Arsenal. It looks like he did wait for the Zealous Belting, but
still hasn't used his time skippers as well. This was a pretty masterful play on Josh's hand, navigating this Illusionist matchup very well.
Yeah, 100%. Being able to, we just saw an insane board state a few minutes ago where he was drawing, I don't know how many cards at this point, and now it's not clear. You still have the passing mirage to deal with, which means that this first
it's a very muddy board state, and Adam's going into this turn with 5 cards still after drawing off of that tome. So he's only got 2 in Soul here, but he's not really. So he's probably not flipping any Figments this turn, or he could be, but he's got to. This Prism deck lives and dies on being able to set up these auras and making it really inconvenient to attack into them. That tries to give itself extra life as best as it can. So he really needs to figure out how he's going to do both. How he's going to flip Angels, how he's going to pressure Josh's life total, and how he is going to reset up his board here, because it's not good enough anymore just to set up like an ALS lock or something like that, because Josh was heads up and kept the time skippers around.
Yeah, 100%. And that was a very smart heads up play for Josh, and good on him to really think about the time skippers. I think that's a lot of people are running it as a Prism ALS lock stopper. But Prism's not out of this game yet. Even though at 8, yep, we're gonna see an
We see an
ALS played.
ALS played here, and that's just going to make Josh's turn inconvenient. It's like a time lock here. Prism has 2 cards remaining.
And we see
Yep.
the
Well,
finisher
the
ALS.
ALS was at the end of Josh's turn, and then the Pierce has been played on Adam's turn. It can get unclear whose turn it is sometimes with just the velocity that this Prism deck has going for it here. So Josh now has to clear the ALS and deal with 2 of the blue auras here. So it's starting to build up that nasty board state again. Fortunately for Josh, though, this Prism can't attack with those auras, so it's a little less egregious. We see the ALS go here. Josh keeping the time skippers around, opting to just Arsenal and just hope to set up a good second cycle.
Yeah, 100%. We see an Angel of Erudition on hit. This does draw cards,
Herald
and
of
it is
Erudition.
+2 with Dominate. So
7 dominate here. And go again on this Herald of Erudition. Not what Josh wanted to see here. He's gonna need to cover that up. He doesn't want Adam drawing extra cards here because that could represent setting up another ALS. It could represent setting up another Merciful or something like that. So Josh has to look through Adam's deck here, look through his graveyard. You see a lot of Adam's his graveyard's pretty big here, and that is a consequence of burning through your deck so fast. Is that if Josh can hold on, there is potentially a world where you could get rid of that. So we do see Josh opting to just block with 1 card here, take some damage, and he's gonna let Adam draw the cards here.
That does make sense. It did have Dominate, which seems like Josh wants to hold that Crown of Providence until the bitter end, probably, and that's not surprising.
We see Prism
Yep.
bringing out a Figment here. This is the Figment of War. That spelled the end for our KO earlier on in the top 8 here, but Josh is packing Null so we won't have to worry about that as much. It was these backup Figments. And Josh was able to clear out the 2 most key, in my opinion, angels here. So he is just on a control this auras plan right now.
Yeah, and I definitely see that is helping him 100%. This does look like a rough. Looks like checking the amount of Heralds of Erudition through Graveyard, Soul, and Banish.
And Josh is a very heads-up player. He is very aware of what's going on. He is able to keep track of pitch to X, is able to remember the amount of threats that players have in their decks. Interesting thing from the Prism here, we see a Celestial Cataclysm there. That's a good backup plan. It's not poppable, and it's just a 0 for 7 when all else fails.
No, there's 2 of them pitched together.
Yeah, that's
but
pretty strong.
Unfortunately, and Prism suffers, pitch stacking doesn't matter as much because you are searching your deck and you are searching for Figments. There is a point where you might be able to, as long as you're sure you're not coming through Figments anymore. But yeah, we'll definitely see this probably shuffled at some point, so the pitch stack might not matter as much.
Yeah, we see an angel get flipped here, and we're gonna see an attack here. So this angel is the Herald of Ravages. So I believe this angel's doing is going to make it a little more difficult to.
Yeah, I think this is the -1 angel, correct if we're not mistaken. No, this is the arcane
2 arcane
damage.
angel. So Adam looking to catch up on this life total disparity here and really pop. And we see Josh choosing to crown block here.
I'm wondering what was in his arsenal that he ground away. That was put pretty fast aside.
Slam. And we see a Genesis deployed.
Yep, not surprising.
Yep. So Josh has 3 auras to deal with, and an angel. Here, is he going to be able to piece together a big turn?
Yeah, so Genesis is 100% a piece you don't want them to have because they're able to draw cards, put cards in soul at the beginning without anything. Like they just put a card in soul.
Yeah.
If it's a light illusionist, you create a spectral shield and you draw.
Yeah.
So
Genesis has to go, and
Yep.
we're going to see time skippers used right now.
So yeah, that's not surprising to me. I think this is where we're gonna see possibly 2 auras destroyed here.
So we see Josh swing the hammer at Genesis, and we have a response from Adam of some sort here.
hmm
Josh has declared the attack, so we're not going to see any ALS shenanigans or anything like that, but we are going to see if Adam maybe wants to draw some additional cards. We do see an ALS deployed here. Now, this attack will go through,
Yes, it will
and
destroy
the next one
Genesis.
has to go into the ALS.
Will say did pop time skippers. So there's the turn ends the next attack going in. Do you send the attack to ALS or you just be like, okay, I arsenal and pass? But the ALS does stay. So
You got to kill the ALS, I think. You can't let it stay. I think you got to clear it. You already have the resources. I think you just gotta clear it out.
Yeah, 100%. I don't disagree with you. An ALS staying is not what you want to see. Looks like no judge call, so everyone agrees on how this is happening.
Yeah, everybody knows how it works. These are both accomplished players. They understand their decks very well. It's just as a reminder to the people at home, this is going to hit the Genesis. Josh now has to kill the ALS, and we're going to see an E strike going into the ALS.
E strike for
Probably E strike for
Didn't
5, E strike for 7 into it. Interesting. Opting not to draw a card here.
Yeah, that is interesting.
And we're starting to see Adam snowball a little bit here.
Yep. Now we can see from here. We can see the deck discrepancy, right? Like Josh has so many cards left that
the only thing Adam was able to do there was to just flip an angel.
Yeah. So that's definitely this is going to be
That'll be an angel of protection.
Yeah. Let's see.
So that'll make it makes spectral shield tokens.
Okay.
But it's just ward 4. It's just it's basically blocking. So Josh needs to find a way to clear some auras and clear some angels here.
Yeah, 100%. I don't disagree with that at all. The passing Raj, while it doesn't seem like a problem right now, it could be. Right now we're focusing on. Oh, he also has a courage token. Remember that for the next attack. So yeah, I do think this is going to be a big focus on angels here. Just because you don't have to worry about Spectra.
That's if Josh can get go again.
That's
he
true.
Needs to figure out a way to have go again.
Yeah, he is a guardian.
And that's part of what makes this matchup so tough for Josh, right? Is because if he doesn't have go again, he can only clear one thing at a time. He can't go face. He can't kill 2 angels in a turn. He can only do one thing at a time, and this Prism deck is a deck that likes to snowball.
Yeah. And we can't forget, I mean, without blocking, right, Adam has 9 damage prevention if he doesn't block anything. So again, angels are very good to preserve life total. In that massive gap we saw in health from what was it 38 to 8 at one point is slowly coming down, which is what Prism is very good at, is slowly taking down your life while taking nothing.
These are all this is all just life. Prism said the card says 8 for Prism's life total. It's more like 16, between 16 and 20. Maybe even 24, because each of those auras represents a hammer swing, so that's 4 life each, and each of those heralds have to be killed by something with that 4. So he's got 16 life on the table right there in addition to his 8, so 24 life is more appropriate.
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, even if Josh does decide to swing at face right and not at the Angels, that's still prevent 4 because it's ward. And that's outside of the block. So, I mean, you might as well swing.
We
Okay.
see a big attack just going right into the passing mirage.
Yep. I can see why. I think that's a play I kind of agree with because the heralds are going to start coming and you got to start popping them.
Yep, for sure. The angels you can kill on a later turn. Those spectra or those auras are always going to be annoying.
And here it is.
There it is. Speaking of things to pop, that's the last herald of erudition here.
Yep.
And we see a golden sun laid down just to block that out.
And pop.
We'll see the boots activated here. Fire Prism. 2 floating resources. Gonna go ahead and flip an angel here.
Yeah, absolutely.
With those 2 resources. Flipping into the Angel of War. So Bologna. And that'll start putting +1 counters on the angels.
Yep.
And that
it does. This is the first time there's been an attack.
Token. Yeah, so this will start putting +1 counters on angels, and this is the default plan for the Prism here is we need to start juicing up these angels and getting the most out of them that we can. We got to see probably pretty low on aura threats here, so Josh has just got to start doing some crowd control on these angels, and we might see Josh start to claw his way back in.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely possible. Neither of these players are out by any means. Swinging to the War Angel.
Yep, killing Bologna here, making sure that these angels don't get any worse for him, and Josh is going to just he's got to mow the lawn, as we used to say with Dromai's Ashlings.
Eat your veggies.
Yep.
Gotta eat your
Josh
dragons.
is good at it. If there's somebody that embodies the eat your veggies gameplay, it's definitely Josh. Josh has the ability to take this and make lemonade out of lemons here. We're gonna see an angel attacked here. This is gonna represent 2 arcane damage.
No soul. So
so this is just 4 vanilla damage, and that's where Josh wants to be. He wants to deny soul as best he can. This is actually for 5 damage.
Yeah, yep, you're right. It's actually.
And so Josh needs to just keep mowing the lawn and figuring out ways to go face and mow the lawn at the same time.
But let's discuss 38 to 8 at one point, and now it's 12 to 8.
Oh yeah, this Prism deck's cracked. It's cracked in half.
Crazy. Oh, that's what you know. That's what Josh wanted to see.
Belting and kills both of the angels, and there we go. Josh has cleaned this board up once again. Honestly, amazing showing from Josh here, cleaning this board out. That's going to let Prism have a 4-card hand here, but you got to wonder how much gas Prism has left in the tank and whether or not Josh can mitigate this damage. He has been pitch stacking out of his mind. We've been seeing having to deal with all of these auras. So we'll see if he can just keep popping away.
We do know there's at least 2 Celestial Cataclysms in the deck. We did watch them pitch.
But there's no soul to banish.
That's true. You're right. And Josh can keep denying that soul. I think.
And we see an arsenal and a pass here, and Josh can now start pressing some life, potentially. That Pierce Reality isn't doing much when you can just pop it. So we probably will see Josh not swinging into that Pierce and just pressuring life totals here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. I don't blame him depending on what he does. I think either way. Yeah, taking a thing. You know what is important. Do you hit the Pierce Reality now, or do you wait?
I don't know if you care about Pierce anymore, right? Because Pierce only matters for the first Herald, and you're popping the first Herald always as Josh. Oh, he does kill it though, so what do I know?
He thought long and hard about that. I think
If anybody knows more about Guardian Mirrors, it's Josh. Or if
True.
anybody knows about Guardians, it's Josh and how to play into Prisms here. So
Yep.
he
So
pops
we
that Herald.
pop.
I believe our backup match has wrapped up, and I believe I just overheard that Mickey's advancing to the finals.
Mickey, congratulations to Mickey. Oh, congratulations, Mickey.
So everybody hit her up in chat. Congratulations to Mickey in chat. 24 of you watching
Hello,
in chat.
hello.
Everybody hype up Mickey. Mickey has managed to take down the victory mirror and will be playing the winner of this matchup in the finals here. We see Josh. He's got to deal with this War Tune Herald here. Got 3 cards in hand. Debating on whether to pop it. He is going to pop it. And Josh is able to come back with 3 cards. No auras to clear out. Just 1 pesky little Spectral Shield, but now he can start pressuring life totals here. And we see a Tear Asunder. This is what Josh wants to see. We got a dominated hammer coming in here. This will be coming in for 5 life, or for 5, and we see a Soul Shield
Yep. And that
covering it up.
does put
Does put
2 into soul.
2 into soul. That's not quite what you need for the Celestial Cataclysm, but it is enough to tutor out another Figment. So that's
Yep.
another Angel we got to deal with. But that
And it
deck's
does.
looking pretty thin for
It
Prism
is
here.
very, very
And
thin.
Josh's deck is looking a little thicker.
And by a little, we mean quite a substantial amount. But again, doesn't mean anything. You know, we've made the mistake today of counting someone out. But yeah, 12 to 8. Prism's turn, 3 card hand. Let's see what happens. Still has a Spectral Shield up.
Still has 1 Spectral Shield, has 2 cards in Soul, and a 3 card hand here. We might see an Angel get flipped. Or just come in with a Herald of Tenacity here. And we'll see it get popped.
Not
No
surprising.
problem.
And then Arsenal. Yep. Not surprised there. Didn't have enough or any reason to play Phantasmal Footsteps. There was no way.
Apologies,
We
folks.
are
That was a Herald of Triumph.
seeing 8 coming in from a Thunderquake.
Yeah, so we've got Josh coming in with the Thunderquake representing lethal here. We're going to need to see some blocks. We see a block with one of the Sea Strikes, one of the Celestial Cataclysms. Wow, everybody, DM Armada in the chat.
Hello, hello.
So thank you for joining us here. This is take a second since we have a fab celebrity in the chat. We'll plug the game store here.
Yeah.
This is a Gamers Gambit. This is the semifinals of the Proquest here at Gamers Gambit in Lake City, Michigan. We're seeing Josh Martin piloting Victor here, going against a Prism deck. Josh running Prism out of threats and is able to start going for face now. And we're going to see a CNC come down here. This is a CNC coming in for 6 here, threatening that Arsenal. And now Adam's got to make some decisions here about whether or not he wants to keep that Arsenal around, if he's going to block. And Josh is happy to see this.
Yeah,
Adam's deck
100%.
looking very thin right now. We're seeing Josh has the deck advantage here, and so we got to see if Adam will be able to do it. Josh masterfully pitch stacking as the game went on, as he was swinging his hammer over and over again to deal with auras, putting a lot of poppers on the bottom of his deck here. We might see things get popped out.
So we do see, and we do know, Drawn, we do have the legendary, sorry, yeah. So you pitch the soul, and then we're gonna see 3 cards in soul, I think, this turn from Adam, but down to 4.
Josh
definitely
has
gonna
to deal
need
with
to block.
1 Sea Strike here.
Yep.
We see I believe that's a disable. 1 second. It's been a long day, folks.
It has been a long day.
So we see a disable coming in for 7 here from Josh. Coming down, this is blue disable. We're looking to pressure that life total. If you're Josh, you're hoping to catch Adam with a hand that he can't really block with, and he can't really do a lot of soul shenanigans with. here. It looks like we are going to see some potential soul shenanigans, though.
We have Loose Leaf Tea in the chat rooting for Adam. Adam actually is our one undefeated of the day.
Yeah,
So
he's gone 6-0 so far on
Yeah.
Prism. Very, very impressive showing from Adam here. We see a Soul Shield. Soul Shield's going to go to Soul as this resolves here. So we'll have enough Soul for C strikes. We did see one get blocked with, so it's really up to Adam here to make an angel happen. It's going to be up to Josh to mitigate the damage that this angel represents and clear it off the board, and also be cognizant of the other celestial cataclysm we saw come down.
yeah, 100%. Which again, Josh knows it's there, and knows that it is possible. Looks like it is coming to Adam's turn. Pitch and swing with the angel.
This is an Angel of Triumph.
Yep, Angel
I
of
believe.
Triumph. Don't think we're gonna see and we're gonna come in with the Celestial Cataclysm.
Yep.
So coming in for 4 and then coming in for 7.
Yep. So
That's
this
what I
is Celestial Cataclysm. He takes the one off of the Angel of Triumph here, and then we've got a C Strike coming in for 7.
Yep.
We call it C Strike. Cost 0, comes in for 7. We're gonna see Josh potentially donate the tunic to the cause here, trying to black the stuff out.
Loosely T, I understand. I understand the bully of illusionist.
Yeah, we get it. We
yep.
totally get it here. Josh taking a little bit of damage here, but that's looking pretty light. 1 card remaining in the deck. Josh just clears it with the Titan's Fist. And we see a concession. It's going to be a Victor versus Victor finals here. We got Josh Martin and Nikki on Victor in the finals here. We're going to see a mirror. It's going to be great. We'll be right back, folks. We're going to take a little break, let the players get set up and ready to go. Don't leave. We're going into the finals here in just a little bit. We're going to give our players just a breather. Mickey will be going in. This will be her first Proquest, and it'll be her first finals.
Her first finals.
So everybody congratulate both players. Make sure you send some congratulations to Mickey. Send some congratulations to Josh. Also, congratulations to Adam, who played
a fantastic
almost
game.
flawlessly today.
Absolutely.
He went 6-0 up until this point on this Prism deck. Insane amounts of value we're seeing out of this Prism deck. It was very impressive to watch the games that we got to see. But we'll be right back with the finals, folks.
Yeah, thank you all for joining us. Hello, we're coming back for a second with head judge Dylan here in his lovely Jedi robes. And I think we're gonna open a judge pack. I feel like that's very, very fun. So let's see. We do have 21 people in chat. Anyone excited for the judge pack? Make sure that you put it in chat, and we're gonna see what he can pull. All right, everyone's excited. They're all watching at the TV. So let's see. All right. All right. First card is Adjudicator Weapon.
This is a season 3 pack, so it's still it didn't have
Oh, so no IP token in this one is the season 3 pack, but very, very cool. If anyone wants to take a closer look, see if we hold on, let me cover my face. Did that work? I don't think it worked.
Proclamation of production.
Yeah, awesome. Getting the educator way. Let's go. And also, beautiful sleeves. Beautiful, beautiful sleeves. All right. Very exciting, very exciting. Yeah, so Judge Dylan, head Judge Dylan. Yeah, very exciting. Opening his proclamation, the adjudicator weapon. Very, very beautiful. Goose is taking a minute, which I don't blame him. We've been here. It's been a long day. The stream died for a little bit. We went over our 8 hours, so. But yeah, it was cool to see the judge promo. Awesome on Dylan for opening it. I would have made him open it anyway. So
Yeah, he had to open it. There was no chance. We're going back to his house afterwards. There's no chance he's not opening it at some point today.
It's
your
my
house too, but
it's my house. But just to plug to anyone that's not is new to chat or don't know where we are in beautiful Lake City, Michigan. We are at Gamers Gambit LLC. We're playing on our Proquest event. If anyone is interested in coming, we stream these events on Fridays.
Fridays, sometimes with commentary, sometimes without. Depends on our availability.
Yep, depends on our availability. And then we also do Blitz at 1 o'clock on Sundays for our armory if anyone's interested in joining.
Oh, looking like an Aura Bravo. Thank you. Thanks. I think
Loose
that's
leaf tea.
Tyler in chat. But thank you for the other Michigan Proquest news. It looks like the Kalamazoo Proquest happens today, and Clark won the PQ on Aura Bravo of
That's
all things.
so
Super cool,
interesting.
super interesting.
I do love our Michigan metas. If anyone is curious, our breakdown today, right? Our breakdown today was 3 Katsu, 5 Victor, 1 Kano, 1 Arachne, 1 Azuri, 1 Kasai, 1 OG Dash, 1 KO, 1 Vis, 2 Dory, 3 Azalea, 2 Vincent, 2 Prism, 1 Bolton, 2 Riptide for 27 people total. So 1 KO. That's the what I want to point out here mostly.
Yeah, 1 KO is pretty surprising. 2 Prisms was kind of surprising to me. There wasn't a ton of Dory running around either. It was very diverse today. It was really anybody's event here. We're doing a little bit of prizing, and the players are taking a second for a bio break. So we'll be back with some action here in just a little bit.
But if anyone has joined in our top, so we did have an 80% conversion on Victor here in Lake City. We had 5 Victors make it to top 8. We had 1 KO, 1 Prism, and a Katsu, and it's all down to 2 Victors.
2 Victors in a mirror match. Both of these players, just for some background, Josh has been a little bit of a mentor to Nikki, helping her learn how to play Victor. Mickey is newer to CC. This is her first official big event or like a Proquest or anything like that, and she's made it all the way into the finals, and now it's mentor versus mentee, student versus the teacher
Yeah.
in the finals here.
Mickey was telling me that that Josh is the one that's been training with her on Talishar. So good on Josh. We get to see what's going to happen. I'm very excited. Thank you all for joining. But yeah, if you're interested, you can find Gamers Gambit LLC on Facebook, and that'll have the full schedule as well as our Discord link. We do have a Discord, and we are active in the Discord. You will always find someone to talk about Flesh and Blood with. Always. Goose can relate because sometimes you find 15 messages just randomly.
Yeah, you're right there, chat. Finals at your first rated event does rule so hard. I know Mickey is absolutely ecstatic. She's having a grand time. Oh boy. Okay. So a little tradition here at Gamers Gambit, or at least when I'm around, we're gonna defile some cards together here. Do a little defacing. We're gonna make our first and second place trophies for this on stream as the match is happening. Shout out to T.O. Greg for bringing these out, donating them to the cause here. Now the question of the day is: it's Victor. Do we draw one that's a stick figure with a hammer, and the other one's a horse with a hammer in
Yes,
its mouth?
absolutely. And you know the first place gets the horse.
Yeah, 100%. Chat, feel free to chime in here. Is Victor the horse or is Victor the rider? But yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. Is first place is going to be a horsey, and the other place is going to be a picture of Victor. Now, the question of the day is can I draw a horse?
I
the
believe
answer
you can.
is no.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the point of these is not to look very good.
Goose doesn't. He's a competent artist, for sure, and I do enjoy some of the stuff. Oh yeah, definitely need to draw the horse. This is exciting. Yep, Corey agrees with me. The horse. Victor is the horse. No one wants the smug human. Both. You're right. You're right, Tyler. Symbiotic relationship. I agree. That is true. That does look like a horse. Good job. Yeah. So everyone, thank you for tuning in with us. It's almost a quarter horse because money slash gold. Oh, a quarter horse. That's funny. That's good. I did laugh on the inside. That would have been an LOL through text, Yeah, looks like we are giving out prizing. People are opening up packages, and we'll see. Yeah. Some of our players from further away are headed out, which I understand. If you've ever lived in Michigan, you know everything is an hour drive, no matter where you're from, for some reason. Especially here in Lake City. We're a pretty small town, but we do have a big fab community, so make sure you stop by at some of our big events.
Yeah, I drove 30 minutes to get here, and it's an hour drive home.
Yep.
Make it make sense.
Yep, 30 minutes to get your outer. Yep, always. Looks like we have Head Judge
Dylan spotted here.
Yeah.
Behind us, dressing up like what are you supposed to be? Like a monk or something?
It's May the 4th. We
It's
have
May
a
oh,
Jedi.
silly me! How could I forget?
And it's Darth Vader.
This is definitely Head Judge Dylan dressed up in the Jedi robes that he was married in.
That is true. I was the crazy bride that was like, yes, that's fine. You can wear Jedi robes to our wedding. It's fine. But I'm sure I know what he's doing right now, and he will be back momentarily. Yep, I can hear it. Yep, you're gonna get hit with a lightsaber. Does Dylan even like Star Wars? I'm not sure.
Let's be real.
It's
Dylan's
yellow.
more
He
of a
is
Star Trek kind of guy.
He is a bumblebee. It looks green on stream, but it's yellow. He is a bumblebee. It does look very. It looks white.
All right,
Dylan
chat.
is
Here we
interested.
go.
Oh,
Don't spoil it for them, but there's our first place trophy
I love it.
completed.
This is great.
On
Remember
to
how he
second.
said he can't draw? This is what I'm talking about. Don't know. I can't. I can tell you. Isn't it? It's Giga Chad, right? Yeah, like
All
that.
right, let's find a Giga Chad and give him a hammer.
The other
That'll
one's gonna be a Giga Chad with a hammer. Yep. Everyone is taking a bit of a break right now, but we should be getting started soon. We're still here. Don't look away too much because we will be back for sure. Wow, Dakota, I'm with you. I think he does think the original trilogy is overrated. He's definitely a sequels guy. No, a third. What is the third sequel called? The third trilogy? The sequels? That
Oh
one.
god, this is.
Sequels. He's a sequels lover.
Guess who can't draw a Giga Chad?
I did. It's not bad though. I think this is what it's meant to be. Yeah, no, he's definitely a sequels guy. I mean, he did have the yellow lightsaber. Just saying. I heard yelling. I'm not sure what it is. I think we're all going a little loopy. Some of us were here at 11 o'clock, so we're gonna be hitting the 12 hours soon. All right, chat. What do you have to say? The people that were here playing today. What was your favorite thing? Oh, nope. Goose is done. Hold on. We're gonna show it. We're gonna show it.
All right, and here we have our second place prize. So this is what is truly, forget gold foils. This is what's actually on the line here at Gamer's Gambit for a Proquest. One of these two, very masterfully done
Absolutely.
cards here.
I would like to point out ours are still in our binders.
Yeah, you better not have gotten rid of it.
We haven't. It's
All right,
still there.
I'm gonna go double check, see what how stream's looking. See if we can't get the show on the road. I'd like to be home before midnight, so we'll go try and mosey people along.
Yeah. I should be home before midnight. I hope. But that's fine. This is our not. I don't want to say one big event because we usually have more big events. But yeah, if you are in Michigan, we've had a few RTNs now. 2 ProQuests, just 1 ProQuest. This might be our first ProQuest. I don't remember, but we've had a few RTNs, ProQuest, and a lot of us are going to nationals. So if you're at nationals and you want to see some people that were on stream, we'll probably be wearing Gamers Gambit shirts while we're there, so you should be able to find us. We have a giant bobble on the back. But yeah, is anyone excited for nationals for Minneapolis? Any cool events that you're looking forward to? I heard about a commoner event, which seems fun. I might do the calling. I haven't decided yet. I do play a fair bit of Dory, so you'll definitely. Yeah, so the Riptide was actually really, really interesting. We had two, only one Riptide, 2 Riptides. I don't remember. 2 Riptides today. So we had more Riptides than KOs. Just saying, that's pretty crazy. Yeah. That I think Josh was the one Riptide that we saw on stream. Super interesting. If you want to go back and watch that, there's a lot of really interesting matches. We started with Prism versus Katsu this morning, or this afternoon. It was at 1 o'clock. So yeah. All right, Goose. What's the report?
We have told the players to get a move on, get in there, and get ready to roll. They're getting ready, collecting their decks, so they'll be set up and good to go. Both players are done. We've finished opening prizes, handing it out to the rest of the top 8, and so We're ready to square off. I've seen the sealed gold foil. It's floating around.
Oh, this is exciting.
We'll see. We'll ask. We'll ask whoever wins if they want to open it or not. I'm not gonna make them.
No, we
But we'll
won't.
ask.
We'll ask. We will not pressure. Not to say no one else will, but we won't. We'll be. So yeah, it looks like we're trying to get set up here. Um,
All right, players are going into the stream room right now.
Alright.
Just for anybody tuning in right now, let your friends know we are here for the finals of our Proquest at Gamers Gambit in beautiful downtown Lake City, Michigan.
Yep.
We've got Josh Martin on Victor Goldmane High and Mighty versus Mickey on Victor Goldmane High and Mighty. We've got a mirror match, folks, and the last mirror match we saw on stream with the Victors was a banger. So
It
I'm very
was.
excited to get into this
Yeah,
one.
absolutely.
Here, we'll go ahead and flip it over to the stream room, give you guys some relief from my face.
Yeah. Oh, and
here
playing the
we
new
go. Playing on the new
mats.
mats, gold foil on the line, but more importantly, if you look to the left side of your screen, folks, it's the first and second place trophy hand drawn by yourself or yours truly. All right, folks. It's the last one. It's all come to this. We've been streaming for over 8 hours today. We're going to do our best to call the cards, and the players are going to do their best to provide you with just an absolute clinic of a game. We've got head judge Dylan set up to be a table friend in there. And we're good to go.
We're good. Yep. Just asking you to shut the door. Make sure that the players cannot hear us. We're on the other end of the room from them, so they should not be able to hear anything we say. And Head Judge Dylan did bring in a chair, so he is expecting a long game, just like the rest of us, I think.
We'll see. So, looking at strategies for the two decks here, we've seen Josh on a very it's reminiscent of a Bravo kind of approach to things. He's swinging hard when he can, but he's not afraid to sit back and grind a little. And we see Mickey on the Miller's Grindstone plan on a very grindy Victor deck here.
Yeah, absolutely. Mickey has been through a gauntlet of victors, I think. So I think she's gonna know. But yeah, we're gonna see. I agree. These playmats are gorgeous, gorgeous.
Yeah, this might be one of my favorite playmats in the game. This is that's gonna sound ironic for people that know me, known a playmat non-believer. But if I had to pick a playmat to use as like my mouse pad, this would be the one.
Yeah, 100%. It's beautiful. Of course, my mouse pad is a playmat that has cats on it. Surprising no one. If LSS, if you're listening, you're probably not. But if you are, I say Zen token with cute cats. Just saying, I'd be all over it.
That would be a hit, right?
Yeah,
Like that would be
100%.
great. We're vamping a little bit, I'll admit, as we do a little bit of pre-boarding action here. Looking at Josh's loadout here, we're gonna see Victor equipped with a Titan's Fist, Aura Magus as usual. We've got a Crown of Providence, Findall Spring Tunic. We've got the Gauntlets of Iron Will and the Civic Steps here. Now, in the last Guardian Mirror we saw between the two Victor, Civic Steps did come into play a little bit, allowing for an attack and then swinging in with Hammer here. We're going to have to look for some heads-up blocks.
Thank you all for the nice comments. We appreciate it. We're not professional commentators or anything. We're just people who like the game and really, really wanted to do this. Like,
yeah, I'm just a washed ninja main, but
are not washed.
But yeah, so we're setting up here. Mickey's doing a little bit of pre-boarding still. Josh has got his deck out and ready to go. I think we're going to see quite the shuffle up here as we get ready, and probably see a pile shuffle or two, and we'll get ready to kick off. So as we shuffle up here, folks, just a reminder, we do have a judge standing by at the table here. If you see a play mistake or something like that, there's a judge sitting right there. He'll catch it as well. Other things to note: this is the finals here, so it is untimed. If you have never seen a Flesh and Blood top 8 before, it does tend to go a little bit long. There are a lot of grindy decisions, especially in the mirror. So buckle up. Make sure you got some water, some food, and we'll do our best to get through this together. I just heard T.O. Greg are mentioning in the background. These two have been playing on Talishar a lot together. So for those that don't know, Mickey is fairly new to the game here, has had a meteoric rise to a finals here in our Proquest, is fairly new to playing Classic Constructed. This is her first major or rated event, and she's made it into the finals on this Victor deck. And the person that has been helping her tune her Victor deck and learn how to play the hero super well is Josh, who's sitting across the table from her. So the way we're going to denote who's who, if you see fingernail polish, that's Mickey. If you see Oldham sleeves, that's Mickey. If you see gold sleeves, that's Josh. If you see a little frog hat poking out the top of the camera there, that's Josh.
That is Josh. That is Josh. And yeah, it's awesome. You can't write a better story now, can you? Mentor v mentee, same hero, and this is going to be great. Like I said, we love to have new players here in Lake City, and Mickey hasn't been playing super duper long, and started playing Blitz. So yeah, started playing CC recently, so I'm excited to see how well she does today.
Yeah.
It's
We've got a
awesome.
little bit of a hometown feud going here too. Kittens, now that we mention it, so Kittens is a regular at Gamers Gambit here. She lives in Lake City, is able to play here every week. I'm from Midland, Michigan, and Josh happens to be from Midland, Michigan. He comes from my home shop. He is very instrumental in teaching me how to play the game to the ability that I have. So we got a little bit of a Lake City v Midland feud going on here. Maybe we'll be like pro wrestling commentators. We'll pretend we hate each other.
I don't know if I'm that good of an actor.
No, I can't do that. I can't do that.
I'm not
either.
even sure I can get my voice to sound hateful. I hate to tell you.
Oh, well, we get you talking about Prism long enough. We'll
Prism.
get there. Or Oldham. So yeah, we see players shuffled up. Josh is ready to go. Pre-boarding decisions have been made. The players have had a little bit of time to think about their strategy. Mickey coming off the back of another I almost called him Goldham. Another Victor mirror. That was her. That was our backup match for our top 8 stream. But Josh coming off the back of that Prism matchup that we just saw him battle through. Both players have had to make long, hard decisions tonight. You got to wonder where their mentals are at.
And
right
all
now.
day. And honestly, all day. I know Mickey's is gone to time in a few matches. I think Josh has as well. We at one point had 3 matches go to time all at the same time, and I think both of them were in those matches. No. But again, it's been a really long day. But we are feeling good, and we're excited for this last match. Looks
Yep.
like we're shuffling up and then getting ready to play.
Yeah, people in the chat, lend them your energy. Let them know that you're rooting for them. They're gonna come back and watch this later, I'm sure. So save your nice stuff. Make sure that you're putting it out there. Cheer them both on. Offer your congratulations.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. We're so excited. All right. And here we go.
We see a thick stack from Mickey being presented here. You gotta wonder how much of that sideboard just came into the deck to be filler.
All of it.
All of it?
I think it's all of it.
So we're worried about fatigue here. Mickey is still on that Miller's Grindstone plan here, looking to make the most out of things like tectonic plating to pitch reds to maybe set up a pitch stack. In the meantime, looking to run Josh out of threats. Josh looking to be on more of a value-centered deck. He's playing more of a mid-rangey plan where he can block if he needs to, but he's going to look to push some offensive when he can.
Yeah. I think Mickey's very diligent about playing tectonic plating, and here we see the pitch deck starting. I see what is that? Choke slam.
Chokeslam, Spinal Crush, Golden Sun being
Golden Sun.
pitched here to Josh's Titan's Fist. Now Josh was the higher seed here, so taking the initiative here on turn 0. For anybody tuning in that doesn't know, turn 0, Mickey's basically blocking for free here. Both players are going to get to draw up at the end of the game.
Yeah, interesting that Josh picked to be the higher seed. Although in a fatigue match, being okay, we might just need a second. Let us switch spots. We'll just 1 second. All right.
Okay, Goose is going to try and talk a little bit quieter because despite having 2 walls between us, somehow in this empty card shop, they can still hear my voice. So apologies if I sound a little quieter here. We see Vicky deploying a Spinal Crush here. Josh on 5 cards, 4 in hand, 1 in arsenal, looking to go ahead and block out the Spinal Crush. Here, Spinal Crush, the crush effect, how much is that going to matter to Josh? Looking... Josh has shown, both players have shown to play cards that have go again on them, so this could matter.
Yeah, that could.
So Josh is
could
going to have
matter.
to think hard about how much of this Spinal Crush he's going to want to block.
100%.
Looking to avoid that crush effect.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see, and life matters in this match, right? I don't think we're gonna. I don't know if we're gonna see the fatigue through cards that we have where where Victor has 20 cards left and Azuri had like 3 that we saw Mickey versus Azuri. I think it's going to be pretty even on cards, taking just a little bit of damage. I think we're going to see life total matter here more than cards in deck.
We see Mickey taking first blood here. Josh blocking with a Disable and a Zealous Belting here, taking a little bit of damage, taking 4. It's going to have a 3-card hand to come back with. We'll see what he can pull through.
All right, yeah, let's see what he can come back with. It could just be a Titan's Fist. You never know, but let's find out. Into the mirror, how much do you think Miller's Grindstone is either better or worse than Titan's Fist?
It's hard to say, right? We see a Spinal Crush coming back. It's truly a mirror again, folks. We see the Spinal Crush coming back. It's hard to say, right? Because Miller's, your odds of losing a clash are a little higher in the mirror, because Guardian cards there's a wide range that you could be. So I don't even want to say your odds are higher. Your consequences are more severe here because Josh is always going to be swinging in for 4. If you lose a clash on Miller's, like you get caught with no gold or something like that, you can't manipulate it. You're coming in for 3, and then Josh can block with 1 card.
Yeah, and that's very dangerous. The Spinal Crush effect is on. So Mickey took 6 there, maybe thinking that Mickey might have no go again, so it doesn't really matter, right? So we'll see.
Could be going for an aggressive approach here, looking to pitch a couple of cards, make a seismic, and then come in with a big thing. Instead, we see a Chokeslam being deployed here. This is going to come in for 8, so it's a red Chokeslam. Mickey has a card in hand. And I believe floating resources, if those were 2 blues pitched. Yep. Yes.
So we're seeing the 6 block here.
It was floating too. Yep, and we do see a pommel come down.
I don't know if Josh had like a what kind of reaction there. Oh, maybe just talking it through. So yeah, that comes in for 12 now, getting 6 blocked.
And we see Josh discarding a card, discarding a Cranial Crush. Josh knows this matchup inside and out. Like we said, these players have been testing together for weeks now. Josh has been guiding Mickey through. It's really a case of student versus teacher here.
Yeah, which is super exciting. But taking 6 now, 30 to 34, drawing up, and I believe it is Mickey's turn.
Yep, Josh just had to draw up and pass there off of that pommel. So we're gonna see what Mickey has to do. We're turn on our or turn on. Mickey's gonna activate her
Oh gosh,
tectonic
tectonic
plating,
plating. I couldn't
and
think of the card
I
either.
was like half sneezing, half coughing. Mickey's gonna turn on her tectonic plating here, generating a seismic, and we'll see how much this tectonic plating comes into play here too. Able to pitch red cards to the bottom of the deck to turn on tectonic plating, and it's also an extra block value here.
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, definitely able to pitch those red cards to the bottom for tectonic plating, and then the blue, coming in with Miller's, blocking with CNC here, and then we're gonna clash. Mickey,
Mickey reveals a Macho Grande. Josh reveals a
disable.
disable. So Mickey is able to force Josh to put a destroy that disable. It goes to his graveyard. So Miller's coming in handy.
It did. It did. Exciting to see. We don't see a lot of Miller's tectonic plating Crater Fist in
Oh no, we
the
don't.
Victor
Yeah,
match. Yeah.
this is a unique Victor deck built. It's kind of Mickey's own brew with the help of Josh here. We see Josh going for an E strike with go again here. Coming for 5, this is kind of what Josh wants to be doing. He wants to chip some damage in here and there when he can, but he wants to take the pressure out of Mickey's hands here. So we'll see a Chris coming in for 4 now.
Yeah, so we talked about earlier, if anyone wants to go back and watch, we talked about earlier about how much armor matters in these matches. I am seeing that Mickey is running Iron Rot versus the Civic Steps.
Yeah, so Mickey maybe doesn't have access to Civic Steps. Let's pull up Mickey's list real quick.
That's this one right here. Iron Rot Legs. Yes, so Mickey does have Civic Steps.
Does have Civic Steps. Choosing to play Iron Rot into the Victor Mirror. Very interesting here. Maybe doesn't want to potentially give Josh the quicken token. Maybe she knows that Josh runs Enlightened Strikes and things like that. So the free go again on the Enlightened Strike is something that Mickey might be considering.
Yeah, 100%. I do think that's definitely possible.
Oh, we do see Mickey winning a clash here, generating Vigors, Mites, and Golds.
So yeah, so that does put Josh behind on gold, but we've watched Josh in a few matches now, and gold does not seem to be his kind of winning, right? He plays a very disciplined game, so we might see more of the mites and vigors from Mickey trying to win the clashes and the golds, but I think from Josh we'll definitely see like the more standard.
And we've seen this play out of Mickey several times using that Vigor token to generate a seismic surge out of that tectonic plating, and we'll see a Golden Sun coming down early here with the extra boost from the mic, and Mickey is going to destroy some gold, I believe, bringing this up to it's going to be a Golden Sun with 11 and over, or 4/11 with overpower. Josh blocking with 1 card from hand.
Yeah,
and opting to just take the rest of that damage.
Wow. The way Josh puts down life is crazy to me.
Got the piano fingers.
Yes, for sure. Looking at the list, we can kind of we won't spoil anything. The lists are similar but not the same. So it'll be interesting to see some of those differences come through.
And
we definitely see.
See why Josh was down to take a little bit of damage. We have a Zealous Belting coming in here. Going for 5. We're going to see a clash, and it's looking like Josh is going to win this clash unless Mickey opts to break that last gold. She does.
Yep,
going to force Josh to reroll here. Now, unfortunately for Mickey, that is a Zealous Belting on the top of her deck, which is only 5. So she's got to hope Josh has like an aura or a defense reaction.
Oh, I think she just moved it.
Oh, it just moved it so
Yep.
it's more available for people to see. I
Yep.
like that. Good call, Mickey. Josh bleeds the damage here. And we'll see Zell's
Clinch.
belting into hammer.
Yep. Yep. Mickey definitely thinking about blocks, which I don't blame her for thinking about different blocks. Taking the one, uh, we're definitely seeing a damage heavy game, which I'm unsurprised about. I very much expected this, and then it will grind to a halt eventually, right, Goose? When you get towards end game and every single life matters.
Yeah, we're gonna see Josh playing very fast. Josh is a fast player. He's just played this matchup many, many, many times. But we will see as the game progresses, as we get closer and closer to end game, we'll start to see things slow down a little bit.
Yeah, as decisions come, you have to think through more. You have to see the lines, and see. Even right now, Josh definitely thinking about what's worth blocking, what's worth taking. Looks like gonna take the one. We've
Blocking with
talked
a
about
boulder
this.
drop here. Josh takes the one, just playing disciplined with his life totals
Yep.
here. But Josh, looking like Josh is gonna win this clash too,
Yeah.
unless Mickey pops the gold. Uh, Mickey opting not to pop the gold here, gonna put a -1 counter on the Miller's Grindstone, and now Josh can cleanly cover that up with almost any card in his
This
deck.
is what's scary about Miller's Drivestone and why we mentioned it earlier. That -1 counter it's now a one card block, which is not what you want to see, right? You want to win those clashes. You want to make the other player discard their top card. You don't want to be the one that has to take that negative. But hopefully being able to win clashes is also super awesome. So looks like
We're gonna see a Titan's Fist
hammer for
pushed
4.
here. Josh is playing a patient game. We're gonna see just a hammer coming in for 4 here. And Mickey
Yeah.
covers that up
Yep.
cleanly with the sink below. We'll see if she decides to sink a card or not.
So definitely could be threatening a Pummel here. We do know from earlier that Pummel is in. Oh, and the sigil out of Arsenal. Okay, I
Classic
understand.
Josh.
Yep.
Josh move here, playing the sigil. Gonna arsenal card. Just keep one in hand. That's all right, but he's gonna just incrementally gain back a little bit of life here.
Yeah, the sigils in definitely in Josh's list, but I don't think we've seen them from Mickey in any of the other matches. So we're very much knowing that will not be in Mickey's deck. Funnily enough, I think probably Josh knows that as well.
Yeah, like I said, these two know each other's deck inside and out. This is a classic case of testing partners squaring off against each other. For lack of a better term, they're on the same team. They've been helping each other practice for a long time. So it's
Yep.
teammate v teammate, bobble v bobble, even.
Bobble v bobble. Yep, we Josh is always down to test in Talishar when we're on the Discord. So yeah, make sure if you're interested to join the Discord. We will be there and talking about Fab. Well, maybe not right now.
I don't know. Somebody could be live tweeting us, I suppose. So it is on Mickey right now to fire back into Josh here. Got a 3-card hand, or had a 4-card hand. Decided to make a seismic search, pitching that, pitching a blue to do so. We're gonna see if what Mickey's gonna chain together here. How is Mickey gonna pressure Josh to keep him off of playing a 5-card hand here?
Yeah,
Josh is
that's
starting to
really
claw his
hard.
way back in. He's starting to close this life gap with those sigils and with just some disciplined play. That's what we're going to see out of Josh. Is just really
So
disciplined play.
Mickey did crack the gold to draw a card. I wonder if that was uh resource filtering for that.
It could be, Guardians do get in a position where they can't effectively use every card in their hand. So there are situations where they just need to filter a card out to make decisions more clear, maybe draw into a red when they need to. So we see Josh deploying a sigil or a sync below here to cover up a good chunk of that Zealous Belting. We're going to see a Miller's Grindstone coming in for 3 here. Josh choosing to crown away and draw a
Again,
card.
makes me wonder what was in those hands sometimes when they crown away, when you're like, wait a minute, I wonder why he did that. You know.
We'll see
Yeah.
a Josh revealing Arouse the Ancients. That's not the card you want to see.
No, absolutely not. Does have the gold though if he would like to re-roll.
Yeah, you gotta consider it potentially. He opts to just destroy it though. He's not gonna sweat it too much. Got a brief judge moment here.
Yep, talking
Yep.
through.
Just making sure
Yep.
that everything's good. Players are playing very fast,
hmm
so just making sure that everything's up to snuff.
Yeah, it has been a long day, and Judge Dillon is sitting there watching the whole match, making sure that everything is kosher. We're gonna see
Two
two reds
counter and
pitch.
2 reds
Yep.
pitched here to come in with the Titan's Fist. This Titan's Fist coming in for 4, and we're seeing a little bit of difference between Josh and Mickey's deck here. Josh opting for this Titan's Fist, going for the consistency here versus Mickey's. We've seen the clashing has bitter on the Miller's Grindstone here. Mickey playing a Sync Blow from Arsenal, opting not to sync a card, and Josh following that up with a Sigil of Solace.
And then an Arsenal. Yep, going up to 24. So we're at 31 to 24. Very close. Mickey does have a full suite of armor, which we know is incredibly important.
Yep, Mickey does have the full set here. We're gonna see a Macho Grande from Mickey. Coming in dominated. This is gonna be 8 dominate. Blue Macho Grande here.
Yeah, very, very exciting. We're gonna see a block of 7 from Josh. That makes sense. Sync Below coming from Arsenal. Again, making a lot of sense. Probably only taking 1 on this. And choosing to sync and draw.
Sync a card.
All right, going down to 23. Our players very digitally also keeping track of life on the paper pad.
All right, Josh coming back in. He's got 3 cards.
Interesting 3 cards. We just in case they hear us, we won't say what they are, but you might be able to see them too. Let's see what he does with them.
If I had to guess, right, he is going to pitch to Hammer, and then he's gonna do the classic Josh play, and then have a card in Arsenal. If I had to guess, if he can pay for it.
Yeah, that's the question though. But
he won't Arsenal.
We did see his pitch stack last time though, and I'm curious. I'm curious if he is going. Is that's going to be the route he chooses?
Oh yeah, good eye, Dakota. So we see Josh opting to just Sigil of Solace here, and then just draw up rather than attack, putting no pressure on Mickey's hand here, but staying alive, closing that life gap as best he can with those Sigils of Solace, and just pitching these good cards for the late game.
That's possibly the 3rd sigil we've seen.
That's the 3rd sigil.
So that is
9
the
life
last.
this game.
Yep.
Mickey pitching to the Tectonic Plating, very consistent plays here, looking to get those Seismic Surge values.
Looks like Raphael asked, "Is this the finals?" Yes, it is. This is Victor v. Victor. We had quite a diverse group here today. Victor's making up 5 of the 27 we had, and we have 2 in the finals. So yeah, Very excited to see who comes away with it. There are two very different decks as well.
Yeah, two very different decks get different game plans here. We see Josh blocking 6 here, and Mickey's gonna pitch, and I do think we do see another pummel come down. Yep.
How many
Bringing that up to 12.
pummels is that
I
from
think
Mickey?
that's the
2?
second or third.
Yeah, I think it's 2
So
for sure.
we see Josh discard 1 card here. That'll wrap up Mickey's turn. And we'll see if Josh can mount any sort of offense on his turn after that pummel kind of messed him up. Here you go, take up her tunic. We'll swing her Titan's Fist, and that Titan's Fist will be coming in for 4.
So we know Josh is excellent at pitch stacking. So I've been watching as well, Dakota, and you're right. I see why he didn't pitch those reds because he had pitch stacked 2 reds before. So you definitely do not want to put a 3rd red in that stack. So he waited for the blue to be able to pitch the blue. Super big heads up play. Awesome play by Josh.
Yeah, this is some big brain going on here. We got to see if it pays off. We have to remember if Mickey can mount a bunch of life or about a bunch of offense here, it doesn't matter what Josh pitch stacked if they don't make it to second cycle. That she is leading Josh in the life totals by 7, has a full suite of armor, has a hand to block really significantly. Josh hasn't been pressuring her too much, and Mickey has been doing a lot of the driving here. And we see a zealous belting coming down from Mickey. Josh putting the shoes in front.
Is smart. We already have, already has the go again. Gonna put the go again on the CNC,
Yeah.
which doesn't do anything. I don't think Mickey has enough.
Yeah. Josh blocking her out. Playing responsibly here.
Mm-hmm. And that's 100% when you're gonna see the CNC, or you're gonna see the blocks is when they already have go again.
Yep, when it doesn't matter. Yeah. So we see on Josh's turn, players are playing pretty fast. Josh's turn, we're gonna see a tick up the tunic, and we're gonna let Mickey draw up first, but we'll see a tick up from tunic, and then just coming in with the Titan's Fist for 4. Slowly chugging away.
Slowly chugging away. Looks like we have possibly 1 card block here.
We're gonna see a clash though.
Yep.
And that's a Macho Grande versus a Cranial Crush, and I believe that's a tie on the first clash.
And then clash again.
Final Crush versus
something.
Couldn't quite catch what Josh flipped there.
No, maybe possibly another tie. It doesn't like anything was discarded or created.
Didn't quite catch what Josh revealed.
No, I'm not quite sure either. Looks like
Mickey coming back with a 3-card hand here.
Yeah.
Wants to keep pressuring Josh here.
Mm-hmm.
He's staying in it.
Yeah, I think Mickey she definitely has issues though with the Miller's Grindstone only being a 1-card block, so she's gonna have to keep up this crazy offense. But
Yeah,
she's doing a good job of it.
Yeah, Mickey has to keep the offense going here. We're gonna see a Grindstone push for 3, and Josh should have no problem covering this up, but is floating 2 resources, telegraphing a potential pummel. We see a clash. Josh thinking about whether or not he's going to burn this gold. And the clash chooses not to. Mickey's going to make some.
Yeah, these clashes can be deadly on either side. I don't think
Mickey making a gold here.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen any. We've seen like maybe 1 or 2 clashes that are won by the person
Mickey
that initiated
arsenaling
it.
here, not bluffing, potentially bluffing a pummel there. Choosing to arsenal, and Josh is going to come in with a Zealous Belting here. Zealous Belting for 5 with go again. For a top 8 match, these players are playing awful fast.
Well, that's what you get when you play on Talishard.
You know each
However
other
many
so much.
times.
Yeah, you know each other's decks so well. You're gonna see. I'm hoping we get to the point where we start seeing some soul reads from the two of these players, where it's just like, I know exactly what's left in your deck. I've
Yeah.
been there before. It's really fun to experience.
I do think and we see the pommel.
This is gonna disrupt Mickey's turn here.
Yep.
Take Mickey up.
Yeah, I do think Josh is still going to be able to come in for 4 from Titan's Fist. I think he has 2 remaining, or is that incorrect?
He has pitched 6 resources. The play that he's done costs 4. So yes.
Yeah, so he has 2 left and the tunic, so he will be able to come in with Titan's Fist if he would like. Closing. Oh, that is true. So that'll be covering up 7 of the 9, taking 2, I think is what we saw.
That's where we're at. Mickey choosing to discard. That's syncopate from Arsenal, folks. So Mickey choosing to discard. Choosing one of her blues to discard there, and we're gonna see a Titan's Fist come in for 4 here.
Yep. Josh slowly closing in that life total. Which, unsurprisingly, because Mickey's the more aggro deck, we are seeing the, her life being a bit more, choosing to take it all down to 21, but she is able to come back with a 3-card hand, and she does have the Seismic Surge. She's always having the Seismic Surge, so when it's important, she does have something costing 1 less. Yeah, looking to take 3. Yep. But yeah, making sure to take up tunic. Waiting for Mickey to clean up like a good player. Good job, Josh. We don't necessarily, might be playing fast, but not fast.
Oh, here we go. We get to see a big E-Strike for 7. That's a good 2-card hand.
Great 2-card hand. Yep. So able to block for 6, come in for 7. Yep, you're not too sad about that.
So yeah, Mickey taking her time, looking. Looks like she might be donating Crater Fist and Tectonic Plating to the cause here. Now that's interesting because this is just vanilla damage.
Yeah, I wonder what the thought about that is. It could be trying to keep their life totals the same. In keeping, she does know that Josh no longer has Sigils of Solace, and she does have more armor than Josh does. So really, it brings their armor totals close, I think, because Mickey will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left.
We can't exactly see what she has in her hand either here, so she could be setting up for a potentially big play here. And there we see it. We see Zealous Belting coming down. Oh, yep, marketing resources. Zealous Belting coming down after generating a Seismic Surge.
So that's that 5 with go again. We've seen Zealous Beltings over and over. We're gonna clash. Macho Grande.
It looks like Josh is going to win this clash. Mickey debating the gold here, whether or not she wants to win this clash or not. Yep, so Josh revealing a Macho Grande here.
That's for 8 for sure. I'm not sure. It's hard to see with the glare what Mickey has. Mickey has revealed going through her deck to see can she beat the clash if she goes through again. Josh is going to take the time to do the same.
8 is a pretty stout order to beat on a clash.
That is true. While they're going through their deck excuse, we did get some packs.
We did. We could do
We're gonna crack some bright lights.
We can do some ELE.
Yeah, let's see.
We could do some ELE pack 1 pick ones.
Let's look. I gotta.
Ooh,
I did get.
got a quantum processor in my pack. Here.
I did get a red boom grenade, so that's what I'm taking.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I'm snap taking this red hyperdriver if I had to bet.
That's pretty good.
Yep, I think snap take red hyperdriver. There's a red razzle dazzle in there and some equipment, but I think we're snap taking this
All right, so it
hyperdriver.
looks like we are back into the action. Josh taking 2, going down to 16, and then here is Mickey coming in with Crush Confidence, if I'm not mistaken. That's for 7. Josh just gonna block 2, take 1, down
Plop
to
some
15.
cards down. Yep. Go down to 15.
Mhm.
He's content just blocking, swinging his hammer when he can.
Yep. I'm pretty sure Josh knows what he has pitch stack second cycle, so if he can make it there, he's pretty happy. He does have 2 gold to reroll clashes if need be, or draw cards. You never know.
Yep.
Tunic take up to 2, and yep, Titan's Fist, I think.
Macho pitch, Titan's Fist. So those machos that did win Josh a game today with
It
Macho
did,
Grande at 1
yeah.
life. So having those pitched aren't necessarily a bad thing to have.
No, especially paying attention to pitch stack. I don't know where he's at, but I'm sure that Macho Grande is in a good spot for him. We're gonna clash. Oh, Mickey reveals a pummel.
Oh, that's not what you want to see if you're Mickey.
And
Josh has
disable.
Yep, a red disable. So
is gonna take that gold up to 3 gold.
Up to 3 gold, yeah. Now if this is the gold main estate, we're a legal card right now. Josh would be very happy to be at 3 gold.
100%. I know both Mickey and Josh happy that card is coming out and we'll be playing it as soon as it's legal. But hey, looks like we have quite a few people in the chat. If you're interested, this is our finals, Victor v. Victor. And yeah, we're very excited. Close game so far, and we're in Lake City, Michigan. If you're ever interested, head to the Facebook.
All right, we see Mickey coming in with a command and conquer here, threatening Josh's arsenal. Josh has 4 cards to potentially block with, opting to just throw 6 down immediately, knowing Mickey's going to be drawing into a pummel on the next turn. Josh blocks out, double checks his graveyard real quick, just looking to see what he could have going on here. Blocks. Keeps Mickey off of that, keeps on his arsenal. Potentially this turn we'll see what he was protecting in his arsenal there. Got a full tunic counter, letting Mickey draw up. And now might be the time that Josh wants to press in a big attack here, knowing Mickey's got one that isn't going to block it. We see a golden sun coming in.
Sun coming in.
Choosing to go for 10.
He did destroy the gold. He had that extra gold to be able to destroy it.
Yeah.
Makes sense to me. So this is 10 overpower. We might see some armor blocked here. What do you think?
Yep, I think we might see some armor blocks. 10's a pretty significant chunk of life at this point.
Yeah, going down to 8. While you're not in pummel range, you're getting close, and you don't necessarily want to do that. Josh having the Titan's Fist too. Once you're down that amount of life, it's going to be a lot harder to be able. To pressure him.
Titan's Fist demanding 2 cards versus Miller's Grindstone at this point, demanding just 1 card to block. We're going to see a full equipment shove from Mickey here, blocking with everything. That'll be a total of 1, 3, 4, 5, 6?
Yeah, 5.
You're seeing 5 blocked here. Mickey gonna go down to 13, and I think this will be the first time that Mickey has been behind on life this game.
Yeah, Josh playing, both Mickey and Josh playing discipline games. Mickey playing definitely more aggro, for sure. But honestly, that hasn't been that bad.
And that's all of Mickey's equipment off the board now.
So we are seeing the switch to Josh having.
Josh being in the driver's seat, having more life here, having more gold available to him just by 1. We'll see Mickey getting that constant value out of that tectonic plating, though. Pitching a card, generating Generating a seismic surge here. Oh, a little bit of a judge discussion here again.
Yep. Mickey's
Seems to
very,
have been
very,
resolved.
very diligent on that tectonic planning, always making the seismic surge, realizing that she does have the ability to always keep it up. If not, having that extra resource when needed has been amazing. Yep, making that seismic. 4 cards in hand, pitching, coming in.
And we see Mickey coming in with her own Golden Sun here.
Golden Sun. How many true mirrors have we seen today?
Oh, it's just been so many just back to back, the exact same cards being played on turns. It's been ridiculous. So we see a Golden Sun coming in for 10 overpower here. Josh throwing 2 cards down. And a clash.
We do see the clash. I'm not quite sure who won that. And then we're gonna see the
gonna pummel it. So that brings it up to 14. That's huge for
That's
Mickey. That's
huge, Mickey. Wow. That's
Josh
a
going down
lot
to
of
8
life.
here. That's a huge swing in Mickey's favor here.
I do think that is Mickey's last pummel in red.
I believe you're correct too. We do know Mickey runs blues. I think.
No, Mickey does not.
Mickey doesn't run blues. She's not a wild child.
I don't think Josh doesn't either. I don't think.
No, Josh would never run a blue pummel.
But
He's
still
far
able
more
to hammer
disciplined
for
than I
4.
am. But here it comes. Yep, Titan's Fist coming in for 4.
Yeah, Charlie, we love the white bordered cards. I'm sitting right next to a guy I think that prefers white border to black border cards for sure.
Sometimes depends on the card.
White bordered heroes.
I'm a big fan of white bordered Dorinthia. Yeah, I'm a huge
Yes.
fan of white bordered Dorinthia.
Looks so good with that gold.
All right, so Mickey generating a seismic surge, and it looks like gonna come in with a spinal crush here for 9.
Yeah, Spinal Crush for 9, especially when Josh is at such low health.
Threatening lethal.
This is lethal.
Yep.
He still has the shield block. He still has the 2 from the
arms
the
here.
arms,
Got
and
another
he's-
Civic Step block available to him.
Yep. I don't know if I see him blocking with Silver Stack.
Oh, probably not on this one, but he does have it available to him. We see 3 cards from Josh, blocking 9 here.
I mean, they are at a 4 life difference. So if, Josh keeps swinging for Titan's Fist, we're gonna see that life go down drastically if Mickey keeps taking it.
Yeah, Mickey opting to not block out a full Titan's Fist very often in this game. And we'll see. Here comes the Titan's Fist. Coming in for 4. Mickey has the potential to push a 5-card hand. Chooses to go ahead and block, and we'll wager here. Josh revealing a Terra Sunder. Mickey. And then we'll tie on that one.
We can hear him talking in there. I think I heard I really wanted to win that one.
Yeah.
I don't blame Mickey for that.
Yeah, don't blame her at all. Mickey going down to 11 here.
Yeah, 100%. Going down to 11, 3 life difference, but she does have 3 cards in hand, so we're gonna
3
see
cards
a
in
big
hand,
brute.
1 in arsenal.
Yep, I think we're gonna see a big brute attack coming in here.
And we see a Macho Grande coming in. This is gonna start to demand some equipment, I think.
Yeah, this is lethal. Because this is coming.
Lethal.
Yep, coming in for 8. Threatens lethal.
So this is coming in for 8, dominate. We're gonna see some equipment shoves.
Yeah, 100%. I definitely believe that is true. I bet what do you think? Do you think you see arms? So card from hand, arms and shield.
Depends on what Josh is blocking with here.
Yeah.
We'll see at least 1 card from hand.
So I'm looking. I do not see staunch response on Josh's list. No, we don't see a staunch response. So he doesn't have like a big A block, hiding.
So Josh really in the tank here, has all the time in the world to think about how he wants to block this. He's looks like he's got a card in mind though.
Depending on how how long he thinks, we may be asleep in the booth. But looking to block 5.
Blocks 5
taking
here.
3.
Takes down to 5. We're starting to get into precarious life totals for Josh here. Gotta wonder if he's happy about his position in the game right now.
He does have tunic counter up, so he does have that extra resource if needed.
Probably gonna squeeze one extra resource out of that tunic right now, and then tunic's available to block with.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a tunic block very, very soon. Let's see, has a card in hand to play, but he's really thinking about it. Oh, that's a
Cracks of gold.
That's a gold draw, and then
we're gonna see a Thunderquake for 8 coming out of Arsenal here, floating a resource and has the tunic resource represented.
Definitely telegraphing that pummel.
Yeah, that is something Mickey's got to think about here.
Yeah. Whether he has it or not, we don't know because we can't see his card, but definitely telegraphing it.
Mickey did take time to point at the tunic and knows that the tunic is at 3 as well here, so we're on a pummel's edge right now.
Going through, no, she's blocking with that card. Yep, no, she's blocking with that one. We're gonna see 3 cards.
9 here.
And then Clash. I think the Thunderquake wins that.
Thunderquake wins that for sure.
And going to go get a Might off the Clash. Yep.
Josh gets a Might off the Clash token. Or gets a Might token off the Clash. And we do see red pummel coming down.
So Mickey will be taking
this up to
3.
12. Mickey's going to take 3 and has to discard that last card. And Josh is happy to see a Terra Sunder go.
Yeah, absolutely happy to see a Terra Sunder go. Bring that life total a little bit
Getting
closer.
into the end game, folks. It's 8-5.
From Mickey's side, we don't have any armor, so so we do know that any dominate is good.
Mickey has a card in Arsenal that she's been sitting on. Josh is going to get pumped up on this Might token as well.
Yeah, he's probably pretty happy about that.
And we see a Macho Grande come down. This will be a Macho Grande for 11.
11
with Dominate.
What does Mickey have in Arsenal?
He needs a D-React in Arsenal.
Yep.
And we see Josh takes down his first Proquest.
Congratulations, Josh.
Yeah, congratulations to Josh Martin taking down this Proquest here at Gamers Gambit in I'm sorry, folks. I'm super excited. Josh is a really close personal friend of mine, so I'm very excited for Josh here taking down his first ever Proquest. But more importantly, gets to take home Victor the horse on that first place prize card.
Yeah, congratulations, Josh. Good job, Mickey.
Amazing showing by Mickey here, playing an insanely close mirror here and making it in her first ever rated event, going all the way to the finals. Absolutely insane. It's so cool to see. And just again, Josh winning his first Proquest. He's been working at it for a few years since he's been playing, and it's great to see all his hard work finally paying off. Super duper excited for both of these players. It's an amazing showing. The question of the day is we'll ask Josh. We'll see if we might get a bonus gold foil opening.
I will switch over to the caster cam, but let me know if we are open it on stream or not. Don't let them open it without us watching. Yeah, GG's. Thank you, Paul. We'll see if we can get a gold foil opened on stream. We don't know for sure. We're gonna ask. We will not pressure, okay? Congrats, Josh. We might see if we can get an interview with him. And yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. It's so exciting. This is our first big event that we've cast, so hopefully we did a good job. Thank you all. Thank you all for watching. We're not leaving quite yet. We're gonna see what we can get. Goose is doing his goose thing and is talking to everyone and see if we can recon and see what we can get here for you all. Yeah. Again, I think we'll save the plug for the end. I've been plugging Gamers Gambit all day, so we'll save it till the very end. But yeah, we are gonna have a gold foil opening. Oh, that's so exciting. Uh, are we gonna open it on right here?
We're opening it on stream.
All right, perfect. Should it be this screen or the one in the room? Do you know? All right, we're gonna do it in here.
This and Sarah, our kids, I love you, but I'm gonna kick you off. It's
Yeah,
gonna be me and
yeah.
Josh on this.
100%. I am perfectly fine with that.
100%.
I won't leave you alone quite yet. It doesn't look like Josh is ready.
Everybody from Midland that is in stream right now watching, shout ton of love. Put it in the chat. Josh is gonna come. I'm gonna have the chat window open so he can see it.
Yeah, big
This
congratulations.
is awesome. He's gonna come open his gold foil on stream as soon as he's done packing up his stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, make sure you stay. You definitely want to see the gold foil opened. That's my favorite part. I love to see. We might have a bit of a crowd watching to see what's open. So
Yeah, this is gonna be absolutely fantastic. We're gonna mic Josh up. We'll do a little bit of a post win interview, and then we'll open up the gold foil.
Yeah.
Probably the last thing on stream here.
Raphael's looking Duskblade gold foil. Is that I haven't looked to see what the Proquest season 5 gold foils are. That would actually be pretty cool. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I have. This will be the first time I've ever witnessed a gold foil being opened.
Oh yeah, because
Yeah.
you missed the last one we went to. Yeah.
Mhm.
So we'll see. Very exciting. I'll definitely give my headset off to Josh.
Oh yeah, first things first is Josh is gonna submit his living legend points for Victor.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's in season 5. Any Victor stuff that's in
I don't
season
know.
5? I don't either. I'm not quite sure.
I
Hopefully something Guardian.
exclusively play limited.
I exclusively play Dory. So yeah, hopefully something Guardian related for Josh, or just something cool. I think
Yeah.
something not common, unless it's cool common. Like,
I mean, no matter what, it's gonna be absolutely sick because
Absolutely.
it's gonna be his first gold foil.
yeah, yeah, no,
So
100%.
he's submitting his living legend points right now for Victor. Everybody, now's your chance. Fill that chat up with a bunch of cheers.
Absolutely. It was a great game. Good job. Good job to Josh and Mickey. Very excited. Very excited.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, big congratulations, Josh. That's awesome. Yeah, let me go. I will give up my headset. I think he's headed over, so let me give up my headset.
All right. All right, folks. Well, Josh is on his way over. We're gonna do a little bit of a post-win interview with him, and then we'll stop teasing you. We'll open this gold foil up. He's just gotta make his way over, send out a few messages, and then he'll be right here. Shake it out. Yeah, he's just he doesn't care about making we wait. He's just gonna yeah. So yeah, celebration mode going on right now, chat. Put your guesses in as well as to what you think this gold foil is gonna be. Really build the hype up for it. Here he comes, the winner of the Proquest here at Gamers Gambit here in Lake City, Michigan. So do me a favor, bud. When you sit down, just flip this forward, and then that's your button to unmute yourself. It is muted right now. The red means mute. All right. So We have Josh here. You've just won your first ProQuest. How does it feel?
It feels so good. I've gotten so many top 8s in ProQuest and Road to Nationals, but this is the first one I actually managed to clutch it out. It is amazing.
Yeah, playing on one of your favorite heroes too, Victor.
Yeah.
He came through. We were making bold predictions at the start of the tournament today before we even knew what our hero counts were, and I think my prediction was it was totally wrong, but I think I had some victors making it to the top 8, so I'm going to take that as a personal dub.
Half of it, right?
Yeah, I mean, half of the top 8. So yeah, really close match, really tight match. How much did pitch stacking matter in that match? Because we had some people speculating in the comments that they were like, yeah, Josh is pitching some pretty good cards here.
The pitch deck was actually looking kind of bad. I had to pitch so many reds at the start because I just kept drawing the reds. I mean, that's kind of the consequence you have for essentially fat decking into this matchup. Normally, people like to bring some people like to bring a flat 60. Some people like to bring like 63 or 65. I consider because test of strength, sigils, they're kind of not reds because you just play them. Like you block the test, you block with the sigils. But yeah, my pitch deck was looking pretty scary there. I don't think I quite reached it because I know you saw at the very first turn I pitched 2 reds and a yellow to swing for 4.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then I arsenaled the 4th red in my hand.
Yeah. So I heard rumors that you're planning on going to another ProQuest tomorrow. Is that still on the menu? Are you going to terrorize some people with maybe a crazy deck?
Well, I do plan on. I would like to go to Howl tomorrow. That is my plan. I already plan to do it. Now the question is, do I bring Victor again, or do I actually put Bravo back together because he was the very first hero I played in a competitive event for CC anyway. Because I played. This was back during Chain Seeds, Prism Luminaris. It was back during that time at the Upkeep Games. It was the largest Road to Nationals in the country. It was like 90-something people there, and I somehow managed to get. I got top 16. Nice. So I didn't get top 8.
You've been at it for a while.
It's fine.
Yeah. So you probably don't need it, but if you're looking for a 7 Pummel Bravo list, I'm your guy. Can slide you this.
There have been builds that they don't quite run 7, but they do include the yellows as well.
Yeah, so I think we've kept the people waiting long enough. I'm really anxious. Are you ready to open your gold foil?
I am ready to open the gold foil here. All right. Let's give this a shot. Let's see what we get here, if I can even open this up.
Has to fight the packaging.
Here we go. I didn't know if there was like some sort of little
thing. There we go.
All right.
And much like a car, it is depreciated by...
This is the trophy. You do this. It's fine.
Here we go.
So
I think it'll be upside down.
Yes.
Yep. So if you want, you can just flash it to the camera. Close your eyes.
I'm just gonna do this, and we'll see what people have to say. Don't be cold or frost.
Oh, I think you'll be happy with this. I think you'll be pretty happy with this. Right. I'm pretty happy with this.
Oh,
yeah.
Emberblade. Pretty good.
Searing Emberblade. Where's Dakota at in the chat?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That is beautiful.
That's a sick.
Oh, the camera's right
there.
Yeah,
the camera's right there. So there you go.
Right there.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Nice. Right on. Well, congratulations again, Josh. Congratulations to Mickey as well. First rated event, and goes into the finals. That's awesome.
Did better than me first time.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, so thanks to tournament organizer Greg here. I've been calling him T.O. Greg. It doesn't mean uncle in this case. It means tournament organizer. But yeah, thanks to Greg. Thanks to head judge Dylan here. Coming out, solving problems, helping people out. Yeah. Stupid Spectre indeed. I think that's all we got for tonight, folks. Tune in next Friday for Classic Constructed. All right, bye.